dignitaries to the lamp. All the dignitaries are requested to please come on the dais. I request our Director Sir, Dr. Atul Vaidya, to welcome our Chief Guest, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, Director, Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center, with a sapling. I request Sir to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Hakimuddin Ali, Vice Chairman, Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, Maharashtra State Council, and Executive Director, Dalmia Cement Limited. And Sir, please welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Kishore Malviya, Chairman, CII Vidarbha Zone, and Director, SMS Envocare Limited, with a sapling. Before starting of the program, I'll request everyone to please keep your cell phones on a silent mode. Honorable Union Minister Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, launched the CSIR 1 Week 1 Lab program in January 2023, highlighting India's global excellence in technology, innovation, and startups. Each of the 37 CSIR laboratories spread across the country are dedicated to their exclusive area of work. The minister asserted that CSIR has marked its footprint in the nation with path-breaking technologies and innovations in last 80 years. This program is aimed to showcase their legacy, innovations, and technological breakthroughs to the society, industry, and other stakeholders. We at CSIR-NEERI Nagpur organizing this 1 Week 1 Lab program from 8th April to 13th April. 8th April being the 65th Foundation Day of CSIR-NEERI. Industries are considered as the drivers for countries' development. History has shown that the countries where industrialization started earlier had grown to developed country category earlier than the other countries. Various scientific inventions and technical knowledge played a vital role in the growth of industrial sector. Since last 65 years, CSIR-NEERI Nagpur and all its 5 zonal centers are providing innovative and effective solutions for environmentally sustainable development. We are actively involved in various R&D as well as consultancy activities for various kind of industries. Hence, this meet will help both the scientists and industrial participants to share their knowledge and expertise. We have 3 different technical sessions today. Session 1 will be on water and wastewater management. Session 2 will be on air and energy nexus. And session 3 will be on solid and hazardous waste management. Now I request our Director Sir, Dr. Atul Vaidya, for his welcome address.
So, thank you, Sangeeta. On behalf of CSIR-NEERI, I welcome you all to this very important meet during these 6 days, which have been already defined what the program is all about, 1 week, 1 lab. One of the most important stakeholders as far as environment is concerned is industry. And medium, small, large scale, corporate, these are all, this is based on economic scale, but as far as environment is concerned, industry and environment, they are same. So discriminations depending on the economic scale or the actual production scale of the industry, it doesn't really pertain to the environmental issues. And therefore it is very necessary to interact with all industrial sectors, irrespective of the economic and the operational status of that particular industry. And therefore, environment, as we say, it has all stakeholders. All of us are stakeholders to environment, right from public to all. Then for our convenience, we are dividing it into industry, public, corporates, or maybe some ULBs or government institutions like that, research institutions. But to be very frank, all are stakeholders for the environmental issues. And most of the important, rather the most critical stakeholder is industry, that everybody understands. There are two opinions, whether the basic fundamental question is always asked, whether we should have industry or not. Because if there is no industry, most of the environmental issues are resolved without doing anything. But that is not so. If you look at the industrial revolution, and you have to really look into the history of industrial revolution, why it was there, why we started a revolution kind of industry, right from James Watt steam engine to, and then new theories, new technologies to IT revolutions and advent of computational techniques. If you really get into the history of industrial revolution, you will find that it is all for the comfort of the mankind. Commercial part became later on. Commercial part of the industry is a secondary part, and which is inevitable because somebody is investing. Nobody does charity in this world. At least human beings don't do that. But the major concern of industrial revolution was to make our lives comfortable, easy, and we are reaping all the benefits of that revolution today. Can you imagine right now traveling in a bullock cart from Butibori to Nagpur? No, we can't. Can we imagine going to Mumbai by train nowadays when there are n number of flights available at cheaper rates? No. So industrial revolution has to be looked into that perspective, not as a threat to environment or not as a threat to, of course, excess of anything is bad. Obviously, everybody knows that. It's a philosophical statement. But then we have to survive with the industry. Industrial development has to be supported. And again, industry will always have, or any human activity will always have some conflict with nature and some conflict with environment. Even if I build a house, even if I build a even hut, you can say in jungle, I have to do something which disturbs the environment. So that is beyond our imagination, that living without disturbing environment, we are all exploiting all natural resources, and therefore it's not possible to do that. However, we have to make industry sustainable to the environment. So we cannot go back on the industrial revolution. Now today, if you ask, it's like a time cannot be reversed. At least they say, as per the basic laws of physics and the thermodynamics, time is the thing which cannot be reversed. Rest has no meaning. Or even time is notional. Forget about the philosophy. Likewise, industrial revolution has gone ahead. You cannot reverse it. It is like time cycle, and therefore, instead of closing the industry, instead of talking against the industry, let us try to support the industry to restore the environment, to do the things in such a way that environmental disturbance is minimum. I don't say zero. Very practically, as a director of a research institute, I say it cannot be zero at present, but you have to keep it at the minimum. And the whole effort of research, whole effort of environmental research, it has to work hand in hand with industry, because that is the major important stakeholder. And you have to work in such a way that you are avoiding excesses of both the sides. Like in the opening day, when the Honorable Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, he said, if your sustainable solutions, like he said, if one tablet is costing you, or toothpaste is sustainable, totally green toothpaste, and if it is costing you 2,000 rupees per tube, that sustainability has no meaning. So we have to work hand in hand with the industry, and the whole purpose of NEERI is not to close industry, not to stop anything, but make everything as far as possible sustainable to the environment. I always say sometimes, how you define? In a short, if I am going to government department, I would say that NEERI is to make all governmental developmental programs sustainable. I am not going to stop any program of any government or industry. My job is to try to make it as far as environmentally sustainable as possible. And that should be the attitude. And with this, today's meet has been arranged, wherein probably initially what NEERI does, because people know NEERI, but exactly you don't know what kind of role we play, what kind of institution we are. Some people think it's educational institution, some people think it's engineering institute kind of thing. It's something beyond that. It's something more beyond research organization. It is something beyond regulatory organization. And please understand that we are many things, but we are not regulatory agency, definitely not. So we don't go and check industrial pollution, we don't stop anybody, we don't give notices to anybody. That is the last thing which we'll do, unless there is a NGT case or there is a Supreme Court or court case. So that is the purpose of this today's meet, is to let industry understand what NEERI is exactly, what are our research programs, what kind of technologies we have. And industry can think of applications at different scales, whatever NEERI has right now. Also, purpose is to understand industrial problems directly, and how best NEERI can direct our research or our technology development and etc. to meet the needs of the industry, current needs. It should not be that we are doing something which is of no use to industry, and industry is doing something which is of no significance to environment. So we cannot work in two different directions, although environment and industry may appear to contradict each other, but job is to put them together and work together. And with this purpose, this meet has been organized, and I expect that all my NEERI scientists, they will depict NEERI's status properly, whatever we are, without exaggeration. And industry will also actively interact with their own problems, what kind of problems they face as far as environmental issues are concerned. And I request that let the problem first be discussed on technical levels, not on economic levels. Because you can thrash out hundreds of technologies, hundreds of technical solutions, just saying that if bakwas hai, economically it's not viable. That will come last. Initially you thrash the things based on technical things, then later on economics would come. So commercial aspects can be looked into at a later stage. Obviously, I don't say they are to be neglected, but they are to be looked after the technical competency is established. You cannot reject any technical solution just because it appears to be uneconomic, it appears to be difficult, this, that. So there is a need to a very good dialogue, and I hope there will be a good interaction between industry and NEERI. With this, I stop here. All the best wishes. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your address. Now we have our distinguished guest, Dr. Kishore Malviya. Before I invite him to address the participants, I would like to tell him his brief biodata. Dr. Kishore Malviya is currently Chairman of Confederation of Indian Industry, CII Vidarbha Zone, and Director SMS Envocare Limited. He is PhD in Environmental Science from CSIR-NEERI Nagpur and Master of Philosophy in Energy and Environment with a specialization in hazardous waste management. He is also Master of Science in Environmental Science with a specialization in biomedical waste management. Dr. Malviya holds environmental management skills and has experience of more than 15 years. He is responsible for overall business development of environmental infrastructure projects and growth of the company. He currently leads the 8 operational units and 5 consulting units with P&L responsibility in Pan-India and abroad. He is well known for his skills on waste management, decision making, system development, liaising, strategic management, etc. He is also Business Development Head of Environment Division internationally. Working primarily in SMS Limited, he initiated and directed Environment Division. He contributed towards SMS leadership position in the waste management industry internationally. Represents him and served as a leader of Environment Division in different committees, visited more than 25 countries to study their environment management practices for business development, M&A, technology tie-ups, and conferences. Sir, please, I invite you for your address.
It's very heightened. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Ardul Vedya, Director NEERI. Today's chief guest, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, Director, Aluminum Research Institute. Mr. Hakimuddin Ali, Vice Chairman, CII, Maharashtra State. Dr. Amit Bansiwal, Head Business Development, NEERI. And senior officials, esteemed speakers from NEERI and industry friends. My colleagues from the past chairs of the CII, Rahul Dikshit, Ranjit Ji, Shailesh, Vice Chair of CII, Vidarbha Zone, and my industry colleagues across Maharashtra. So, on behalf of Vidarbha Zone CII, we are thankful to NEERI that they have taken up the assignment together to understand what NEERI can do for industry and what industry really needs from the NEERI. So that gap understanding program today under the flagship program of one week, one lab is organized, and we are very much thankful to the Director NEERI for this such a wonderful opportunity to CII organizing this meet for our industry members. I would like to thank CSIR-NEERI for immense efforts and CII team at Secretariat, bringing all people from the Maharashtra, from the IT, from the textile, from the steel. So we have eminent speakers in the today's gathering who will be deliberating their issues, their requirement from the NEERI, what actually we look forward from the NEERI as a different sectors. So we have speakers from the different sectors who will be presenting this. The one day program will provide a platform to all industries and NEERI to bridge the gap between two to understand each other's need and requirement so that future projects, future opportunities can be worked out properly and we work together for the sustainable development. Post the inaugural session, we will have 3 technical sessions like explained in different sectors where the eminent speakers from the Godrej and Dalmia Cement, they will be sharing our experiences. Our Vice Chair Maharashtra State, he will be sharing the experiences of the cement industry, and different speakers from the NEERI will be sharing their expertise, what they have delivered for the NEERI till today, from the NEERI to industry, and what can be delivered in the future. As far as my understanding goes, NEERI is always helping industry in developing the sustainable systems. From last 20 years, I have personally seen the transformation even in Indian industry. Now the industry is not looking for the compliances only. Many corporates, many organizations are thinking towards beyond compliances in terms of sustainability, wastewater management, hazardous waste management, even the air quality management. So and the now introduction of the ESG reporting by the SEBI, the Stock Exchange of the India, the sustainability took a prime importance for all state companies to have proper ESG reporting. So that area I personally see for NEERI to have an in-house team properly who can guide all these 1,000 industries in developing their ESG reporting properly, which can enable to submit to the stock exchange. And that can be a good work for the country, for the industry, and from the NEERI contribution. So that is one of the area I see forward. Another areas are the policy making. NEERI always work on the policy making side, but the industry perspective in the policy making should be considered from the NEERI itself. So there should be always a brainstorming session like this in the future whenever some policy making discussion or policy recommendation done by the NEERI to Government of India, then CII would always be participating in those discussions to give proper inputs from the industry ground level realities, what exactly is the today's picture and what we as an industry sees as a sustainable development. So with this, I thank everyone organized this program. Dr. Bansiwal took a lot of efforts. My CII secretariat from Mumbai, I am really thankful, Swapnil. You are sitting in the corner, but you did important job bringing to many important people for this gathering. So all the best to the whole day session, and we'll see the good outcome from this day meet. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Malviya sir. As indicated by you, let us try to have a very good interaction between NEERI scientists as well as industrial participants. Now today we have Mr. Hakimuddin Ali as our guest of honor. Before I invite him for his address, I would like to read his brief biodata. Mr. Hakimuddin Ali is Vice Chairman CII Maharashtra State Council and Executive Director Dalmia Cement Bharat Limited. Mr. Ali is a mechanical engineer from NIT Raipur with an executive MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur and from INSEAD Fontainebleau, France. As an executive director of Dalmia Bharat Group, Ali is responsible for the revival of acquired Murli cement business in Maharashtra. Murli Industries has an installed capacity of 3 million tons per annum in Chandrapur district and captive thermal power plant of 500 megawatt. It also has a paper and solvent extraction unit in Maharashtra. He is the past chairman of Indian Refractories Manufacturing Association, IRMA, and past chairman CII Vidarbha Zonal Council. So I invite him, Mr. Hakimuddin Ali, for his address.
Very good morning, everybody here. And Dr. Vaidya, Dr. Anupama Agnihotri, I know him since long. We have been interacting in Jawaharlal Nehru Alumni Research Center. Dr. Amit Bansiwal, my friend and colleague Kishore. It's wonderful to be here today and especially representing CII. As you all know that CII has been working on the forefront of green economy. I think all the industries, it's coming to the crux. And that's why I compliment Dr. Vaidya to have organized this session today. It is extremely essential for us to now start driving this concept and the essentiality and the need of this in the MSMEs. I think it's very important for us because large industries has more or less moved towards that. CII has been doing a lot of work in this arena through their green building conclave, sustainable energy goals, UN sustainable energy goals, and have brought the entire thing to the limelight and focus. I personally believe that the quantum of work which is required for MSME, which forms a large base of industry in India and in Nagpur and Vidarbha, is still a long way to go. I think this is as a need and concept, I don't think we need to highlight it. India has already committed for becoming green and net zero by 2070, which is a long way to go. Here I have always a point of view that we said we want a longer time because other economies, European economies have developed. They have done all the evils of burning the fossil fuels and have reached where they have. But we should be allowed slightly a longer time to do that. I am slightly contrary to that. I would always say that this is our opportunity. This is a time that we have now. If we follow the same path that others have followed and did what was not supposed to be done, we'll not be doing justice to the industry, to the overall ecology, to the environment. I think we have an opportunity here because the technologies have started coming. We can actually show the path to the world that we can make the base of our development on a green platform, completely green platform. And I think a lot of industries have come forward. they've started showing the will. There is a huge amount of impetus now that can be seen in large industries. I'm very happy to narrate the example of Dalmia Cements. We are the only company in the world which is now in India, which was represented in Edinburgh with the Prime Minister for signing this green charter, and we have committed that we will be the net zero company by 2040. And there is a lot of work which has already happened. I'm happy to say that our generation is at the level of about 548 kg of CO2 per ton of cement compared to global average of about 650. We are India, not only India's, we are world's least carbon producing cement company, which is extremely a matter of pride for us, and a lot of work has been done. All these things cannot happen overnight. We have worked in the direction of solar. We have got 250 megawatt of solar power plants. We have worked in the direction of alternative fuels, extremely I would say high effort area, because it's not easy, and Kishore knows that, how to consolidate the waste, bring it together. There's a huge workshop today also. I think they will throw light on this, and to use it effectively in our kilns. So we have been successfully able to use 30% of alternative fuels in our kilns, which is a big step forward. By bringing down that much of fossil fuel makes a huge difference, not only to the environment but also to the economy, because it's now, we have also come out with a very clear slogan that green is important, but it is also profitable. That's extremely important for all of us to understand, that these technologies are not only for the sense of environment but also for the economic advantage. At the pricing of the coal and coke, the way it has risen, all these replacements have given us tremendous advantage over others in terms of our overall cost effective base. That's why today we are the least cost cement manufacturer also, or a highest EBITDA cement manufacturer in India. That has been one of our biggest hallmarks. We are the first to have started leveraging the electric vehicles on long distance transportation as well. So we have been deploying heavy vehicles for fly ash, for other areas of transport, so that we can leverage the maximum out of the overall green economy. LNG is another very green fuel, very safe fuel, which we have launched recently. We are working in that direction also. All these initiatives, apart from the power saving initiatives and everything, will lead to a massive change in the overall bottom line that we are targeting. The same thing is applicable for MSMEs. The only difference that happens is that since we are large scale, the capex involved is much larger. We have to invest substantial amount of capex, whether it for alternative fuels, we have to spend almost 30 to 40 crores worth of equipments. For only fluoride bypass, we have to invest almost 100 crores. We have to do for waste heat recovery systems, we have invested 150 crores. Now, those kinds of numbers cannot be justified by MSMEs, and that's where I think institutes like NEERI come into major relevance, that how can we develop very cost-effective technologies for ensuring that we can do the smaller things, the power savings, the work that is happening in small furnaces and other areas. You can make the best out of your energy needs in the small scale industries, and it helps those small technologies will go a long way in terms of really rejuvenating and reigniting the green light in the MSME sector. And I'm really very upbeat about this. The industrialists of Nagpur and Vidarbha are very modern, very forthcoming. I'm sure they will start absorbing these technologies that are coming forward. There are some big technologies which are still in pipeline, which is going to be developed, carbon capturing. If that can happen, I think we can cross the last mile in net zero journey. I think it's still happening. So there's a lot of work which NEERI and institutes like NEERI and the industries can do together, build technologies and make them available to the world. So I'm very happy that we are here today to do this. Some of the discussions today on wastewater management, on hazardous waste, which is an area of my favorite this thing, and also on there are a couple of things on I think what was the third topic is air. So the most important, yes, air and pollution management, which is extremely important for large industries like us, but not only that, but for even very small scale industries which are not or sometimes oblivious of the impact that they are creating on the environment. So thank you very much once again for having this in partnership with CII, and I'm very happy to be here, and I'm sure you all will get benefited from the talks today. Thank you very much, Dr. Vaidya, and thank you very much, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri.
Thank you very much, sir, for informing us about net zero initiatives taken by your industry and various new carbon capture technologies which are in market today. We are very glad to have our chief guest today, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, who is Director, Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center. Before I invite him for his keynote address, I will briefly read his biodata. He is an IIT Kanpur alumnus. Dr. Anupam Agnihotri is having a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Materials and Metallurgical Engineering from VNIT Nagpur. He has served as a visiting faculty to the University of Quebec in Canada, as well as the Hungarian Research Institute under the United Nations Development Programme. Dr. Agnihotri is deeply involved in research activities on aluminium technology related to energy audit, environmental monitoring, modernization programs, low-cost material alternatives, etc. Dr. Anupam Agnihotri is working as Director, Jawaharlal Nehru Aluminium Research Development and Design Center, Nagpur. So I invite him for his chief guest talk.
सबसे पहले तो मैं आप लोगों के लिए 2 लाइन बोलना चाहूँगा. द फ्यूचर ऑफ द नेशन इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट. अभी न पूछो मंजिल कहाँ है, अभी न पूछो मंजिल कहाँ है, अभी तो हमने चलने का इरादा किया है. न हारे हैं न हारेंगे, ये खुद से हमने वादा किया है. डिग्निटरीज ऑन द डायस, ऑफ द डायस, इन्वाइटीज, इंडस्ट्री कैप्टन्स, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट. We have speakers, participants, contributors from NEERI, and members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you here. In fact, at the outset, I'd like to extend my warm greetings. And it's an honor and pleasure to be part of this inaugural session of CSIR-NEERI and CII Joint Industry MSME Meet to deliberate, yes, of course, on waste management, along with environmental challenges and issues of the industry. I appreciate and sincerely congratulate the Director of NEERI, Dr. Atul Vaid, and his entire team for yet another meaningful and productive service to society under the 1 week 1 lab program of CSIR-NEERI 2030. बोलते हैं गुरु से ज्ञान, ज्ञान से मान, मान से सम्मान. इस सम्मान के लिए मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं. Just to mention what Dr. Vaid was talking about, the industrial revolution, how it has progressed, and presently, as all of you know, we are in IR 4.0. You know, the only difference between the last 3 and this one is this particular industrial revolution is disruptive and exponential in nature. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So we have to get ready for that. Pace of development is quite high. Nobody can catch up. And whatever was existing will be disrupted, won't be existing anymore. There are thousands of examples. It won't be anymore incremental. We used to talk about development during industrial revolution. I'll give you an example of a car. The development, incremental development, yes, I have 3-gear car. Next year it's 4-gear, 5-gear, the speed from 100 to 200. So that was a kind of incremental development used to happen when we develop a car or the automobile industry. Today, we are talking about driverless car. Can you imagine that? That's the kind of disruption is going to happen, and all of us has to get ready for that. अभी कोविड-19 शायद खत्म हुआ, अभी फिर से कुछ शुरू हो रहा है. तो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था. दैट वाज अ बिग चैलेंज फॉर होल ऑफ द ह्यूमैनिटी, and we have learned a lot from that. But friends, now there is an even bigger threat we all face, and that is called climate change. Fundamental difference between the two is that The COVID-19 did not give humanity the luxury of time for denial and delay. We didn't have any time for that, to act, react. But climate change is giving us the same, but not for very long. And the similarity between the two, the COVID-19 and climate change, is that both have been a global phenomenon. So all of the world, whole of the world is working on that. As you know, as the world's resources begin to run out and the threat of climate change triggers the concept of responsible production and consumption, along with clean energy to take the center stage. I was reading somewhere that if the way we are producing and consuming, by 2050 on an average will require 2 Earths. 1 Earth won't suffice till 2050 if we don't change our pattern of consumption and production. There's good, like which country needs how much. India will need about 0.9 of Earth till 2050. US will require 4 Earths to survive till 2040. So the time is high. We have to change. So that's the reason people are talking about the responsible production and consumption, clean energy, carbon footprints, circular economy, resource efficiency, carbon credits, and whatnot. There are a lot of commitments also. Commitments by India in this particular era becomes more prominent and converged. You must be knowing there is a United Nations Sustainable Development Goal Agenda 2030 that talks about 17 agendas which hover around making the world sustainable and livable. Out of 17 agendas I was going through, when it comes to the industry sector, when it comes to MSME, 3 of them have going to a very high impact on MSME sector. The very first, affordable, that is agenda item number 7 in that report, which talks about affordable and clean energy. Then comes agenda number 12, which talks about, as I mentioned, responsible production and consumption. And third, the important for MSME will be the climate action. Priority of these 3 agendas will make MSME sector environmentally, economically, and socially sustainable. Now, as I told you, we are talking about circular economy, resource efficiency, carbon footprint, climate change, and sustainability. That is going to take a center stage and will be the focal point of all the government policies and programs. When we talk about sustainability, as you must be knowing, there are 5 P's for sustainability. One is people, second is planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. You know, about 10 years back, there was an address by Dr. C.N. Rao, who was scientific advisor to our PM. He told that, don't take it otherwise, he told the industry in India is interested only in 2 P's. That is product and profit. Now, time has come, we have to add this 5 P's and make it a 7 P program to be sustainable in coming days. Time has come, we have to think about climate change. That reminds me, एक नमक हलाल का बहुत अच्छा डायलॉग था अमिताभ बच्चन का, जिसमें बोलते थे कि I can talk English, I can walk English, I can run English, I can eat English. And the time has come when industry, when MSME has to say, yes, we can talk in carbon footprint, we can buy in carbon footprint, we have to eat carbon footprint, and we have to love carbon footprint. So time has come for that. People are talking about carbon border adjustment mechanism. Do you know that? From 2025, European Union is going to put some kind of a tax. You cannot export your products unless you have already compensated for those carbon footprint. So time is high. That's the reason the government is committing so much for the climate change. And presently, being a part of government, I can share with you, there are 3 programs going, which is going to affect MSME sector also in coming days. One is, already there is a draft policy under consideration by MOFCC, is the zero waste policy. You like it, you don't like it, it will be in place in near future. That is converting all your waste into value addition or making your waste a secondary raw material for some other industry. Second policy which government is working is the recycling, which is the heart of circular economy and resource efficiency. They say nothing should go out of the manufacturing sector. No more downcycling, it has to be upcycling, better product than the original one. And third, the most important, is the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. This is based on PPP principle. When you say PPP, here it's polluter pay principle. Whoever is polluting has to pay for that. Pay for that will be the same kind of a scheme which was there by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, known as PAT, Perform, Achieve and Trade, to improve upon the energy efficiency of the industry. Here it is going to be similar kind of a market-based solution will be there, where the polluter has to buy certificates from the industry proportionate to the kind of pollution they have done. So with that, I'd like to share 3 things with you. Your commitment, your role for the commitment what Government of India has made to the world for the 3 calendar years. One is 2030. India is going to meet 50% of its energy requirement from renewable. The coal production is going to be at peak by 2030 to 1.5 billion tons, and after that it will be stagnant and will start coming down and renewables will take over. Today we are 4th largest renewable energy producer. Now MSME has to think in terms of renewable, what Dr. Ali was doing, and renewables should become part and parcel of the MSME industry. Second commitment, 2047, when India becomes a developed country. That's a dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. The MSME sector comprising nearly, I got the data, 63 million enterprises, 30% contribution to India's GDP, 45% to the manufacturing, 40% to the export, and employment to over 113 million people, and you can become a torch bearer for our dream of developed country by 2047. जब हौसला बना लिया ऊंची उड़ान का, फिर देखना फिजूल है कद आसमान का. Third calendar year is 2070, when India will achieve net zero carbon emission. You must be knowing that commitment by EU is 2050 to become carbon neutral. By China is 2060, and 2070 is the commitment by India. The MSME sector consumes about 25% of total energy of the industrial sector, and about 20 to 30% of energy consumption as well as greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced by adopting what the previous speaker said, energy efficient technologies across the MSME cluster. मंजिल मिले न मिले ये मुकद्दर की बात है, पर हम कोशिश भी न करें ये गलत बात है. So to achieve the commitments made by India to the world, there has to be change in lifestyle, and the sector has to live for the environment. Remember that change is one of the mankind's mysterious creations and is the only permanent thing in the world. And we must adopt it as a sector for sustainable society and nation. So keep moving, keep innovating, and keep changing. I'm once again grateful to NEERI for this opportunity and interaction with MSME sector. I wish all the best and success to the summit. 2 लाइन और सुनाऊंगा. मुश्किलें ज़रूर हैं मगर ठहरा नहीं हूं मैं, मंजिल से ज़रा कह दो अभी पहुंचा नहीं हूं मैं. थैंक यू एंड जय हिंद.
Thank you very much, sir, for your motivational words, reminding us about India's commitments for our future, and informing us about 5 P's of sustainability and all. Thank you very much. NEERI is working in so many different areas and has very good knowledge expertise, and we will like to share this knowledge and expertise with all the industrial participants. So Dr. Amit Bansiwal, Senior Principal Scientist working in NEERI Nagpur, would be presenting NEERI's expertise in his presentation now. So I request all the dignitaries of the dais to please occupy the seats in the front row of the auditorium. Before Dr. Bansiwal starts his presentation, I will read his brief biodata. He is currently working as Senior Principal Scientist and heading the Business Development and Project Management Division of CSIR-NEERI Nagpur. He is also serving as a Professor in Academic of Scientific and Industrial Research, ACSIR. His PhD in Chemistry in 2002 and has 25 years of experience. His research interests include carbon capture utilization and storage, CCUS, and environmental sensing devices. As a head of BD PMD at CSIR-NEERI Nagpur, he is contributing as scientocrat responsible for overseeing industry interface, technology commercialization and deployment, facilitation for smooth execution of large number of projects of national and international importance. He is also looking after human resource development component and is involved with business development, technology licensing, IP management, etc. His primary goal is to take laboratory developments to field deployment for betterment of society and country. So Dr. Amit Bansiwal, I invite you for your lecture.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji, and good morning and welcome you all once again. Respected dignitaries, guests and participants from industry and dear colleagues. As emphasized by our director that to start with any association, it is mandatory to know each other. So, and also as mentioned by Dr. Agnihotri that one of the P, partnership. To build the partnership, it is required to understand each other, and that is what my job at present. Through these slides, I will introduce briefly, I will give you an overview of the NEERI's activities and various components so that you all can have a better idea about NEERI and which can be used for the for building the partnership ahead. So before coming to the current activities, let us have a glance at the history or the past activities of NEERI. NEERI was started in 1958 as Central Public Health Engineering Research Institute because there was a jaundice outbreak, and the then government thought that there should be an institute to work on the water and health related aspects. So that is how NEERI was born. And later, considering the importance of the environment, it was renamed as National Environmental Engineering Research Institute in 1974 by the then Prime Minister Srimati Indira Gandhi. So since then, NEERI is actively engaged in almost every research activities related to environment, although the initial focus as it was started was on water, and lot of activities related to water monitoring and water treatment was carried out. Subsequently, the Air Act was enacted and the waste management was became important, and also urbanization happened. So the other activities related to environment like air quality management and waste management were undertaken very comprehensively at NEERI, and lot of activities were carried out. So we continuously updated ourselves with latest advancements and latest happenings and latest research areas, and use the latest tools to carry out the various activities. Industry, of course, was the partner and is the partner and will be the partner for most of the activities of NEERI, And currently, so these are some of the numbers which actually gives a brief picture about various aspects of NEERI. As mentioned, we have just completed 65 years of existence. We have actively worked in various parts of the globe and almost all the parts of the country. More than 2,500 projects we have completed successfully. The staff strength is presently about 280, including the scientists and technical staff, and also lot of students are there who are our real workforce. A lot of publications. We have worked a lot on IP and patents. Many technological solutions we have delivered related to water, air, and waste management. So, in a nutshell, NEERI is the one-stop solution for environmental activities. We have presently, as I mentioned, we work in almost all the areas of the environmental and science and engineering through various groups or division at NEERI, starting from core areas like air, water and waste management. We also have a strong division working on EIA, the energy resource management, environmental materials, environmental virology, waste processing, chemical and hazardous waste management, of course, important activity for us. Supported by the central instrumentation facility with state-of-the-art instruments for environmental monitoring and analysis, health and toxicity, and cleaner technology and modeling, as those are the crucial aspects of any environmental research. We have worked, as I mentioned, with almost all the major industrial groups and MSMEs and government organizations, international organizations also, PSUs. We have worked a lot, and almost all the major industry groups we have worked, and different category of stakeholders, as you can see here, from government to industry to ULBs, PSUs and international agencies and regulatory agencies, and of course, as I mentioned, industries, one of the major partner of NEERI in all its endeavors. We have worked a lot in several international projects through bilateral programs and other collaborations, and also, as you can see, our activities encompasses all the geographical parts of the country, right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari to Gujarat to Guwahati and all. So I will just give a brief overview of 2 or 3 main core areas, and details will be covered in the subsequent talks by the concerned scientist in upcoming sessions. So I will just very briefly give the overview of 2-3 areas, and then we'll conclude my presentation, as considering the time shortage also. So waste management, as I mentioned, is an important activity, and a lot of expertise NEERI is having related to waste inventorization, characterization, reuse and recycle, disposal, and a lot of activities related to waste, supported by strong R&D related to waste management, recovery of valuables, and all those related activities. NEERI is also the Stockholm Conventional Regional Center for Southeast Asia, recognized by UNEP, and lot of activities related to persistent organic pollutants are being carried out, and subsequent details will be shared by the concerned scientists. In water and wastewater, we also, as I mentioned, actively worked on various aspects covering comprehensively the water monitoring, grey water reuse, and water safety plans. All these activities are related to drinking water and potable water, provided lot of solution. As you can see, the electrolytic defluoridation technology for removal of fluoride, which is a major contaminant in groundwater. Lot of such plants have been deployed in the field. In wastewater, we worked a lot on technological solutions, particularly nature-based solutions, and improved wastewater treatment systems. Also, now actively into the ZLDs and zero liquid discharge, and assisting lot of industry to fulfill those commitments. CETPs and ETPs for industrial clusters, rejuvenations of lakes and water bodies. All these activities are carried out comprehensively under the theme of wastewater. For air pollution monitoring and control, we have also contributed significantly through our various activities like green firecrackers or reduced emission firecrackers developed by NEERI is being commercialized, deployed and used comprehensively throughout the country, and lot of industry, firecracker industry got benefited because of this. And control of VOCs, indoor air pollution, particulate emissions, green crematoria for control of the emissions from the crematoria, improved cook stock for rural applications particularly, and health related studies related to air are being carried out very actively. So these are glimpses of the various technological solutions, just a brief, just a representative slide showing different technological interventions which NEERI has provided and is working on related to wastewater through phytorate technology, solar electrolytic defluoridation. I have also already covered these green crackers and NIRDUR and iron removal, and this NIR flush, which is automatic urinal toilet flusher, also recently is being transferred to one of the industry, and is the high rate transpiration system, green dispo, the sanitary pad disposal systems, and also into the areas like hydrogen storage and delivery, which is in fact the most crucial as far as net zero transitions are concerned. Our partners also include lot of international agencies like UNEP, UNDP, WHO and IPCC, etc., and we have carried out several activities for them jointly. So these are the outreach platforms wherein NEERI industry can hold the hands and work together through various possibilities like through projects, technical services, through compliance activities, research advisory, transfer of technologies, through business meets, and a lot of skill development and training activities we carry out for industry as well as other stakeholders. So there are n number of possibilities to join the hands and work together. So I request you all to please come forward and please share your views, your challenges related to environment you are facing. We'll definitely try to take up the activities jointly and work toward the probable solutions. So thank you very much, and this was just an overview. The details will be shared in subsequent sessions, and if you have any specific query or doubt, or you need more information on any of the aspect, please do let us know at the registration desk. There is a questionnaire form in the kits, so I humbly request you all to fill those forms, which also include information about the area of your interest and any specific technological solutions or services you are interested in. So please fill that form and submit at the registration desk, and please feel free to interact. We want to make this event a very interactive and informal one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amit sir, for showcasing NEERI's strengths. Now I request all the dignitaries to please come on the dais. And I request our director sir to felicitate our guest with mementos. Our chief guest, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri. Today's guest of honor, Mr. Hakimuddin Ali. Our distinguished guest, Dr. Kishore Malviya. Now moving towards the last session of today's inaugural function, I request Amit sir to give vote of thanks.
So very quickly, I will give the vote of thanks because we want to quickly start the sessions. We have very exciting sessions ahead. So on behalf of CSIR-NEERI family, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have made this event happen and coming here and participating in this event. It has been an absolute pleasure to have you all with us today. I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. Anupam Agnihotri, for accepting our invitation. That were at very short notice, sir. So, and taking time from your busy schedule and coming to grace the function, we are really thankful to you. Your words have certainly enlightened us. I would also like to thank our guest of honor of today's event, Dr. Hakimuddin Ali ji, for your kind presence and guiding us. We are thankful to CII, particularly Dr. Kishore Malviya, Mr. Swapnil, and all the team of CII because for partnering with us and means taking the event forward and making lot of efforts to make this event happen. I would also like to thank all the industry partners and guests who have come from all over the Maharashtra and other areas, because that is the most important part, because without participants and without guests, event is no more a successful event. So we are really thankful to all the participants and delegates. I also extend heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, entire NEERI team and CII team, because of their tireless efforts and who have volunteered to take up this the activity to make this event a successful event. So I will, if I have missed any, please pardon me, because time is running short and I would like to quickly move on to the technical sessions. I will end by saying only that if time is money, you all have invested millions on us. So thank you very much and thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Everyone is requested to stand at their place for the national anthem, and then we'll have a short tea break.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Everyone, please be seated on your place and let the dignitaries on the dais move first.
बोलता है बंद करो, ये बोलता है चालू करो, डिस्टर्ब कर
जरूर आई थिंक
Since we are running short of time, so I request everyone to finish their tea break within 10 minutes and please be here at 11:25. डायरेक्टर सरांच्या सोबत असतील ते जा जा जा
टेबलला मागे इकडे आणि यांना पुढं ते पुरा एक आहे क्या नहीं तीन इसको आगे ले लो इसको आगे कर लो पहले याला सामोर घे अभी बहुत आगे हो गया नहीं अभी के लिए वो लगा दो आगे समोर के मागे टी टेबल आहे तो किती जण असं कर ना यू शेप सी शेप नाही थोडा मागे टेबल मागे यालाही मागे और पीछे जाना नहीं मागे नको नहीं जाने तो ठीक है अभी यहाँ से जाना तो है यहाँ से जाना बंद ही कर दो ना बेटर है ये पीछे से जाएंगे हाँ अरे ऐसा करो ऐसा वाला इधर क्या तीन वाला नहीं सर ऐसा ही ठीक है और ये तीन वाला चेयर लगा लेंगे करके देखो फोटो कितने जन है चार और दो इधर लगा अभी नीचे उतरने की जरूरत नहीं है ना कोई कहीं कैसे भी बैठे अगर रहेंगे ना
अच्छा, ये एक बात बताओ, ये जो 15 मिनट का टाइम है इसमें प्रेजेंटेशन रहेगा कि नहीं?
हाँ फास्ट
Capabilities
प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं है ना
फिर है ना?
है ना
है ना?
हाँ
अदरवाइज ऐसा बड़ा बड़ा करने में कुछ मतलब नहीं है।
5 स्लाइड दिखाओ 5 केस स्टडी की और हो गया
5 इधर देख,
मुझे नहीं पता
30 स्लाइड है।
चलो एक डायग्राम पे 1 घंटा बोल सकते हो
थैंक यू मिला के 32 स्लाइड। ठीक है।
2 बजे तक खत्म करना है मैंने आधा घंटा का रखा है इसमें। ये मृणाल दे प्लेट लाऊंगे इसके भी कुछ होंगे पुराने इसमें देख लो
फोल्डर ये बनाया था मैंने डाल दिया आपने
मैं तो पेन
हाँ ठीक है मैं भी पढ़ रहा था
मैं छोड़ना नहीं।
नहीं मैं भी नहीं मैंने एक वीडियो भी डाल दिया है यहाँ पे
प्रेजेंटेशन है ना?
प्रेजेंटेशन है ना मतलब
15 मिनट जो ये दिया।
हाँ 15 मिनट टाइम दिया ना
4 लोग हैं 2 उधर रखो 2 ये सर
चाय बनी है?
चाय बनी ये सर
राव है ना किशोर भगवान थे हमारे को कितनी स्लाइड है 20
ढकलून देते आवाज जाईल का बाहेरपर्यंत है ना
यस यस
पर ये मेरे को वापस
उनको बुलाना पड़ेगा ना पैनलिस्ट को
Everyone is requested to please come in the auditorium for the technical session. Please hurry up.
स्क्रीन डिस्प्ले करून स्टार्टिंगला मिनिमाइज
खाली आहे ना आता
हां नाही
आमचे गेस्ट यायचे आहे ना
हां म्हणजे स्टार्ट करेल मग नंतर मग जेव्हा प्रेझेंटेशन इंट्रोड्यूस करतील ना मॅडम
हो
तोपर्यंत ते मिनिमाइज केले आणि ठेवले असेल ना दुसरं
ये इनको डिस्प्ले कराना है तो इंट्रोडक्शन होगा तब उसको ऊपर कर देना है
इंट्रोडक्शन
इनका डिस्प्ले
मिनिमाइजच करून ठेवलं
बस 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 बस
एकदा इंट्रोडक्शन झालं की
इंट्रोडक्शन होने के बाद फिर आपका कर लेंगे
आय थिंक वी कैन स्टार्ट
हाँ वो एक बेल बजा दो यार कहाँ है वो कागज बजा दो
चालू करिए तो वो
नहीं नहीं आने तो दो यार
ठीक है आपको अनाउंस कराना है
कहाँ है वो कागज कागज
Everyone is please requested to occupy their seats in auditorium. We need to start this session urgently. Volunteers at the gate are requested to please inform the participants to come here. येत आहे ना
आता हे लोक पण
आता शिकून घ्या की बेल कुठलं ते बनवून घे. बघून घ्या बघून घ्या मग फक्त प्रोफेसरांचं आहे आणि त्यानंतर हे जे वानखडे सर आहेत त्यांचं आणि पॅनलिस्ट नाही आहे त्यांचं तर झालं त्यांचं झालं. नाही, ते बोलून गेले ते गेलेले पण आहे. करू start? करू start? Welcome again for this today's first technical session. It is on water and wastewater management, industrial perspective. First presentation will be given by Dr. Girish Pofli. Before I invite him for his talk, I will tell his brief biodata. He is working as a senior principal scientist in Water Technology and Management Division of CSIR-NEERI, Nagpur. He is PhD in Environmental Engineering, ME in Environmental Engineering, and BE in Civil Engineering. He has more than 26 years of research experience, and he has several SCI publications, 6 patents, and copyrights to his credit. The topic of his presentation is NEERI's capability in water and wastewater management sector. I invite Pofri sir for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta, for the introduction. I will quickly move to the presentation, which is on wastewater management system. So dignitaries, friends from NEERI industry partners, I welcome you all. Basically, this session is focused on the NEERI's capabilities, potential, and the work that we have done over last, I would say, 5 decades or more than 6 decades in the field of water and wastewater management system. And we will also highlight our industry institute connection on water and wastewater management system, because NEERI has a very strong background and history of working together with the industry. So the objective of this particular presentation is to showcase Institute's key strengths and capabilities, our state-of-the-art facilities, the Industry Institute link, and I will also give a brief of a few success stories in recent past. And of course, at the end, we will have some discussion on further strengthening Industry Institute association. Our key strengths and capabilities as far as water and wastewater management is concerned, we have a very strong background on conducting basic and detailed engineering packages for setting up of new sewage treatment plants, effluent treatment plants, and common effluent treatment plants. We have a lot of experience on upgradation and retrofitting of existing sewage treatment plants, effluent treatment plants, common effluent treatment plant, infusing modern processes and treatment technologies. Basically, we conduct a lot of treatability studies, and based on the laboratory scale research, we provide feasibility reports to the industry. And thereafter, the industry on their own, they implement the treatment system that NEERI provides. So we also specialize in zero liquid discharge based wastewater treatment technologies for various industries. We have also experience of cost apportionment for CETPs. This is very important in terms of the economy, because industries who are part of a common effluent treatment plant, many times it becomes an issue that how a particular industry should contribute in terms of the money for the operation and maintenance of the CETP. So we have also experience on cost apportionment studies for the CETPs. Wastewater management plant, particularly for open dug mines, this is actually the water part, because we have a lot of acid mine discharge from the mines. So we have also experience on this particular aspect. We also train on operation and maintenance and process control for ETPs, CETPs, and STPs to various agencies. We have conducted a lot of training programs, and even now these training programs are being conducted at site as well as in NEERI. We also support societal missions and scientific support to Honorable NGT, High Courts, and Supreme Courts of India. In later part of my presentation, you will come to know that why NEERI is so much prominent in providing the policy decisions to Honorable High Courts. Then, as far as the water part is concerned, river and water bodies rejuvenation, we have also experience on management strategies for environmentally protected lakes. This work has also been prominently taken up in wide parts of the country. Then rejuvenation of ponds, lakes, and rivers. So this is the key strengths and capabilities. While we do all this work, we carry out a lot of research, and then we provide the solutions. Our major footprint in India, as far as industrial wastewater is concerned, starting from North India in Punjab for Ludhiana, in Ludhiana from electroplating industries. We have worked a lot in Delhi for providing solution to heterogeneous sectors in National Capital Territory, wherein we provided solution to 15 industrial clusters, in which we provided the basic engineering packages for common effluent treatment plants, and thereafter we also commissioned those plants. In Rajasthan, we have very huge experience in terms of the industries for textile, SS rolling mills, food processing sector in places like Pali, Balotra, Bhiwadi, Jasol, Bichuja, Jodhpur, and Bikaner. Then in slaughterhouse in Uttar Pradesh, very recently we have demonstrated upgradation and retrofitting of two large-scale slaughterhouse industries in which nearly 2,000 buffalo were slaughtered, and the capacity was to the tune of 2 MLD to 3 MLD, and there everything was changed. This is a classic example of industry-institute connection. In Gujarat also we have prominent presence. We have a lot of work carried out in this particular sector that includes textile, chemical, dye and dye intermediates, pesticides, food processing, pharmaceutical and heterogeneous sector. In towns like Ankleshwar, Palsana, Nandesari, Surat and Ahmedabad. Very recently we had submitted our upgradation report for 7 common effluent treatment plants. I will just give a case study on that in Gujarat. Then in MP also we have a presence in the pulp and paper sector at Hoshangabad and Rajnandgaon in Chhattisgarh. In Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh also we have experience on chemical, heterogeneous sector, automobile, antibiotic, starting from Tarapur, Mumbai, Dombivli, Thane, Nasik, Pune and Nagpur. We have currently one project and we have participants also from Dombivli, in which we are actually doing the evaluation of the upgradation report and providing solution to them. And then in pulp and paper sector, in agrochemicals in Bhimavaram and Srikakulam in Andhra Pradesh. In Kerala, we have done on the common effluent treatment plant for heterogeneous sector in Cochin. And in Tamil Nadu, we have again very prominent presence starting from the textile, tannery sectors, metal and electroplating and heterogeneous sector, and of course in distillery for ETPs. In various towns, you can see from Erode, Tirupur, Ambur, Vaniambadi, Malagaithop, Ranipet and Chennai. I mean, there was one time every summer we used to be there in Tamil Nadu, spending a lot of time with the starting from medium and small scale industries to all large scale industries. So this is how we have been associated all across the country only on, I'm talking about the industrial wastewater. Apart from that, there have been many such small scale industries all over the country, which you have already seen in Dr. Amit's previous presentation, wherein he showed that our presence in the country. So this is probably CSIR-NEERI is the only institute in CSIR which has so much of connection with the industry in terms of water and wastewater management system. It has never happened that our research was only limited to the lab, and we have just made some publications. So, but these are all the solutions which have actually been implemented on full scale. Some of the major milestones of CSIR-NEERI in terms of the water and wastewater management, we have taken turnkey projects and delivered like common effluent treatment plants at Pali and Balotra. There we provided 3 large-scale CETPs, 2 at Pali and 1 at Balotra in Bardmer district. We have a strong research base on textile, SS rolling mills, pharmaceutical, tanneries, chemical, distilleries, dye and dye intermediates. This one is really difficult. Then slaughterhouse, pulp and paper, and RO and nano filtration rejects. Nowadays, this is the crux of entire treatment system, because recycle and reuse is becoming more and more prominent. So this work is also being taken up by CSIR-NEERI. We have developed a lot of techno-economical treatment systems for various industrial wastewaters, ZLD system for ETPs and CETPs. Very recently, we are working on the reject management systems for some of the automobile and petrochemical industries. And of course, societal missions, as I mentioned before, for the support of the Honorable High Courts and Supreme Courts. We do have state-of-the-art facilities in NEERI that includes our human resource. We have highly qualified and self-motivated multidisciplinary scientific team having strong research background in the field of civil, environmental, chemical, electronics and instrumentation engineering, chemistry, biotechnology and microbiology. So we have a right combination of human resource. Since environmental science and engineering is a multidisciplinary field, we have the right combination which can tackle all sorts of problems pertaining to the environmental science and engineering. We have a very good, sophisticated, state-of-the-art analytical instrumentation facility for various physiochemical, biological, and microbial analysis. So we, whenever we conduct any project or any work, we do have the strong background of what is being actually, required to tackle the problem of industry. We also have bench scale facilities for conducting laboratory scale treatability studies. This is our very strong, I would say, facility, because this gives us an idea that what exactly we should replicate on full scale, so that the industry gets the permanent solution. So we have a lot of laboratory scale treatability study reactors which give us an idea. So after this third session, you will have an opportunity to visit our exhibition as well as some of the laboratories. Then you can witness these facilities. Then, of course, we have a very good knowledge resource center, probably one of the best, I can say, in India, which gives you the literature, online access to highly reputed SCI national and international journals and reference books in all spheres of environmental science and engineering. This is just to show you that these are all the parameters. Like I have just listed the parameters which we normally carry out while we conduct any research or any project on industrial wastewater. I have specifically included only physiochemical and heavy metals. Like there are other parameters like microbial parameters also. But as far as industry is concerned, most of the parameters are relevant. But other than this, we do have a sophisticated facility for analysis of the microbial parameters. So this is all about our capabilities and potential and infrastructure. I would like to briefly cover the recent success stories on industry. Very recently, we had worked on 7 CETPs at Ahmedabad, Gujarat, wherein we got this assignment from Gujarat Pollution Control Board. The Honorable High Court of Gujarat took suo motu cognizance of the state of Sabarmati River, and they asked GPCB to conduct adequacy assessment studies for 7 common effluent treatment plants in Ahmedabad, and asked to upgrade or retrofit the existing performance. So you can see that there are 7 CETPs starting from as low as 0.1 MLD, that is 100 meter cube per day, to as high as 100 MLD, wherein lots of industries they were in question. So the Gujarat Pollution Control Board approached CSIR-NEERI, and then we carried out all these studies, which included the secondary data collection on CETPs, O&M practices, their performance at various stages. Then this was the major component that we did, the performance assessment of CETP at various stages, like operating flow capacity assessment, physiochemical characterization, performance indicator parameters, and then of course finally we recommended some measures to upgrade the treatment plants. In all the CETPs, I will be presenting a brief of this particular CETP that is called Naroda Enviro Private Limited, GIDC Naroda, where you can see that consent capacity is around 14 MLD. They got the consent for treating the 14 MLD, but the present flow, the existing flow was only 5.37 MLD, despite the fact that the flow was even 30% of the consent capacity. The CETP was unable to meet the prescribed norms. So what is that? The CETP Naroda actually receives pre-treated effluent from the chemical, engineering, pharmaceutical, pesticides, food and textile member industries, including sewage. This particular CETP receives wastewater from all these sectors, in which you can see that 38% of the wastewater is from chemical industry, 10% from food, 19% from textile, and they also have provision to collect the sewage. If you look at the characteristics of this particular stream, that is chemical stream, you can see that the TDS was nearly 35,000, fixed dissolved solids were around 31,000, COD is around 3,000, and BOD is 300 milligram per liter, apart from color also being a major factor in this particular industry, because it has dye and dye intermediates industries also. So the treatment scheme that was provided consisted of some physiochemical precipitation. They were using only some coagulant. And then after that, there is some treatment system called automated chemostat treatment, ACT1, then provided anaerobic reactor, then ACT2, then again some physical chemical precipitation followed by some tube settler and secondary clarifier. This was the treatment scheme provided by the CETP for chemical stream. And then for the rest of the three streams, that is sewage, textile, food, they have some equalization, activated sludge process, tube settler and disinfection followed and final discharge. So the major issues that we observed after we worked in the CETP, you can see that a three-stage biological treatment system was provided for the chemical stream despite the low BOD-COD ratio, like the BOD-COD ratio was only 0.05 to 0.09. They have provided three-stage biological system and very high color intensity. The prominent observation was the MLSS and MLVSS in all these automated chemical bioreactors 1 and 2 were very low, and the MLSS fraction was only 48 to 58%. Despite the fact that TDS concentration actually suppress the oxygen transfer in biological system, this system was provided for this high TDS. Though the capacity was 14 mld, but it could not even perform at 40% of the flow. So the big question was, how would they meet the 14 mld requirement? If it can't meet the 40% flow rate, how would they comply the norms for 14 mld? So I will come to later in my last slide that what is the thought that industry actually, or some consultant, they tell that how we should try to meet our the compliance norm. Then we carried out some, the other thing was prominent was, like I mentioned, the CETP did not meet all the prescribed standards with respect to BOD, COD, chlorides, ammonium nitrate, ammonium nitrogen, phenol, sulfide, sulfate, total phosphate, and all that. So, and another point was that CETP was also not able to meet the prescribed inlet norms, because every CETP, such CETPs have also inlet norms. So that I did not mention here. So we carried out some advanced oxidation treatment studies using ozonation at this pH and at various doses, which did reduce the COD and BOD concentration. However, the color removal was not very significant, because color is also one of the important our discharge parameter. It's only 100 as per PTCO scale. And you can see that the operating cost of CETP, considering the chemicals, energy consumption, maintenance and repair, the manpower cost was nearly 77.31, so nearly 80 rupees meter cube per meter cube was the cost. So despite spending so much money, the CETP was not able to meet the prescribed norms. So based on all the studies we had, starting from the inlet to the final, we made a lot of recommendations. Some of the major recommendations I am going to highlight here. That to ensure influent quality accordance to the prescribed CETP inlet norms, this was one of the major recommendations. It is also observed that many CETPs or even effluent treatment plants, what they do is they provide equalization with diffuse aeration, or they also mix, they start neutralizing over in equalization tank itself, which is not correct. So we should preferably provide mechanical mixing, and this should be at more than 15 watts per meter cube. This is minimum which needs to be given in equalization. Then all the damaged units, including outlet structure and all those things, we ask them to correct and repair. There is one more factor. Since the chloride and TDS concentration in influent are very high, it was recommended to analyze COD to address the interference of chloride concentration. This is very important, because with chloride interference, COD analysis is always erroneous, and we should take account for the chlorides present while we analyze COD. Then it also had copper in the WT extract in the centrifuge sludge, which above the permissible limits, and which is classified as hazardous waste. So that was also recommended to dispose as per the hazardous waste management rule 2016, and should not be stored in CETP at any point of time, because we did observe a lot of sludge was stored in the CETP premises, which is again not good. So we then proposed some modification in the upgradation of the system. Then what we did that we actually segregated the chemical effluent and we asked them to conduct advanced oxidation process such as hydrodynamic cavitation. We asked this particular treatment to be implemented for the chemical stream, and then primary clarifier and pre-treated chemical treatment effluent to be obtained. So this particular treatment system, why hydrodynamic cavitation? Because we have experience on evaluation of hydrodynamic cavitation for chemical industries at Nandesari, which is very effective in terms of removal of recalcitrant organics and also color. So this was recommended. Initially, we recommended them to install at let's say 100 meter cube per day capacity and then test it so that its efficiency can be checked. Then the pre-treated chemical effluent obtained was proposed to be mixed with sewage, textile and food, and then equalization, anaerobic treatment and rest of the treatment. So while recommending this, we did not propose any additional infrastructure. Whatever infrastructure was available with the CETP, that particular infrastructure was used, and then we only asked them to reroute the flow of wastewater, and all the existing infrastructure was used, and we suggested to put hydrodynamic cavitation on pilot scale. But when the industry got the results of hydrodynamic cavitation on say 500 meter cube at Nandesari, they were so impressed that they did not go for 100 meter cube. They straight away going for the entire 3 MLD implementation. Now this particular treatment scheme is being implemented at Naroda. So the industry is benefited, all the industry is benefited. 3 MLD hydrodynamic cavitation plant is being implemented and keeping all the existing infrastructure same. I mean, we did not ask any addition, or we did not ask to put some additional units, with only changing the piping and the flow of the treatment system. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, this is the one I was talking about. There is one recommendation that we gave. It's always a question. Industry or even pollution control boards or NGOs, they also they ask this whether we should have sewage as a dilution in CETP or the industrial wastewater. So as such, there is no standard about dilution of industrial wastewater with sewage because it has both advantages as well as disadvantages. So in this condition, what should we do actually? So industry is not aware. It is a myth that dilution will actually help in increasing the biodegradability, or it will also reduce the TDS, or it will minimize the color. But then there are two scenarios. So what are the advantages? The dilution with sewage may enhance biodegradability. I'm not saying it certainly will enhance the biodegradability, but it will reduce some color, and it will of course help in reducing the TDS and industrial wastewater. Because if you have a high amount of color and recalcitrant, your biodegradability will not increase. The disadvantages, it has more disadvantage like dilution with sewage, unnecessarily increase hydraulic load, increase reactor volume sizes, and thereby it will actually increase the capital and recurring cost. So this is also one important aspect one should understand, and sometimes we keep listening from the industry that we should take sewage from municipal corporations and add into our industrial wastewater so that it becomes amenable for treatment and our treatment becomes easier. But that's not the case. So in what condition we should recommend this? So accordingly, if the industrial wastewater has low TDS and color and having biodegradability of this scale, like if it has more than 0.3 biodegradability, then we should go for addition of sewage. Then in that case, it will be good, because you will have biodegradability, so that you can provide sufficient removal through biological treatment. If the industrial wastewater has high TDS and color and low BOD ratio, let's say less than 0.1, like in the case I was discussing, it has maximum BOD ratio of 0.09. Even adding sewage won't help, and you are actually putting more burden on the CETP, like in terms of operation and maintenance. So this is, in that case, is not desirable. And then the myth is that addition of sewage must not be considered for the sake of dilution or of TDS and fixed dissolved salt, because you are not going to dilute sewage, and at the end of the day you will still have TDS and FDS that will become a more problem for you to treat when it comes to treat reject or the membrane processes, through membrane processes. So it's not advisable. So this is all we gave some recommendation to this. And in the end, there has been always, NEERI's, inclination towards industry. Industry also has inclination towards NEERI. So in the end, why us? Well, we are NEERI because we do science, not because whatever we do is science. Basically, we are known because we do science, and for the same reason that we don't claim anything, like in morning director was saying that don't exaggerate, or we don't have tall claims. So this is the first reason that we stick to science, and this has made us NEERI. And we have zero tolerance against pollution. We do not say that this particular thing is good or bad. So we conduct only ethical research and good lab practices. We have a fair and transparent approach, no bias, no preferences. We provide site and case specific solutions which are techno-economically and environmentally sustainable. I wanted to add a couple of things here, but I did not, that I can speak of. We don't do policing. We are actually friends to the industry. But when it comes to speak the truth, we always speak the truth. We have been working for the sake of environment, for the sake of industry. This is all that make us, a favorable institution for the industry, and we have such a good connect. So this is what I had to talk about wastewater management in NEERI that we are doing. Thank you very much for your patience hearing, and I will be very happy to answer the question and answer in the next session, or in the end of session. Thank you very much. I think there is after the presentation there is a Q&A session, so you can ask. Okay. Yeah, there is a question and answer after this presentation, so you can ask. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pofri sir, for providing good information on CSIR-NEERI's pan-India work, especially on industrial wastewater management. Now I'll invite our next speaker, Mr. Piyush Wankhede, Deputy Manager, HCL Technologies Limited, HCL Foundation. Before he starts his presentation, I'll briefly go through his biodata. Mr. Piyush Wankhede is currently Deputy Manager at HCL Technologies and is the location in charge HCL Foundation, Pune and Nagpur. HCL works very extensively in the sustainability area. He is currently leading the CSR projects, Nagpur and Pune at HCL Foundation. Piyush is a thorough development professional with decade of experience in the development sector. In the past, he has worked with the Education Department of Government of Andhra Pradesh and the Higher Education Department, Government of India. He is proficient in NGO management and project management. He believes in the convergence model for implementation of social development projects with participation of all the stakeholders. By this introduction, I invite Mr. Wankhede for his talk.
A very good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, let me start by congratulating NEERI on completion of 65 years of its existence and celebrating the 65th anniversary. Let me also thank both CII and NEERI for giving me this opportunity to share the work that we do at HCL Foundation, which is the CSR arm of HCL Tech, nationally, internationally, and at the local level. Now, before I start, let me acknowledge very honestly that for someone like me, it is very easy to develop cold feet to talk at such a distinguished platform in front of such illustrious minds of the country. But what gives me the power, courage, and strength to speak to all of you is the organization that I represent, the kind of work that HCL Tech and HCL Foundation does, and a very dynamic and passionate team that I represent here today. Having said that, I take it from where Dr. Malviya mentioned that, a lot of companies, a lot of industry is moving beyond the idea of, compliance in terms of, all the green requirements and all of that. And in one way or the other, HCL Tech also has become a pioneer in moving beyond the compliance model and doing even a little bit more than what is required by the law and by the mandate. Now, why I say that is also because the testimony stands for itself, where we as HCL Tech have been topping the charts in terms of ESG, and this is very early on when the ESG model has been introduced. And we, through that study and that survey, it was found that we are already doing pretty well on the ESG standards. Not just that, we started, working at home, as Professor Vaidya was also telling us in the morning, that where do we take as a starting point? We took our homes as the starting point, right? So us being an IT industry, we did not really have a lot of problem of emissions and, water pollution through our production. However, that did not stop us from doing our bit, right? So we continued, collaborating and working towards meeting the national and international goals. And how it started at home is, of course, we started working within our own administrative teams. We started working with almost 2 lakh kind of employee base that we have, right? So how did we start working with our employee base? We currently at this point, we are close to 2.2 lakh people across the globe as far as HCL Tech is considered. We started talking to each one of them through various surveys, through various informative sessions. And very happy to share with all of you that on this World Water Day, at least 1.3 lakh people took a pledge, to conserve water at their own daily basis practices, both at the offices and at their homes. Not just that, but also the admin teams have worked very hard across all the campuses to ensure that we do not, contribute toward wastewater or sewage water to be let out in open. Most of our campuses have, in fact, all of our campuses have a very active STP plant functional, which takes care of all the sewage that, comes out of the campuses. Again, very happy to inform all of you that the Nagpur campus has been, given the platinum certification in terms of both IGBC and USGBC ratings. So, and perhaps we are the only campus at this scale where we have a land parcel of close to 150 acres plus with more than 4,500 employees. We perhaps at that scale in the city are the only institution that has received a platinum certification, right? So this is how we started things at home, but we did not limit it to that. We, of course, went out in the communities and we started looking at the problems that are there. So how did we do that? The company has a very active CSR foundation, which is called the HCL Foundation, and through that, we have reached out to the communities and the planet at far and wide, right? So under the urban development program, which started somewhere close to 2014 itself, when the CSR law came into being, we incubated a very interesting program on environment, and we were still learning on what environment does, what happens in the environment, how things are going wrong, where are things going wrong, how can we contribute. And we started thinking on those ideas, and somewhere down the line in the year 2019, we identified the environment vertical, which is now called HCL Harit, as a distinct flagship program with special focus on environment-related issues. And under that particular flagship program, we contribute our bit towards, safeguarding the environment and the biodiversity at large. Of course, I can go on talking about what we do under the urban development space and what we do on the environment bit. But let me limit to the issue of water that we are tackling at this point under this session today. To identify water as one of the primary resources, not just at the industry level, but also at the community level is very important. And again, drawing from where Professor Vaidya was telling us in the morning, that when we start thinking about the issues, more often than not, we start thinking about, community and the problem of water, industry and the problem of water, X and the problem of water, urban local body and the problem of water, but that's not how the problems are, right? That's for us to make a mental map of identifying the areas of problem. But when it comes to solution, as was also read in my bio, we are a very, we are an organization which works very strong on the convergent approach, where we do not identify, individuals as communities or urban local bodies or IT industry for that matter. We try and bring all these agencies together to one platform towards tackling the issues of around environment and any other social development issue for that matter, right? So what did we do? We identified that, there is a lot of degradation that is happening of water bodies in different shapes and form in the communities where HCL Tech is present, where HCL Foundation is present. And because of that degradation, there is a lot of ill effects that are happening to the health of the community, to the biodiversity that is flourishing. Again, through degradation, they were not able to flourish in those vicinities. So we started identification of such water bodies at the first place, right? So as Professor was also mentioning in his presentation, that NEERI has also worked a lot on rejuvenating water bodies. And that's the first assignment that HCL Foundation also took under the water conservation initiative of HCL Harit. So we identified at least 105 such water bodies which are located across cities, across geographies in the communities where HCL Foundation is implementing its program. And it is not just that we went to that water body and we did something to that water body and came out. So we spoke to the community on why that particular issue is happening. Why is there that biodegradation or the biodiversity is getting degraded in that particular area, and address the root cause of the problems that were identified. So more often than not, it was because of the activities, the income generation activities that the communities were involved in had caused a lot of degradation of these water bodies, right? So, us rejuvenating the water body and moving out wouldn't have been a sustainable model, right? Because that would have meant that the same example that Professor gave us in the morning, कि 2000 रुपए का अगर पानी का बोतल खरीदना पड़ रहा है, then it doesn't make meaning, right? So any kind of rejuvenation of water body wouldn't have made sense unless we also addressed at the same time the income generation activity that the communities have been doing traditionally in those areas were also addressed. So that's the approach that we took. We spoke to the urban local bodies as well. We try and saw how these communities that have been using that water body and perhaps have more ownership of that water body more than us who go as an outsider just to, tell them that this is why this has happened. So we went with a very, soft-handed approach. We did not go sitting on a high horse telling them that, your activities have caused all of this, but explain to them through a lot of training, through a lot of, awareness activities that this is why it has happened and this is the solution for it. So it's not just a single-pronged approach where we went and we used expertise of organizations like MS Swaminathan Research Foundation We have also worked with different NGOs who have been working on the problem of water and rejuvenation of water bodies at large for a very long time in this sector. I am also very happy to share with all of you that at some point when we were doing similar activities at Nagpur, we were duly supported by scientists at NEERI. So a big round of applause for all those people who have contributed. Right? So this is the approach, and more than enlisting the numbers or figures on how many water bodies have been rejuvenated, on how much water has been collected through rainwater harvesting systems, on how much carbon has been sequestered through our afforestation. I would really want all of you to look at the convergence model that we have been following at HCL Foundation. And of course, what we are doing today, we of course are striving to do more and more of it. We do not want to limit ourselves just to that. Very happy to share again with all of you that all of our efforts were duly recognized by the Government of India also. And very recently, last month, we participated as HCL Foundation at the World Water Convention that was organized at the UN. So we were able to represent the country and be part of the contingent and represent all the work that we have been doing under the water conservation aspect. So that's the approach that I just wanted to highlight to all of you, and this is not possible. And perhaps this is one of the approach that we would want to showcase more and more. To draw from what our aim stands for, we as I draw from the we draw a lot from the vocabulary that the parent company that we report into. We want to be the source code of transformation on both socio-economic as well as environment front. So this is one model, this is one source code that we have developed, devised, practiced. There has been a lot of feedback mechanism that has been active, and it has been developed over a course of time for other organizations, for other industries that are present here today, for the science lab that we are working and talking at today. So it's a model that we want to present to all of you, that this is one way that things could be tackled. And very happy to also inform with all of you that we are open to working with more and more industries towards contributing towards sustainable development goals, and all the areas of interest that we share in common. Would love to invite all of you, both the academia as well as the industry, to work with HCL Foundation much more than what we are already doing. So that's pretty much about what I wanted to say, but happy to take questions in the subsequent session with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Piyush sir, for sharing your thoughts and informing us about various achievements and efforts taken by HCL Technologies. CSIR-NEERI has developed one software on water distribution network, and Dr. Abha Sargaonkar is the investigator of that software. I request her to briefly describe that work.
आप बताइए.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you, Sangeeta. In water sector, NEERI has been working in water resources management and water supply management. Various projects NEERI has done. Water distribution system has been designed in the past for various cities in India. So taking this work forward, we have developed one software rather two softwares you can say for water supply network. We know the water distribution systems in urban cities are very old, and even though they are designed for pressurized systems, they are operated for intermittent supply. So this is a major issue in water sector and water supply systems. This not only gives a problem in low pressure water supply, but also the contaminant intrusion into the water supply system when the pipes are empty and there is negative pressure in the pipes. So contaminated water supply and low pressure water supply, these are the major issues. To take care of these problems, we have developed a risk PINET software, that is the risk assessment in pipe network. So pipe condition assessment and contamination risk assessment, these are the two major issues and problems we can address using these softwares. These are very user friendly. Mathematical modeling based approach has been taken, and they are GIS based softwares, so you can go to the site exactly where the pipe has problems, where the pipe has the failures, where there are contaminant intrusions into the system, and you can have the replacement plan, systematic replacement plan for over the years for municipal corporations. You also get the cost estimation for the planning that you want to propose. So these are basically for municipal corporations and the consultants or the operators who are in the operation and maintenance of the water supply system. Earlier we talked about PPP models, polluter pays practice. Here the PPP, we term it as public-private partnership. So there are many public-private partnerships in cities, and the operators are in charge of the distribution system management. So where is the data? The distribution system network, sewerage network, these all data resides with the operator and not the municipal corporations. They do not have the expertise to operate these models. So how do we collect the data is a major challenge. So to get this data in a systematic format, we have developed a portal, SAFRA WDS. This is a systematic database framework for water distribution system, but though it is named as water distribution system, it can store the data of water supply, sewer network, road network, anything. If possible, if you are interested, you can also extend this to your industry premises, as we have mapped our infrastructure in NEERI campus on this portal. So we are showing just 2 minutes video of SAFRA WDS. If you are interested, I don't know about risk PINET, but if anybody is interested, we are open for discussion about risk assessment of water distribution system. But just have a brief look about the SAFRA WDS portal, which is for asset management. Thank you, Sangeeta. When we are doing water safety plan projects for various cities in India, Hyderabad, Nagpur, Amravati, Pune, what we found that a lot of data is scattered. What we require for water supply network, sewage network, for bringing drinking water safety in for the communities, then this data is required for analysis purpose. So this data resides with different departments. Water department, sewage department, road department, and this is essential for analysis and decision making purpose, that what is the condition of the pipe in the water supply network and which pipe needs replacement or rehabilitation, what is the cost involved in replacement of pipes. So making this decision becomes difficult if the data is insufficient and scattered. So to make this data in organized form, what we need a systematic database framework. So that's why we have developed this portal.
The most important thing in this portal is that we have developed that portal considering not only the ISO only or AMRUT guidelines, we also considered about the OGC compliance. Most of the people may heard about that. That is Open Geospatial Consortium, which assures that if your portal or if your things are in OGC compliance. It means that data can be accessible to any format, any devices or any platform. It can be accessible to mobile, it can be accessible to tablet, it can be anywhere. You can access that data. So this is one of the platform. You can access the data by going to the website and you can access the data. But if you do not want to visit that website and if you have any device which support OGC, means we support GIS data. So we have developed this portal in such a capacity that all of the municipal corporation, not only Nagpur Municipal Corporation, but all the municipal corporation in India can have a login in this, can they put their data in that. Of course, each and every data is encapsulated from one user to other. Only the user, which is the owner of the data, can access that data with their login and password or another interpret key. The portal is also secured by SSL certification, so all the data, all the transaction is secure.
This is a very important topic, and NEERI has been working on this since long. I think there are 2-3 softwares, 2-3 versions of we have been going ahead with and improving upon the softwares which we have developed in the past. The latest version is this SAFRA WDS.
तो डेटा सभी जगह एक तरह से न्यू आइल है, इसमें आपका रेवेन्यू बचने वाला है, आपके मेंटेनेंस की कॉस्ट बचने वाली है, आपके एफर्ट्स बचने वाले, आप सिस्टमेटिक तरीके।
ओके, थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Abha ma'am and Ashish, for this brief description of SAFRA WDS. Now we will be having panel discussion on this topic. And a question and answer session will also be there. So I invite our panelists, Dr. Anand Rao, Dr. Girish Pofri, Dr. Kishore Malviya, and Mr. Piyush Wankhede to come on the dais. Dr. Anand Rao is our ex-scientist. He has worked in NEERI Nagpur for more than 32 years, and his specialization is wastewater management. He has 165 SCI publications, 12 patents, and 8 PhD students. Dr. Girish Pofri is the moderator of this session, and Dr. P.V. Nidesh and Engineer R. Karthik are the conveners. I hand over now this podium to Dr. Pofri.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Since we are running short of time, I will like to quickly take up a couple of questions and also invite the panelists. First, I invite Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao has been, is informed that has been senior chief scientist and head of wastewater technology division. I would request to him to throw some light on the industry institute link and how it can be further, strengthened. So your views on the industry institute link and for the strengthening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Girish. I think it's, good afternoon to all of you. Since morning we have been hearing experts in the area, water, wastewater, particularly in sustainability angle of management of environment and everything. And what comes to my mind at this point of time is, in the sector of water, there is a lot of dynamism happening now in the world. Kind of digital water is the term that is being talked about now, right from water resources, water resource management, supply management, quality management, and then you have treatment. Post-use of water, you have treatment technologies which are coming, like wastewater treatment technologies, like Dr. Girish told. And then recycle, reuse. A large part of water we use, we should be returning it to purposes, uses and everything. The whole cycle, water cycle, is being now revisited from the point of view of creating sustainability in the sector. That is what is happening. And then each one of us, industry as well as users, consumers, and scientists like NEERI scientists and others, they all have critical role to play in this, in the proposal of creation of sustainability in the water sector. Now we are into summer. Some of us will experience shortage of water, and that means what? We do not have enough water resources, or we do not have properly managed water resources to sustain our water requirements. So we, of course, need to plan properly before the onset of summer, which of course some urban local bodies do take such exercises to manage the water supply to affected areas and everything. But overall, consumers should also have a bent of mind to control the use of water. Wherever it can be cut, it should be cut. Use as little as possible for the purposes. This is one message I would like to give here. Secondly, like Dr. Girish and others have also projected, NEERI has quite a good basket of capability in water and wastewater management activities. Now in this one, I have some association with some industries in Nagpur and other areas. So what I understand from the perspective of industrialists, what they are looking at institutes or academia is, they of course should continue to work with developing new technologies, but industries would like to have technologies which have potential to reduce footprint. Okay? Footprint in terms of carbon, footprint in terms of land, footprint in terms of economy also. So if these 3 or 4 factors, if they are combined together, what is required is we have to gear up to provide technologies which have potential to use less land, less cost, more efficient technologies in this sector. So I would request our group, scientists in this sector, water, wastewater sector, to retune their activities in a way that they answer some of the requirements of the current industrial requirement. That is one of the things, one thing I would like to say. Moreover, automation is also coming up wherever possible. Automation is coming up. Flow meters, of course, everybody knows. Leak detectors, everybody knows. Similarly, online water quality management systems have also been deployed. But what I find in the industry part is they need more qualified operators. That means what? There should be a sector, an institute, or a part of institute which should be capable of providing training, operator training. NEERI has been doing it since quite a lot of time, and many people got trained from NEERI in journal labs as well as in the central laboratory here. But I think the magnitude of training that we create, that should be enlarged now. More people, more students should be capable of, we should actually prepare managers, water managers, I tell. So both wastewater and water, everything. So our capability should now be divulged into various, modern demands, new demands by the industry. So retuning our activities in a way that we are capable of meeting the current demands is the order of the day. That's what I want to communicate or convey to our audience here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for touching upon the important areas and just suggesting us how we can further improve in the water and wastewater management sector, especially like the skill development, the automation. All these parts are, all these factors are really important, and the industry as well as NEERI look forward to implement in this. So now I invite Dr. Kishore Malviya to, I would specifically like to understand from him that what is today's industry's, requirement, what are the major challenges they are facing, and how NEERI can, help in associating industry in terms of wastewater management, water and wastewater management. Though you have spoken about the overall, features of the environment, but specifically with reference to water and wastewater, what is that the industry is looking towards NEERI? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As far as industry is concerned, we always work on the financials. Okay, so what financial supports this particular technology. For example, nowadays across the country, we talk about the ZLD systems. Every industry is being forced by the regulatory authorities that you go for ZLD systems. And industry, without realizing, because of legal pressure, going for the full stream of ZLDs. So where NEERI can interfere or can have a solution that, okay, some stream identification and only the high TTS stream can go for ZLD, rest can be non-ZLD. So that knowledge sharing, partnership with industry from NEERI and populating this knowledge with all industry, that we are the people who can assess your systems, we can guide you, and we can make your numbers better in the full compliance. Because X stream, Y stream, Z stream all together becomes the costly. Only X requires ZLD, not Y and Z. So that knowledge is one of the area can be really shared with the all industry. Second is a part of the training. When we talk about the skill development or training on the operators, the training at the top level also is required at the management of the industry, so that they realize where the money is consumed in the wastewater treatments. And for my understanding, the maximum money consumed in wastewater treatment is electrical cost. And if it is monitored properly, you can go for the high efficiency systems. Instead of operating 10-year-old motor, you can go for the i5 motors. You can put the capacitors. You can maintain the proper PA for the particular system. And if the top management start asking MIS of the electricity consumed per meter cube on the wastewater, that will give a lot of insights to upgrade, and the management will be having a knowledge to put the new cost as an asset. Otherwise, they always say, no cost to this ETP, no cost to ETP. But where NEERI can showcase the model, look, replacing this motor is a 3 years payback period. So that kind of knowledge sharing methodologies or some projects can be created and share through the CII kind of platform. We share with the industry. We can have workshop on specific models where industry is benefited in terms of economics, sustainability and compliances. So legal, technical, social, financial, all parameters are achieved. And that is one of the input from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Kishore, for highlighting very important aspects of the economy and sustainability and efficiency, and of course the training and skill development, because at every level the industry needs to be upgraded and informed about the aspects of wastewater management with high efficiency and of course sustainability. So thank you very much. I now invite a quick remark from Mr. Piyush, though you have just spoken, but with reference to water and wastewater management, what you would like to, your views, what do you expect from us so that we can, further strengthen industry institute link? Yeah.
Sure. So I would rather request NEERI's support in terms of, we have been doing a lot of environment education as well as part of our CSR as well. And to a large extent, the area of environment education is still very nuanced for a lot of us. It's not taken seriously. It is just taken as an extra credit course for a lot of students. And we are not able to make that kind of an impact to the future generation, and we are not, making them adept enough to, tackle with the issues, or perhaps not encourage any issues in future with regards to environment. And I know for a fact that NEERI has been working on environment education for a very long time. Perhaps where we could join hands is implementation of such environment education programs at the school level, maybe at the college level at some stage. So that's one area where I think NEERI and ITSEL Foundation definitely can join hands.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We actually have a dedicated training and skill division in which we provide a lot of training to the environmental stakeholders, urban local bodies, students. So certainly we can tie up with you in this particular program. So thank you very much for your input. Now I can, since we are running short of time, we will have some questions and answers session. I'm already seeing that couple of hands raised. So we have some questions Yeah, we can take the, yeah, surely, and then, yeah, please. Please tell to whom you want to ask the question.
Hello. Yeah, Dilip Sonwane from Tata Consulting Engineers. This SAFRA water distribution networks, it looks interesting, particularly when we are talking of condition assessment and the replacement plans. Now, when it comes to softwares, or the software industry and the companies, the changes and upgradation happens maybe after every 5 years, 10 years. And whatever we developed say 10 years back, unless we update it, it becomes null and void. So how NEERI supports if somebody is using that platform today and tomorrow because of the upgradation in the software industry, that may not remain useful if the upgradation doesn't happen at the source level. So how NEERI will support on this?
Yeah, so Dr. Abha, may I request you to kindly answer?
Yes, right, sir. Software industry is always upgrading every year. New versions are coming. We are also evolving like that only. Ours was earlier 1.0, now we are in 2.0. And maybe next year or in few coming years, we will be 3.0, which will be web-based technology for users.
Sir, my name is Pradeep Maheshwari. I am working as an independent consultant, and basically my background is in mining and mineral processing. In fact, actually, I am very impressed with this particular software of water distribution, water management, and infrastructure management, all these things. Actually, just I want to draw your attention one thing. Actually, the way we are managing the water distribution system in cities, municipal corporations are giving water to large population by gravity. So I have made a presentation for the water distribution by gravity to farmers. Whatever the local bodies are there, local water bodies are there, according to the capacity of water body, we can provide connection to 50, 100, 200, 500 farmers. Actually, and the overhead water tank can be filled by the solar energy. So there will be no free electricity to farmers, on time, on demand water to farmers, as well as every alternate year, the desilting of the water body. In our area, we found that lots of silt is there and water storage capacity is going down every year, because since last several years we have not removed the silt. And many of our large dams are actually, we are facing acute shortage of water, but there is the main reason is we are not removing the silt. So silt is very fertile, it can go back to farms. And this particular model, I have won the prize of 30,000 rupees from Kotak Bank, because in one competition I have given this presentation. So that type of thing actually NEERI can add into the software, where not only municipal corporation, but we must see the bigger picture of water management in the country. We have enough water, actually maximum water entering into sea without fulfillment of our requirements. So we have to plan accordingly on the district-wise water management. Every district is having some strength or some weaknesses, but we have to make some such type of arrangements. We can do like that.
Okay.
That is my suggestion to your software improvement.
Yeah, thank you. I would request you to connect with Dr. Abha after the session so that you can have more discussion and one-to-one interaction with her and her group. Yeah, thank you very much for your input.
Yeah. So myself, Madhusudan Rumta. I came from Chandapur. I am president to Federation of Industries Association Vidarbha and MIDC Industries Chandapur also, sir. My question is that we are having mining at Chandapur, Nagpur, Yavatmal, and the coal mining is more than 60 meter down, and they are taking out the water, the abundant quantities water outside, and the water is going down. सर मेरा ये बोलना है कि जब इतना पानी उधर से निकल जाता है, चारों तरफ का वाटर लेवल कम हो जाता है और लोगों को पानी मिलता नहीं है, तो उसके ऊपर NEERI और CSIR ने कुछ ना कुछ प्रयास करना चाहिए, क्योंकि कई करोड़ों गैलन पानी वहाँ से निकल जा रहा है। सेकंड सर, जो है हमारे पास जो थर्मल पावर स्टेशन है नागपुर में और चंद्रपुर में, उसके अंदर स्लरी के रूप में जो है, जो फ्लाइस है, वो ऐश पॉइंट में ले जाने के लिए काफ़ी वाटर उसमें डिस्चार्ज किया जाता है, और कहीं कहीं वो जो वाटर जो है वो ड्रेनेज में भी और या अच्छे ड्रिंकेबल वाटर में भी मिक्स हो जाता है। तो सर एक वो भी प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। थर्ड, जो हमारी तरह सब फ्लाइस ब्रिक्स की काफ़ी इंडस्ट्रीज है, तो क्या होता है सब वो उसमें वाटर पावरिंग करते हैं उसके ऊपर, उसमें भी काफ़ी वाटर यूज होता है। तो तो सर ये जो समर सीजन आ रहा है और अगले साल बोलते बरसात बहुत कम है और जो थर्ड वर्ल्ड वॉर भी हो रहा है वाटर के ऊपर होने वाला है, सर जो सिचुएशन हो रही है हमारे तीनों तरफ, चंद्रपुर, यवतमाल और नागपुर, ये इतना क्रिटिकल है कि माइनिंग के बाद यहाँ पानी रहेगा कि नहीं रहेगा, ये प्रॉब्लम आएगा। CSIR और नीरी को चंद्रपुर, अमरावती में भी ऐसे वर्कशॉप करनी चाहिए। थैंक यू सर।
धन्यवाद। मैं आपके जो पहले दो सवाल हैं उनके संदर्भ में ये कहना चाहूँगा कि नीरी हैज़ गॉट द पोटेंशियल to treat and make it reusable for at least non-potable purpose. We can make it potable also, because treating acid based mine water is not very difficult. We have technologies, we can have solutions on full scale, where we have even submitted a couple of proposals, and we had carried out a lot of laboratory studies in which it has been discovered that the mined water from this open mining can be treated, and it can be made available for at least non-potable purpose, so that it doesn't contaminate the natural water. Secondly, as you said that this water is that comes from slurry, उस पानी को भी हम ट्रीट कर सकते हैं और उसके बाद में हम ये सोल्यूशन मतलब प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं। हम सिर्फ ये चाहते हैं कि अगर हम ये प्रॉब्लम आपने बताया भी प्रॉब्लम हम तक आ गया तो हम लोग डेफिनेटली विल टेक अप दैट प्रॉब्लम, एंड बिकॉज वी आर वर्किंग इन चंद्रपुर, NEERI has got a lot of project work. Yes, Rajesh, Dr. Rajesh can add a couple of things.
We have given a lot of suggestions to the mines also, how to recharge it back, and what was mentioning. So there are efforts which NEERI is already doing, and we have a lot of interventions done in the Chandrapur area. Workshops, yes, we have not done yet, but we can do that also. But it is more like the solutions which we are providing directly.
Thank you, Rajesh.
Sir,
yeah,
I would like to add, Rumta Sahab, the workshop idea is very good. I think you, being a president of the Chandrapur Association, just plan some activity. We from the CII and NEERI together will come and will understand the local problem and try to have a policy structure with the government so that how it can be solved. So please take an initiative and we'll definitely come forward to discuss the issues. Both levels.
Yeah. Recently, my friends put up two problems. That pink shirt, sorry. त्या साहेबांनी म्हणाले की काही पाण्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये आणि सोलरचे प्रॉब्लेम्स त्यांना आहेत. हे सध्याचे जे रूफटॉप्स आहेत, मी अविनाश वाडिवसमे, मी ओरिजिनली मेकॅनिकल इंजिनियर आहे, ऑटोमोबाईल स्पेशलायझेशन आहे, आणि आर्ट फील्ड्समध्ये मी सायंटिस्ट म्हणून मी GRW पर्यंत पोहोचलेलो आहे. आणि इरिगेशनमध्ये मला सर्व्हिस होती, त्याच्यामुळं या प्रकारचे प्रॉब्लेम्स मी फार चांगल्या प्रकारे हाताळू शकतो. पहिला मुद्दा. दुसरं सोलर रूफटॉपच्या बाबतीमध्ये 27 स्टेट्सचे ऊर्जा मिनिस्टर्स आणि मोदी साहेबांनी जी अंदाजे 7-8 महिन्यापूर्वी ती शिरकत केली होती, त्याबद्दल मी डायरेक्टली सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटला कोणाशीही जर थोडासा मतभेद झाला की मी डायरेक्ट त्यांच्याशी बोलतो, ही माझी खासियत आहे. मी तिसऱ्याजवळ त्याच्याबद्दल वाईट कधीच नाही बोलत. तर 80,000 रुपये अंदाजे एका रूमला त्यांना पडतात सोलर रूफटॉपमध्ये.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we are actually running short of time, so we can interact.
So I can increase 4 times efficiency of such systems.
We respect your opinion, but we have some more questions on industrial based management, so we will quickly move to the question and then we'll wind up this session. Yeah, please. Yeah, we have one more question afterwards.
At the outset, let me thank Dr. Vaidya and the NEERI team for initiating this industry MSME meet. I am Rahul Dikshit and I am part of the CII MSME team. And thank you, Dr. Pofli, for sharing the extensive work NEERI has done across industry segments and across the country. So I would like to ask from the MSME perspective, there are several problems with MSMEs face, and at times are unable to approach institutions like NEERI for solution. And water and wastewater management is something which is a problem or an issue for all industries. So could you please elaborate on how should MSMEs, especially maybe in Vidarbha, approach NEERI to seek solutions, because standalone each industry may not be able to approach and get a solution. While this is an excellent initiative, how can we ensure that we take it forward so that MSMEs here can be benefited?
Yeah, like we have many such problems in past where small or tiny scale industries, they were unable to have their own treatment systems. So in such cases, a group of industries, they come to NEERI. So we have provided solution to individual industries as well as in the form of the CETPs. If the small scale industries form an association and have a sort of a place where they can put up a small treatment system through getting some sanctions from MIDC or other agencies. So the industries can come forward, small scale industries form an association, and then we can provide the treatment to the small scale industries. This is one solution. Other way is that we can also straight away provide to collectively to all the industries which are facing the problem of managing the wastewater pollution. So this has been a practice because we have lots of work done for all kind of clusters like tanneries, textile industries, where these small tiny industries are part of association. So it would be good if the industry forms an association and then approaches to NEERI. Otherwise, individually also they can approach to NEERI, and we do provide solution as per the requirement. We do provide solution.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have last question for the session.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
please.
My name is Mohan. I am from MIDC Industry Association. I am the secretary of the association.
Welcome.
So basically, I am an expertise in liquid solid separation technology. In fact, I am also one of the manufacturer of all the equipment for water treatment, wastewater treatment. I am doing quite a big project like 400, 450 MLT plants in various parts of India. So as far as MI Industry Association is concerned, we have been planning, Dr. Kishore Malviya also is well aware of it. We have been planning to set up a common effluent treatment plant
Okay.
in MIDC. The quantity of effluent generated in that area is somewhere around 1 MLT. And as in your talk, you are telling the cost of treatment cost is somewhere around 79-80 rupees per MLT.
Yeah.
But if you go for a ZLD system,
Yes.
the cost of treatment is very, very high,
Right.
which the industry people they are not able to afford.
Right.
So for that, what is the solution? So right now, all the effluent is going to Butibori for
Yeah.
treatment, and of course, all our industry people they are unnecessarily spending a lot of money in transportation. So do you have any solution to tackle that issue?
Yes.
Because if you go for ZLD, it is not feasible at all.
No. ZLD is actually implemented when it becomes necessary to recycle the effluent. This is one,
Yes.
like Pollution Control Board
Yeah.
compliance norm. Secondly, sometimes there are no water available. So in that case also it is mandatory to reuse the entire water. Like in case of Tamil Nadu, in Palar Basin, we do not have water. So everybody is buying water. So in that case, we have to go for recycling. So as far as reject management is concerned, because the industry is unable to meet the expenses of the zero liquid discharge system. So what is being practiced now, that try to get water recovered through membrane processes as much as possible, like up to 3-stage RO, minimum 3-stage RO we put up. And whatever, try to minimize the reject that is being generated. So more we concentrate through membrane processes, it is economical. Thereafter, once you recover the reject, for reject, very recently, the vacuum distillation is the technology that is being actually advocated in foreign countries. But now, to my knowledge, in India, we do not have vacuum distillation. Very recently, I had been to Baroda.
We have vacuum distillation in India also.
Yeah, where I was witnessing one meeting in which Nandesari is also implementing the vacuum distillation, and then followed by all those reject management equipment like the multiple vapor recompression, MEE, and then ATFD. So at the moment, the crux is try to minimize the reject through membrane processes and apply vacuum distillation, and then the reject equipment like the mechanical vapor recompression and MEE. And this is the only way at present we have commercially, and R&D is going on in this area. That's what
Anyway, we have done all those exercises.
No, there still it would cost. It would cost. The cost would go nearly 300 rupees, 400
More than
rupees,
that, yeah,
400
more than that,
rupees
yes.
per meter cube, depending upon what you remove in the membrane processes. Because if it is 100 rupees till membrane processes, it will add another 300 rupees in reject management system.
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is required.
Anyway, we'll discuss all that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Sorry. Yeah, but okay, we'll have last
I think,
question
sir,
from-
we have other speakers and other sessions.
Yeah.
No,
So
sorry,
this
sir.
is the
It
last
will go like
question.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, nowadays I'm Walalkar, representing to the Kalyan Amarnath Manufacturing Association, Domoli Common Effluent Treatment Plant. My basic question is the CETP is made for the MSME sector, helped by the large scale industry. Nowadays, government authorities are asking large scale industries go for the zero liquid discharge, and the funds available from them is nowadays reducing. How the CETPs are survival, and then how these MSME sectors are survival.
Yes.
It is a very big question now coming in the future.
In operation and maintenance.
Cost is going higher and higher.
What is happening is because of the ZLD system, the larger scale industries are getting separated from the CETPs, and they are managing their own
in Domboli area
recycle and
itself,
reuse.
some industries are
But then this problem is to be looked in a holistic way,
Yes, sir.
and
How
there has to be some.
NEERI is the prime institute in India.
No, but
has to look after this.
Yeah, I mean, we can have more discussion one-to-one on this after this session. Yeah, thank you very much for such a nice, wonderful interaction. I thank you all the participants for the questions that they have put, and we look forward to have more interaction after the session. Thank you very much, and now I hand over these proceedings to Dr. Sangeeta. Thank you very much.
I thank all the panelists as well as the participants from industries for having this session such an interactive. Participants, please 1 minute आप रुकिए इधर. राव सर 1 मिनट आप आइए डायस पे. I request Pofri sir to I request Pofri sir to hand over mementos as a token of love from all of us to Rao sir. Malviya sir. And Wankhede sir. So now I declare that this session is concluded, and quickly we'll start with the second session. Today's our second session is on air and energy nexus industrial perspective, and first presentation will be given by George sir. He is working as a chief scientist and head air pollution control division. He is PhD in environmental engineering from IIT Delhi, ME in environmental engineering, and BE in civil engineering. He has more than 27 years of research experience in air pollution domain. He has several SCI publications and software copyrights to his credit. The topic of his presentation is CSIR-NEERI's capabilities in air quality management sector. So I invite George sir for his presentation.
साथियों, जैसा कि आप लोगों को ज्ञात है, आज के 3 मुख्य विषय वेस्ट वाटर इंजीनियरिंग से रिलेटेड, देन एयर पोल्यूशन एंड देन सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। सो मैं ऐसा शुरू करता हूँ। सूक्ष्म, लघु एवं मध्यम उद्योग के उद्यमी एवं उनके प्रतिनिधि, मेरे वरिष्ठ एवं कनिष्ठ सहयोगी वैज्ञानिकों, ये मैं वायु प्रदूषण से संबंधित जो इश्यूज आते हैं इस इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर में, मैं उस पर अपनी बात रखना चाहूँगा। ये इंडस्ट्रीज़ के जो क्लासिफिकेशन है, इट्स ऑल वेल नोन टू यू, और ये शब्द जो आया है ये क्यों आया है, इसका महत्व क्या है, और इंडिया में ये आज रिलेवेंट है, पहले नहीं था, तो ये समझना, और एयर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल टेक्नोलॉजीज़ जो है वो क्यों वायबल नहीं है, हम उस पर थोड़ा गौर करेंगे और फिर देखते हैं क्या रास्ता हो सकता है। इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन फर्स्ट सेकेंड, ये जो कुछ शुरू हुआ था ये डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ में था, यूरोप, यूएस, वहाँ पे प्रोडक्शन होता था, स्मॉल स्केल प्रोडक्शन, और वर्ल्ड वार में वो बढ़ा, लेकिन उसका कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या था, कुछ एपिसोड्स हुए, कुछ एक्सीडेंट नहीं कहूँगा, एपिसोड्स हुए, और उसमें से कुछ है लंदन स्मॉग एपिसोड, जिसकी वजह से लोगों का ध्यान गया कि कुछ हमसे छूट रहा है। वो छूटा क्या था, रेगुलेटरी मैकेनिज़्म, रिपोर्टिंग मैकेनिज़्म नहीं था, कोई रेगुलेशन नहीं बना था। इसके अलावा जो दूसरी चीज़ है गौर करने की, कि उस समय एक्सपोज़र कम था, इंडस्ट्री का साइज़ छोटा था, पॉपुलेशन कम था, एक्सपोज़र कम था, तो किसी के नॉलेज में ये सब जानकारी में आता नहीं था। ग्रेजुअली कुछ हादसे हुए, तो कुछ इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सीडेंट हैं, और ये मैंने स्लाइड इसलिए लगाए बताने के लिए कि एक्सीडेंट एंड एपिसोड ये दोनों अलग चीज़ें हैं। एक्सीडेंट हादसा एक है, और एपिसोड जो है वो है पर्यावरण में एटमॉस्फेयर कुछ ऐसी कंडीशन बना ले कि कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ जाए और हमको परेशानी आए। उदाहरण के तौर पर जो दिल्ली में हर साल नवंबर दिसंबर में एक सीज़न शुरू होता है एयर पोल्यूशन का, वो विंड डायरेक्शन और मिक्सिंग हाइट के कम होने की वजह से है। अगर ये जून का महीना है तो कोई शोर नहीं मचाता है, स्टबल बर्निंग से किसी को शिकायत नहीं होती है। तो हमको मीटियोरोलॉजी को भी समझना है कि कौन सा किसके लिए जिम्मेदार है। इंडिया में अच्छा एक जो एग्जांपल समझने का है कि जो पहले इंडस्ट्रीज़ डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ में थी, वो बाद में वहाँ के जब नियम सख्त हुए तो वो शिफ्ट किए गए डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ में। इंडिया उसमें से एक था, और उसमें से एक उदाहरण है मिथाइल आइसोसाइनाइड एक्सीडेंट भोपाल का। किसी दूसरी कंट्री में शहर के बीच में ऐसा प्लांट लगाने की अनुमति नहीं थी, हमने दिया क्योंकि हमारे पास कोई रेगुलेशन नहीं था। फाइनली उस एक्सीडेंट के बाद हमने सीख लिया कि हमें क्या करना है, और बहुत सारे नए नए नियम बनाए गए। ये लंदन स्मोक का एक उदाहरण है जिसमें कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी, और कारण सिर्फ मीटियोरोलॉजी थी, वो पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन जिसकी वजह से पोल्यूशन कंसंट्रेशन बढ़ा। और फिर गवर्नमेंट ने वहाँ पर नियम कानून बनाए। उसमें सबसे बड़ा नियम था कि कोयले का इस्तेमाल प्रतिबंधित होगा, क्योंकि वहाँ सल्फ़र डाइऑक्साइड बहुत ज़्यादा है, सल्फ़र कोयले में ज़्यादा है, इंडिया में कम है। इसके बाद फिर धीरे वहाँ की, ये तो घरों की हीटिंग की वजह से थी, इसके अलावा इंडस्ट्री सब शिफ्ट होने लगी, चाइना, कोरिया, इंडिया। हमने उसको किस तरीके से डील किया है, ये काफ़ी लंबी स्टोरी है, बट इट्स एन इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड रियलाइज़ कि वायु प्रदूषण अगर हादसे में परिवर्तित हो जाती है तो बहुत घातक होती है। अगर आप लोगों को ध्यान हो, मिथाइल आइसोसाइनेट ही अकेला नहीं है, इसके अलावा एलजी पॉलीमर्स विशाखापट्टनम का एक हादसा है कोरोना पीरियड में, फिर दहेज गुजरात में था जहाँ कोरोना पीरियड में वर्कर्स नहीं मिल रहे थे, लोगों ने डीएमएस के टैंक से जो केमिकल निकलना है वो नाइट्रिक एसिड के टैंक में डाल दिया, एक्सप्लोजन हो गया, 11 लोग वहाँ हताहत हुए थे। सो ये है स्टोरी स्मॉल स्केल और मीडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्री के शिफ्ट होने की, किस तरीके से एक कंट्री से डेवलप्ड कंट्री से डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज़ में शिफ्ट हो रहा है। अब यदि हमें भी उन्नत देश बनना है तो प्रोडक्शन तो चाहिए है, इंडस्ट्रियल कैपेबिलिटी चाहिए है, और अगर वो चाहिए है, यदि वेस्ट या यूरोप के जो मानदंड हैं एयर पोल्यूशन से रिलेटेड उसको हम आज फॉलो करेंगे तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री सस्टेन नहीं करेगी। तो ये वो पॉइंट है जहाँ पर जो स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री या मीडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्री है, इन्हें रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज़ के सामने अपनी बातों को रखना। यहाँ रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज़ हवलदार के समान काम नहीं कर सकती कि मेरे को यही नियम चाहिए, आपको पीयूसी का सर्टिफिकेट ही चाहिए, जबकि वो जोमेटो से भी डिलीवर हो रहा है। यहाँ ध्यान ये देना है कि व्हाट इज़ एक्चुअली फीजिबल, सस्टेनेबल है कि नहीं। मैं आपको कुछ केसेस दिखाऊंगा अभी इसके आगे, जिससे क्लियर हो जाएगा कि अगर हम चाहें तो चीज़ों को समझकर कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि अल्टीमेट एम नेशनल इकोनॉमी को डेवलप करना है। इन द नेम ऑफ एयर पोल्यूशन इंडस्ट्री को क्लोज नहीं करना है। जहाँ तक एयर पोल्यूशन का सवाल स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री से है, स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री से प्रॉब्लम दो मेजर हैं, वेस्ट वाटर एंड सॉलिड वेस्ट। एयर पोल्यूशन उतनी बड़ी समस्या नहीं है, बहुत कम है, जिसको हमें समझ के कंट्रोल करना है। दो सोर्सेस हैं एयर पोल्यूशन के, एक है प्रोसेस एमिशन और दूसरा है जो आपके बॉयलर है उसमें फ्यूल डाला वहाँ से जो, दोनों को डिफ्रेंशिएट करना है। प्रोसेस एमिशन में आप अननेसेसरी कोई भी कंट्रोल टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं लगा सकते हैं। कई ऐसे सजेशंस मैंने देखे हैं जहाँ बोल दिया ESP लगा दीजिए, बैक फिल्टर लगा दीजिए, जबकि वो कंट्रोल वॉल्यूम उसका बहुत बड़ा है, बहुत बड़ा प्रोसेस है, वहाँ पे आप ये सब नहीं कर सकते हैं। मैं एक एग्जांपल कोट करना चाहूँगा। कुछ प्रतिनिधि चंद्रपुर से थे, वहाँ पर कुछ कपास के किसान थे, वो आए थे, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे कपास के ऊपर काले रंग का डस्ट गिर रहा है। तो जैसे ही काला रंग देखते हैं तो सारा ब्लेम कोल माइनिंग के ऊपर डाल दिया जाता है, जबकि वो किसी और इंडस्ट्री का था। ऊपर से वो आयरन पैलेट्स को नीचे गिराते थे, उसके ऊपर जो कार्बन कोटिंग होती थी कोयले की, वो निकलता था और पूरे कपास को ख़राब कर रहा है। तो यहाँ तय करना है कि या तो वो इंडस्ट्री वहाँ रहेगी या कपास की खेती वहाँ होगी, क्योंकि कपास में अगर सफ़ेद कपास में काला एक डॉट भी आ गया तो उसकी क्वालिटी ख़राब हो गई। मैं एक कुछ केस स्टडीज़ दिखा रहा हूँ जहाँ पर, जो मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि आप ये समझिए, अगर ये कोई इंडस्ट्री ये सोचे कि हवा तो दिखती नहीं है, एयर पोल्यूशन भी दिखेगा नहीं, तो हम कुछ भी कर लेंगे पकड़ में नहीं आएगा। तो मैं सिर्फ वो केसेस बता रहा हूँ जहाँ पे पकड़ा गया है और नीरी नहीं पकड़ा था और फिर किसी तरीके से उसको सेटल किया गया। ये है ग्लास इंडस्ट्री। ग्लास इंडस्ट्री का जो फ्यूल, जो रॉ मटेरियल है वो फ्यूल हीट है, क्योंकि मेल्ट करना है। तो कुछ सेक्टर्स है जहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस सब्सिडाइज रेट में दिया जाता है, तो अचानक से बहुत सारी ग्लास इंडस्ट्री आई और ग्लास इंडस्ट्री से क्या निकलता है ये किसी को नहीं मालूम। क्यों? क्योंकि दिखता कुछ नहीं है, पार्टिकुलेट मैटर नहीं निकलता है। हाई टेम्परेचर पे जब मेल्टिंग होती है तो एटमॉस्फेयर के नाइट्रोजन एटमॉस्फेयर के ऑक्सीजन से रिएक्ट करके नाइट्रोजन डाइऑक्साइड बनाएगा। ये आपको कहीं ना कहीं इफेक्ट के रूप में दिखेगा, आपके हेल्थ पे रिफ्लेक्ट करेगा, लेकिन आंखों से नहीं दिखेगा। तो लोगों ने चुपचाप बहुत सारी फैक्ट्रीज भी लगा ली, मेल्टिंग स्मेल्टर्स लगा लिए, कैपेसिटी भी बढ़ा लिया, और उसके बाद जब लोगों ने उसके ऊपर कंप्लेन करना शुरू किया, और लोग मतलब जब किसी को मालूम नहीं तो कंप्लेन कैसे होगी। तो कंप्लेन का कारण ये था कि ये एक्सपोर्ट करते थे यूरोप में, और इंडिया में जो दूसरे एरिया हैं जहाँ पर सब्सिडी नहीं है नेचुरल गैस पे, उन्होंने शिकायत की कि ये इतना सस्ता माल कैसे बेच रहे हैं। फिर उनको समझ आया इनको सब्सिडाइज नेचुरल गैस मिलता है, तब फिर वो कंप्लेन के रूप में गई। वो हमारे पास शिकायत आई, नीरी को फॉर्मली एक प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल बना, हमने उसको स्टडी किया, तो किसी इंडस्ट्री ने ये नहीं एडमिट किया कि हम नॉक्स रिलीज़ करते। तो हमने एक तरीका निकाला, आपका नेचुरल गैस कंजम्पशन क्या है, तो वो देने को तैयार नहीं थे। तो हमने गैस अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड से डेटा लिया, हर 15 दिन की उनकी मीटरिंग होती है, उनसे डेटा लिया, पिछले 10 साल का डेटा लिया और उसको प्लॉट किया। अब ये वही है कि कुछ इंडस्ट्री आपको दिख रही होगी जिसमें कि ये वैल्यूज़, ये नेचुरल गैस कंजम्पशन है। कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई किया कि इनके पास कंजम्पशन बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है। अब उसके बाद ये सब कुछ सेपरेट किया, सबका नाम लिख लिया, अब उनसे पूछना शुरू किया। 2005, 2012, 2015 ये 3 स्लॉट में कंजम्पशन ये देखिए इस तरीके से बढ़ रहा है। फोटो खींचकर मुझे फंसाना नहीं वो कंजम्पशन बढ़ रहा है। फिर उनके डॉक्यूमेंट्स चेक किए जो कि रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज़ के पास जमा होते हैं, तब देखा वहीं कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं वहाँ एक ही रिकॉर्ड है, वी आर अपग्रेडिंग आवर लैडल। अपग्रेडिंग यानी पहले लैडल ऐसा था, उन्होंने बोला हम मॉडर्नाइज कर रहे हैं, बट मॉडर्नाइजेशन के नाम पे डबल कैपेसिटी का लगा दिया और किसी की समझ में नहीं आया। तो उस प्रोसेस में उनका नेचुरल गैस कंजम्पशन बढ़ गया, उस प्रोसेस में नॉक्स एमिशन बढ़ गया। तो अगर ये चीज़ें रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज़ को साफ बताई जाती, अब रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी बहुत ज़्यादा साइंटिफिक जो उस लेवल पे काम करती है, इतना फॉरेंसिक साइंस नहीं सोचते हैं, बता दिया जाता तो उसके ऊपर कुछ गौर करते। अब इसकी स्टडी हमने किया, ये हम स्टडी बता रहे हैं, ये ताजमहल के आसपास का एरिया है, ठीक है। ये ताज ट्रेपेजियम जोन, यमुना नदी, मथुरा रिफाइनरी है, भरतपुर बर्ड सेंचुरी, आगरा, फिरोज़ाबाद में ग्लास इंडस्ट्रीज़ है। इन सब की स्टडी की, वहाँ का मीटीरोलॉजी निकाला। क्वेश्चन ये था कि क्या यहाँ से पोल्यूटेंट ताजमहल को अफेक्ट करता है कि नहीं, जो इसकी पूरी विंड डाटा निकाला। अब आप सोचेंगे कि इतना प्रिसाइज मीटरोलॉजिकल डेटा आया कहाँ से, तो उसके लिए टूल्स हैं। वेदर रिसर्च फोरकास्ट मॉडल से हम किसी भी शहर का, किसी भी छोटे एरिए का मीटरोलॉजी निकाल सकते हैं। ये हमने निकाला। पूरा ग्लोबल जो मॉडल है वहाँ से हम डाउन स्केलिंग कर सकते हैं। ये उस एरिए का पूरा 3 डायमेंशनल पिक्चर बना लिया मीटरोलॉजी का। अब इसमें देखा किस तरीके से हवा कहाँ से बहती। मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम उस रीजन में हवा दिल्ली से नीचे की तरफ बह रही अलोंग दी यमुना रिवर दैट वैली, ओके। हालांकि वो बहुत प्लेन दोआब एरिया है। अब इसके बाद मैथमेटिकल मॉडल्स यूज़ किए गए, स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट मॉडल कैलपफ, और उससे ये निकाला कि उस एरिया में पोल्यूशन कंसंट्रेशन कितना आया। ये निकाला उस लोकल एरिया में तो काफ़ी है, लेकिन ताजमहल तक पहुंचता है क्या? नहीं पहुंचता, क्योंकि प्रेडोमिनेंट विंड डायरेक्शन ताजमहल की तरफ नहीं है। सो ताजमहल उससे अफेक्टेड नहीं है, बट उस चीज़ को छुपाने के लिए इतने काम किए गए। तो ये मिनिस्ट्री में रिपोर्ट किया गया, उसके ऊपर फिर कार्रवाई, यानी ऐसा नहीं है। नीरी ऑलवेज वर्क्स टुवर्ड सस्टेनेबिलिटी ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज बिसाइड्स ensuring that the air quality is also maintained. So this is how we did it. I'll give you another case study. और मैं ये सारे केस स्टडीज़ जो वायलेशन के, ये क्यों बता रहा हूँ कि एयर से रिलेटेड कोई भी मुद्दा है तो उस पर डिस्कस कीजिए, बजाय इसके कि छिपाने के। आप कहीं भी छुपा लेंगे, मैं केसेस बताऊँ, सब पकड़े जाते हैं। ये है मोरबी वाकानेर इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया, टाइल्स बनती है, कोल गैसिफिकेशन था। एनजीटी में करीब 2008 से केस चल रहा है। बहुत सी कमिटीज़ बनती है, वो जाते हैं, जो कमिटीज़ बनती है उसमें क्वेश्चनेयर ऐसा बनाया जाता है कि कोर्ट को कभी समझ में ही नहीं आता कि इंडस्ट्री एक्चुअली पोल्यूट कर रही है कि नहीं। फिर फाइनली वो उसमें नीरी को इंक्लूड किया है। किसी एक पिटिशनर ने कहा कि नीरी को इसमें पार्टी बनाया जाए। जब केस नीरी आया तो हमने सबसे पहले वो क्वेश्चनेयर देखा। उस क्वेश्चन के आंसर से कभी नहीं समझ में आएगा पोल्यूशन है कि नहीं, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन में ये लिखा रहता है कि वो जो आदमी काम कर रहा है उसने हेलमेट लगाया है कि नहीं, बड़ा चश्मा लगा है कि नहीं, पीला सूट पहना है कि नहीं। इन सब का एयर पोल्यूशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं। तो वो जो क्वेश्चनेयर कोर्ट ने दिया था उसको सेट असाइड, हमने अपना नया क्वेश्चनेयर बनाया, स्टडी किया, और फिर हमारी फाइंडिंग्स सामने आई। ये देखिए पूरा एरिया पोल्यूटेड, ये लाल रंग का पानी, ये सब वहाँ पे फेंका हुआ था। अब इसके बाद वहाँ का जो टोटल प्रोसेस था उसको हमने एनालाइज किया, फ्लो चार्ट बनाया। ये उन्होंने खुद कभी नहीं बनाया, तो हमने उन्हीं के प्रोसेस समझा, क्योंकि ये इंडिया में जुगाड़ पद्धति से बनाया हुआ प्लांट है, लेकिन बहुत वैल्यूएबल प्लांट है। क्यों है? क्योंकि काफ़ी रेवेन्यू लाता है, यहाँ से बहुत टाइल्स एक्सपोर्ट होती है। तो ये हमारी सरकार की और रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स की जिम्मेदारी होती है कि हम किस तरह से इस हुनर को प्रोटेक्ट करें, जहाँ लोग इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए तैयार हैं, सीखने के लिए तैयार है। मैं कई इंडस्ट्री में गया जहाँ लोग चाइना जाते हैं, आँखों से नापते हैं डायमेंशंस, फिर लौट के आके वेल्डिंग करा के वैसे इक्विपमेंट बना लेते हैं और चलता है। तो हमें चाहिए कि किस तरीके से सस्टेनेबल बनाएं उस प्रोसेस को। अब ये देखिए, उन्होंने ये जो एक एग्जांपल है, क्यों दिखा रहा हूँ, उन्होंने बताया कि हम कोल गैसिफायर में स्टीम फीड करते हैं, गर्म पानी डालते हैं और फिर सब उड़ जाता है, कुछ नहीं बचता है। फैक्ट ये था कि वो, अगर आप पीछे जाके देखेंगे, ये जो दिख रहा है उसका जो एक्सेस पानी होता था, रात को 2 बजे वो टैंकर में लाके फेंक देते थे। अगले दिन कोई कहेगा नहीं किसने डाला है। तो इसका मैथमेटिकल ओके, अगले दिन फिर उसका मैथमेटिकल मॉडलिंग किया, कंप्यूटेशन किया और बताया कि आप किसी भी हालत में गैसिफायर के अंदर पानी नहीं रख सकते, और ये रहा कर आपका पानी की क्वांटिटी बढ़ती जाएगी, गैसिफायर फेल हो जाएगा, और इसीलिए आप जो कह रहे हैं, क्लेम कर रहे हैं, वो गलत है। फाइनली इंडस्ट्री एग्रीड एंड देयर आफ्टर पूरे के पूरे प्लांट शट डाउन कर दिए। करीब 700 कोल गैसीफायर्स बंद कर लिए। एक कोल गैसीफायर 1.25 करोड़ का। इसके बाद वो जो दलील देते थे वो सारी दलीलें कि कोल गैसीफायर से जो टार निकलता है, मैडम टाइम कितना हुआ अभी है ना, ओके ओके, जो टार निकलता है, शुरू में उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छे प्लांट्स लगाए और मैं अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ कि इसमें से एक वेटनरी डॉक्टर है जिन्होंने पूरा इंजीनियरिंग प्लांट लगाया। इतना करेज हमारे अंदर आज तक नहीं आया। उन्होंने जो शुरू में टायर इकट्ठा किया था ये छोटे से पॉट में लिक्विड था, लेकिन जब नेक्स्ट साइकिल में गए तब हमको ये समझ में पता चला कि वो लिक्विड जो है वो कंसनट्रेट होते 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 टार की क्वांटिटी इतनी बढ़ गई, इसमें जमा हो रहा है और सॉलिडिफाई हो रहा है। मतलब वो जो टार है उसके अंदर सर्कुलेट हो रहा है कंटिन्यूसली, वो सिस्टम के बाहर नहीं जा रहा है। अब ये टार कौन खरीदेगा? तो सिगड़ी जलाने वाले, छोटी मोटी इंडस्ट्री, जिससे निकलने वाला पोल्यूशन बहुत सीरियस है। अगर इसके साइंस को समझेंगे तब पता चलेगा कि ये गलत है। जिनको कन्विंस किया सारे प्लांट्स बंद हो गए। इसके बाद यहाँ की पूरा डिस्पर्शन मॉडलिंग किया, कंसंट्रेशन हमने प्रिडिक्ट किया 270, इसको हमने मॉनिटर किया, ये देखिए 429 तक आया, बहुत हाई कंसंट्रेशन है, लिमिट 80 की है। अब यहाँ पे खेल देखिए, जो रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज़ के नंबर्स हैं बहुत सुंदर है, कभी एक्सीड नहीं करता, लेकिन इस गलतफहमी में मत रहिए, ये सब फैब्रिकेटेड नंबर्स है। जब ये अगर कोर्ट के माध्यम से रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट पहुँचता है तो सब गड़बड़ हो जाता है। ये इसके अलावा अब एनर्जी सेक्टर की भी बात है, तो एनर्जी में सारे कोल बेस्ड पावर प्लांट को कह दिया सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड रिमूवल के लिए फ्लू गैस डीसल्फराइजेशन टेक्निक होनी चाहिए। बड़ी हास्यास्पद बात यह है कि एनटीपीसी ने एग्री कर लिया और प्लांट लगाना भी शुरू कर दिया, जबकि 1 मेगावाट के पीछे करीब 1 करोड़ रुपए का खर्चा है। अगर 600 मेगावाट का पावर प्लांट है तो 600 करोड़ रुपए का एफजीडी लगेगा। जितने प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स थे या कैप्टिव पावर प्लांट्स थे उन्होंने मना कर दिया कि हम नहीं लगाएंगे, क्योंकि फिर उन्होंने अपनी दलील दी। तो वो स्टडी अभी नीरी के पास है, हम उसको स्टडी कर रहे हैं कि क्या वाकई में एफजीडी की ज़रूरत है। फिर उस हर सिटीज़ का एयर क्वालिटी का डेटा लिया कि अगर प्लांट से सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड निकल रहा है तो एटमॉस्फेयर में है क्या। तो ये हमने प्लॉट किया कि पहले तो वहाँ के एयर क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम ठीक चलते हैं या नहीं। तो ये देखिए, ये डेटा मैंने प्लॉट किया है, PM10 2.5, देखिए एक शार्प लाइन दिख रही है। ये शार्प लाइन बताता है कि डेटा जो है ये आपने कंप्यूटर पे मैनिपुलेट करके CPCB के वेबसाइट पे डाला हुआ है। ये देख लीजिए वैसा ही हाल है इसमें। ये देख लीजिए हॉरिजॉन्टल लाइंस, ये बीच में कोई भी ऑपरेटर जाता है एक मल्टीप्लायर डाल के डेटा जनरेट कर रहा है। ये देखिए इतना आइडियल डेटा तो स्कूल कॉलेज के एक्सपेरिमेंट्स में हम लैब में जनरेट करते थे कि कर्व फिटिंग अच्छा है, नंबर अच्छा मिले, लेकिन यहाँ नहीं चलेगा। ये देखिए यहाँ पे खेल नहीं खेला है, डेटा सही है, ठीक है। ये एक साइट का डेटा है जिसमें पूरा का पूरा डेटा गलत है, और ये इक्विपमेंट 1.25 करोड़ का है। लोगों को ये लगता है कि डेटा ये पकड़ा नहीं जाएगा। एनवायरमेंटल फॉरेंसिक के टूल्स इतने अच्छे अवेलेबल है, सारी चीज़ें पकड़ी जाएगी। ये नागपुर का डेटा है, कितना सुंदर डेटा, इसमें कोई मैनिपुलेशन नहीं है, शायद इसलिए कि नीरी यहाँ मौजूद है। सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड का रिमूवल के लिए एफजीडी लगना चाहिए या नहीं, इसके लिए एक कोशिश ये की हमने SO2 का कंसंट्रेशन प्लॉट किया, 80 लिमिट है, वैल्यू इतने 20-30 पर ही अटकी हुई है, फिर हम क्यों एफजीडी लगा रहे हैं। तो जा कहाँ रहा है। तो ये गवर्नमेंट अब ग्रेजुअली चेंजेस आ रहे हैं। वो फ़र्क क्या है, एक लाइन है ब्यूरोक्रेसी की, एक लाइन है यानी ब्यूरोक्रेसी मिनिस्ट्री, दूसरी लाइन है प्राइम मिनिस्टर की, जो कि हर चीज़ पे पैरेलल नज़र रखे हुए हैं। उन्होंने कुछ स्टडीज़ हमको दिया है कि आप चेक करके बताइए क्या है, तब रिजल्ट्स कुछ और आ रहे हैं। ये हमारी स्टडीज़ चल रही है, हो सकता है इसका रिजल्ट। कोई सवाल हो अभी या इसके बाद में, वी विल वर्क ऑन दिस। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, George sir, for this insightful presentation. Now our next speaker is Dr. K. Nandakumar. He is Deputy Manager, Convener, CII Maharashtra MSME panel. Before I invite him for his talk, I'll read his brief biodata. Dr. K. Nandakumar is the founder and managing director of the Chemtrolls Group. He has started in 1975. Chemtrolls is India's leading solutions provider for chemical and hydrocarbon processing industries and thermal and nuclear power plants also. A chemical engineer with specialization in petroleum refining from University of Kerala in the year 1970. He worked with Cochin Refineries and Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited, that is FACT, before embarking on his entrepreneurial venture, Chemtrolls. In his highly successful career spanning nearly 5 decades, he has worked in functions as diverse as refinery operations, process engineering, project management, sales and marketing, strategic planning, business development, finance and corporate management. Over the years, Dr. Nandakumar set up several diversified and joint venture companies. I heartily invite Dr. Nandakumar for his talk.
A very good afternoon to all of you. First, my compliments and thanks to NEERI. Personally, I am involved in various NEERI's works. My previous speaker, Mr. George, spoke about air quality monitoring. That's one of the areas where we have also done. We have more than 700 air quality monitoring stations set up in the country, starting with NTPC's 20 power plants, more than 63 stations. Even in Maharashtra, MMRDA region, and in Tamil Nadu, various across the states, various states. Of course, that's one of the area. Of course, as the company stands for the name Chemtrolls, controls for chemical plants. That's our focus area. But being a chemical engineer, I always spent a lot of time on process engineering. In the previous talk, when on the wastewater, finally, I must say that I had satisfaction because Professor has said the only successful way of any common effluent treatment plant can come is by vacuum distillation and followed by multi-effect flash vaporization. In fact, I must say that in Maharashtra, the Pollution Control Board chief was Dr. Ambalagan, is a chemical engineer. He has started this to set up this, and then he moved out to MIDC as the chief. There he started that in all the industry, all the industrial estates, you should have multi-effect vaporization as well as vacuum distillation in all the common effluent treatment plants. And also at the same time, in order to reduce air pollution, he suggested that we should have a common boiler. Instead of having individual units having boiler, a common boiler with a superheat steam, so that you can, I won't say eliminate, you can minimize air quality. Now Mr. Ambalagan is in charge of the MSME generation, electricity, but also the investments. So I personally believe, of course, whenever I get an opportunity, I represent CII. Most of the time I take up this issue with him. And also in Maharashtra MSME State Council, I also take up Mr. Pernecker, who comes there to take up these two subjects, because that's an area where, because we always get a complaint that your ETP is not working. And I fully agree, it is not industry related, but it is a process, because of the process involves quite a large number of chemicals you need to have. Just I wanted to take up that. Now, the topic which I had given was the air. And I must say that George has already done a beautiful talk on that, so I need not spend much area. But yet, some critical areas where we look at quite a lot of focus is done on the air. In my opinion, air quality issues, air pollution issues over the years will come down. I won't say by 2030, 2035, but over a short period, because we are all moving from fossil fuel. We are moving on to electrical energies. And even on the electrical side, we are looking at various options, how we can go. So I have a top other subjects coming on that cover. So in my opinion, pollution will not be, especially on the air, will not be a major critical issue over the coming years once we go into electrical energy or remaining other areas like biofuels. Government is focusing on lot of energy, a lot of investment on biofuels. In fact, in South, both Indian Oil Corporation, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and I believe TBS have joined together to develop biofuel, methanol, or even not even biofuel, methanol, to replace diesel or petrol and run even Vande Bharat trains. In the coming years, I am sure they are trying up with between Chennai and Bangalore Vande Bharat trains to have. So and one study says, over a period of 20 years, India will supersede even the Middle East countries or the coming Middle East countries in South Africa, because we will not utilize diesel for our vehicles, because they all will replace with methanol. Two reasons on this: a lot of technology is done, plus pollution side, decarbonization has become one of the critical area. And on the decarbonization, when it is coming, how do you use the carbon? There are always issues like that. You have CCUS, carbon capture, storage and utilization. Carbon capture and utilization is much easier than carbon capture and storage, because we still do not have technologies. So you need to look at technologies. Carbon capture and storage will certainly take away a lot of carbon to produce the methanol, and also utilize the hydrogen coming in. So in the coming areas, certainly, though pollution will certainly be there, there is no doubt, need not be a much concern over a period of 20 years as far as the air quality. Water, yes, we need to have, but if you look at in our water side areas, the most ideal way, even for a small scale or an individual can look at is, the most low hanging fruit is water harvesting. We have nearly 6% of water, nearly 33% of water coming from rains, and certain cities are flooded with rains. If we focus on water harvesting, we can reduce water pollution, we can use the same water, we can reduce our cost of operation. So my request that each one of you, that coming years we must look at individually, most little. And another area to reduce the pollution, especially for small and medium scale industries. The low hanging fruit in the air pollution, decarbonization is coming in. Plant the trees in our own courtyard. That trees alone will absorb the carbons. And we have a study conducted. Each tree, on an average, absorbs or takes away around 3 metric tons of carbon dioxide per annum. So we can really work with our own contribution to the society. With a lower cost, we can create cleaner air, cleaner water, and cleaner energy. Now, in the case of energy, yes, we still have a challenge, because our power plants are based on coal. And when you look at the coal consumption as well as production, India's coal reserves and the production is much more than the average. So India will have certainly carbon. Coal carbon will certainly be there. So we need to look at how we can have carbon gasification. It's already coming in gasification in the fertilizer industry. Coal gasification, some of the projects are already done. And some other areas which is now working on to get into coal in a much more better, faster way. So pollution will come down, and also our reserves will be. But the critical areas of the energy which is coming in, because we do not have oil. We have hardly 6% of the oil for our own consumption. So in the coming years, while the refineries standalone are not sustainable, or it will not sustain because of the electrifications, all the refineries will have to convert it into a value chain by way of petrochemicals. Again, there are critical areas will come into petrochemicals because large energy consumption. So government has focused on certain critical areas of, one is the renewable energy. In the renewable energy, quite a lot of work. We have done 500 gigawatts of, initially we had 360 gigawatts of solar air, now it is into 500 gigawatts of solar energy. Now if you really look at all the energy comes from solar, and I am sure many of us at least practice that, what is Aditya Hridaya Mandaram. So you look at all the energy which is coming from is, so solar is critical area, and India has nearly 360 or 350 days of sun, we should not have any problem in creating solar energy as the. Another area which is certainly is the wind. The renewable energy, solar and wind, we have quite a lot of, because of the coastal areas, large coastal areas, we can create quite a lot of wind energy. Quite a lot of work is already done, but yet beyond that there is also floating power plants across the coastal seas. Some of them are already on. So we have created quite a lot of renewable energy. Beyond renewable energy, because these renewable energies are all variable, because you don't get sun in the night, so you have problem. Wind is suitable. So wind is always, again, climate oriented. So we have a variable energy, variable renewable energy. That's where the challenge which India has come up and India has taken up is that alternate energy. In the alternate energy, we have really looked at critical areas of the hydrogen. We also have quite a lot of water reserves, water resources, and also the coastal area where we can have desalination done. And a lot of work is being done on to create critical areas of alternate energy through hydrogen. Today, hydrogen, of course, is a big challenge because per kg hydrogen is costing around $6. For any alternate energy resource, sustainability is not more than $1.5 per hydrogen. So we look at hydrogen, how to create, make it. Quite a lot of work is going on in creating the investment reduction in terms of hydrogen production. Primarily, hydrogen production is water electrolysis. So electrolyzers is being developed with new materials, giving much better output. A lot of work is present study says the resources available in the world, if all the countries go for hydrogen, it will not stand more than 35 days. The lithium, all the special materials required for producing the electrolyzers. So a lot of work is going on across the world, universities, to develop new precious metals, whereby you can have much better electrodes, much lower cost, which consume. So that's a challenge, but I am sure I have some figures, if we have time, I can take it out, or I can send that, which says that we have quite a good potential on these areas is coming in. Now, the driving force of energy comes coal. I said it's a much critical area we have, because we are surplus with coal, and the rest of the world removes coal. But we have the new technologies being developed in the case of coal gasification fertilizers, coal gasification for even for fertilizer plastics, which will come from gas to methane to plastics. ICT in Mumbai also has developed quite a lot of technology, especially for green, I would say, G2 alcohol, which is being utilized for all the vehicle population. That's one of the areas where government looking at reducing the emission from the fossil fuel, at the same time enhancing the sustainability in terms of economy, looking at biofuels, biogas. Indian Oil Corporation has, or I would say Ministry of Petroleum Natural Gas Corporation has come out with 5,000 biogas plants, which any MSME can set up with an investment of around 30 crores, with membrane, so that you can get the gas nearly equal to pipeline quality, and we can feed the gas into city gas distribution. Quite a lot of work is there, and quite a lot of companies have already developed technologies put up, but I think that's a big focus on. Similarly, biomethanation, biogas. Many of the projects are also put up on a small scale. Looking at. In fact, we ourselves have put up a plant in Surat Municipal Corporation, utilizing sludge from wastewater, producing biomethanation, biogas, and converting into energy. Surat Municipal, it was funded by 50% by UNIDO and 50% by MNRE. You won't believe Surat Municipal Corporation could get the return on investment within 8 months' time. And they went into 4 plants of 1 megawatt each. And we have operated and handed over 5 years later. And all these plants were inaugurated by our Prime Minister when he was the Chief Minister in Goa. And a lot of such projects we have also done in Jaipur, we have done in Goa, also in the waste management. Even when NGT was not there, even when there was no Clean Air Act was there, we set up the first waste treatment plant in the state of Goa, because our main factory is in Goa, in the state of in the town of Vaska, to treat. It was a pilot project to treat 21 tons of waste with segregation. We get around 11 tons. It's not really a viable project, but it was and took up on a BOO basis, build, operate, on basis. It's not sustainable basis at that time. But in my opinion, country is going ahead with a lot of new technologies, new energies, and pollution certainly, air pollution certainly will come down in the coming years because of the electrical. Natural gas is one of the critical areas where we do import quite a lot of LNG, but yet we can create from biogas, because biogas can be purified now. Earlier purification of the biogas, because biogas had contained 30% CO2, it was difficult process absorption, and still you had a problem of the CO2. Now with high efficiency membranes, which is developed overseas, which is still used in India, quite a good, can get nearly 98% pure pipeline quality gases, which is being fed. That's what I said. Most clean energy, can anyone tell? Most cleaner energy in production. None of us will think. Nothing but nuclear. Nuclear is the most clean energy, no pollution, provided we create that safety. And I must say there are quite a lot of research work is going on, even in India. Coal-fired power plant is being replaced with only for the steam generation purpose on the steam, nuclear reactors, small capacities. So quite a lot of work to create nuclear reactors to smaller capacities. In Canada, a petrochemical plant is running with nuclear side. So nuclear effect, certainly, yes, everybody has a concern, radiation and safety. But if you really look at the total exposure with 7 billion people across the world, I must say the accidents which is happening in the nuclear is very few. A lot of focus is on the safety is must, but I must say nuclear is the most cleanest energy, and India certainly has to look at nuclear in the coming days, because that is the most cleanest energy and less cost of production. And I must say nuclear power plant, nuclear corporation is doing quite a lot of effective work on this. Okay, sorry, thank you. Just I will close before in my opinion, what I wanted to say, as far as MSME is concerned, that skilling area. And skilling sustainability is not only one that, because the industry sustainability across the world now come up with ESG, environment, sustainability, and governance. And any industry can achieve that ESG only when they go into digital compliances. So digital is the way where you go into for compliances, then you need to have skilling continuously done. Because today though we are technically sound, we are digitally sound, we need to certainly look at that. We need to create skilling, and a lot of skilling centers are across the sector, across all the ministries. There are 32 skill councils which is already working. And before concluding, I would say CII is one of the greatest partners you can ever have, because CII has more than 12,000 direct companies in the member associations, and indirectly 120,000 across the industry, across the sectors. And out of this, nearly 70% is small and medium sectors. So CII, certainly in association with NEERI, can certainly do wonders, not only in Maharashtra, but across India. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts and indicating future key research areas. Now we will have question and answer session along with the panel discussion. I invite our panelists, Mrs. Padma Rao, Dr. Nitin Labsetwar, Dr. K.V. George, and Dr. K. Nandakumar to come on the dais. Mrs. Padma Rao has more than 30 years of research experience. She is actively working in air pollution control, including industrial air pollution control, checking efficiency of APC systems, development of APC system for crematoria, and she has several SCI publications to her credit. Dr. Nitin Labsetwar has more than 35 years of research experience. He is a chief scientist and head Energy and Resource Management Division. His key research areas are automobile pollution control and cleaner energy. He has 180 SCI papers, 20 patents, and 3 technologies to his credit. Thank you, sir. Nitin sir will be the moderator for this session.
Good afternoon and thank you so much. Thanks, Dr. Sangeeta, for the kind words, and we are running late, so hopefully we will be very precise and leave some time for the question answers. So there are two aspects, and already thanks a lot to Dr. George, my colleague, who has given a wonderful presentation based on the case studies, followed by Dr. Nandakumar, and after a long time I heard somebody saying that air pollution is not a serious problem and we are going to take care of this. Very optimistic according to me, but I wish he's right. So before I hand over a couple of points actually. First, you all will agree then the world is, when it comes to the air pollution, the whole world is now talking about the GHG, climate change and sustainability when it comes to the air pollution. But in Indian context, what I would say that we cannot forget so-called conventional air pollution, what my friend George has emphasized very clearly. So there is a difference, in fact. The second thing I would like to point out, water is of course a very important resource, so is air. But there is a difference. Air is available plenty. Air has got no cost. So the concepts of circular economy and all are not really very effective when it comes to the air pollution. So it makes a lot of difference and a lot of sense when we are talking about the industry, especially when we are talking about the MSME. Then the next thing I would say that energy is going to play a vital role, okay, because majority of the pollution comes from the energy. Here we need to distinguish whether we want to talk about the air pollution per se in the context of world or in the context of India, or air pollution in the context of MSME. So in the context of India or world, energy is one thing which we need to worry about. And there are many dynamics which are changing as far as energy is concerned. And recently we have witnessed in last 1 year, one important aspect of the energy, and that's it's a strategic matter. Rest of the things take backseat. And of course the environment also take the backseat. And this I am saying, and everybody is now worried about the energy as a strategic matter. So for that matter, yes, bioenergy is good option, nuclear is good option. I totally agree because the LCA-based studies say that the nuclear, wind and the solar has got a minimal life cycle footprint. But in the Indian context, we need to rely heavily on the coal as far as strategic things are concerned. So these are a couple of things I would like to point out. While we are also working a lot in informal sector where MSME and those informal sector which do not even come under the purview of MSME are also contributing a lot. I'm not sure what is the quantitative contribution of that industry to the overall air pollution load. But we cannot forget that we are talking about the air pollution per se because it harms the environment and impact the health. But very unfortunately, the health impact of that component of overall air pollution is very high. For example, the solid fuel combustion. Okay, it's not much talked the area until the present government has brought out the LPG schemes and all that. But probably in 2015, we used to lose close to 1 million lives. And the reports like WHO used to say that the contribution of solid fuel combustion from the chulhas is bigger than all other sectors put together. I mean, that's something crazy. We always talk about the industry, we always talk about the automobile and all that, okay? So these are the sectors which probably contribute less, but the human exposure is very high, and that's how we need to take into this thing. So I also appreciate Dr. George to very nicely, he nicely brought out the role of NEERI, because we are not only the research institute, we are a national research institute where we need to be technology agnostic, we need to be fuel agnostic, okay? And we need to, of course, be pro-India, pro-national policy, supporter. So I'll just stop here, and maybe in between I'll have a few more comments. So I'll just pass on the proceedings to Dr. Padma Rao. I would especially request her that she has worked on the control option of MSME, which is a very, very difficult area, because normally we see the pre-processing, processing, and the post-processing. These are the three ways wherein we control the emissions. And there are two clearly distinct emissions, one coming from the energy, okay, whatever the captive energy consumption is there. And second is the process emissions. So she's one, probably the best experts in the country, who has not only developed but demonstrated successfully many options. So Dr. Padma, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin, and good afternoon to all. I am really fortunate to talk about this topic in this wonderful CII MSME industry meet jointly with NEERI. And regarding the air pollution, I would like to start with the definition of the air pollution, like what is air pollution. It is nothing but a sum total of all the emissions coming out from the various activities. Like if you see a city, there is a residential activity distinctly taking care from slum areas to all residential, all types of fuels being burnt, right from open to all boilers or wherever. Then it comes to commercial activities, which takes care of many things like hotels and many areas, like even the infrastructure areas. Then it is the industry. Industry you can have distribute into three, like large, medium, and small. Large industries, they have their own set of emission treatment systems, which are mostly well defined. And that too, there is a lot of problem that needs to be addressed for large industries, like Dr. George said about FGD. So whether this FGD is really needed for this country, that is the question that he has asked, and it is a very valid question. I would like to talk about this a little differently. Then comes the small, medium, large scale industry, or the small, medium industries, where the emission pattern is very different. As Dr. Nitin said, it comes from process, it comes from boilers, it comes from various handling equipments, maybe from fabric filters, or wherever the conveyor belts or whatever is going on. So we have to do a very good emission inventory of these activities. Emission inventory in the sense of what is coming out from the working, the operation of these unit processes or unit operations. Having identified the emissions from these various activities in an industry, we have to categorize it maybe in terms of priority, what is to be taken up first. So in terms of this, there is a very good government program of National Clean Air Program, wherein they have, I think, identified more than 100 cities in this country who will be given a lot of money for pollution control. So this includes ULB, and which will take care of all the other emission sources like residential or maybe institutional and commercial. For industrial, they have identified the pollution control boards. So I think it is high time for all these industries to come out with your problems, because money is available. And labs like NEERI and other labs have been identified who will take care of all this, and it will be taken in a mission mode way forward. So there are many institutions like IITs and also the universities who are there as the guidance person over there. So you can take our help also. So what I feel is you have to approach the air pollution control in terms of how you approach the CETP. It is like you have to do a treatability study in terms of flue gas. So just putting an ESP at the end of the pipe doesn't carry any meaning. You have to characterize your emissions properly. What are the particulates? Like he said, NOx. NOx, if it comes out in the atmosphere, it turns into particulates. Sulfur dioxide, if it comes out into atmosphere, it chemically reacts with so many things. It gets converted into fine particulates. So that conversion part we never know. So every time we are seeing only the air quality, SO2 is less, so there is no need for any. And if you cannot just put for a thermal power plant a packed bed system which get choked up very oftenly. So if you don't do a treatability study in terms of treating a small gas and identifying what are all the obstructions and issues, you will end up with systems which will not work. So this is what I have found in many things. And Mahajanko I did a study for a parallel flue gas treatability study for the emissions that are coming out, mostly for sulfur dioxide. And I have seen that there is no need for any lime bed system. We can use the existing fly ash also. We can just modify a little bit the fly ash and use it as it is for cleaning the sulfur dioxide gas. So that can be done if you just do some research on the emission treatability study. So this is what we can do it. Plus I urge everybody to contact us if you have any issues on emission monitoring, characterization, source apportionment studies, air quality monitoring, and also for calibration of air quality. Because as you said, air quality data is really a problem for our cities today. We have gadgets more than 1 crore. But the data that is coming out has to be calibrated properly. So let us join hands together for really cleaning up these systems and coming out with robust systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Padma, because she has also highlighted the finances, which is a big challenge in terms of MSME, I would say. So NCAP is, yes, one very good opportunity for everyone. The only thing is NCAP focuses exclusively on particulate matter emissions, PM emissions. So if you have PM emissions, you can do that. But I think there are more opportunities, especially related to the carbon finance. If you can demonstrate that there is a CO2 reduction through cleaning of fuel, and the same money can be utilized definitely to control other pollutants as a co-benefit. And NEERI is one of the very, I would say, critical and front runner in terms of introducing the co-benefit in the climate change, because it happens that something has been identified and the whole money goes into that. So thank you very much for bringing out those things. So I'll go to now Dr. George. He has already highlighted many issues, in fact, and he has also clarified that what is the position of NEERI as a research institute. We are not actually regulatory authorities. So it's a good idea that you have brought out many facts that industry works like this. But in today's very competitive era, do you think it will be very easy for industry to make the changes in the processes and go for the clean tech? And how the finances will be managed for that? Because the post-emission control is not a very good option, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nitin, for this question. Most of the answer to this question is in some way given by Mrs. Padma Rao. Let me reframe it. Air pollution, first thing, it is not local, it's mixed, national, regional, global, we can say. The first vertical is natural anthropogenic. Now the anthropogenic air pollution, further we can split it, large scale industry which can economically handle the air pollution issue by installing control system. Then comes MSMEs, wherein economic measures are, economically it is not possible to use air pollution control system. And a third very important part is emission in urban area, rural area, let me leave it for the time being. In urban area, which Dr. Nitin mentioned, cooking emissions. Then all activities, for example, in a city, you have hotel, cafeteria, restaurant, and several such activities. So these activities are not controlled by the regulatory authority. They don't fall under State Pollution Control Board. They come under municipal corporation. So regulatory authorities control MSME. And that's why the question comes, are we able to, will it be possible to control air pollution from small scale industries? But if we want to go to the ambient air level, is it that the overall air pollution is because of the emission in urban area, because of the small scale activities? You can recall 15 years ago in Delhi, large number of diesel generator sets in Connaught Place area, they were causing more pollution. Vehicles are causing pollution which does not fall under the category of, under the purview of regulatory authorities. So now with this classification, should we pressurize the MSME or we should go for the control at a smaller scale? Now, if you can recall COP26, Glasgow, there was a statement, can we work at local and community level to reduce the air pollution? I think that is the key, because that will turn into our culture, which will transcend from country level to nation to global level. So the time has come When second law of thermodynamics, which states you will have to discharge some heat, along with that you will have to discharge some pollutant, and therefore we will have to work at very small scale level and change our culture. But economically, merely shifting fuel cannot be the solution every time for small scale industries. Otherwise it is something like what to say, you can't ask a rural household to use electricity for roti making. That's impractical. So considering all those things, small scale industry should not be pressurized, but they should go for all possible available options. This is all my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Here we are actually taking liberty that we are fully aware that the MSME is not a major contributor to air pollution. But as we understand, you're also a responsible citizen and a responsible industry. And to be frank, the MSME and other industry today contributing so significantly under the CSR towards air pollution control from different sectors. Solid fuel is one of those actually. And to mention you that we got a project from Glenmark Foundation who is supporting us to develop and promote the cook stove technology to save the lives. And they are planning to in fact commit 10 crore rupees to benefit almost 2 lakh household in future. So I truly admire the MSMEs for that matter. And it's very clear from the George statement that the contribution of MSME is really, really small, but we need to work collectively to even take care of the other sources. Now, as far as energy is concerned, we talk a lot about the clean energy, I mean the cleaner energy generation, but we don't talk much about the cleaner energy use. There are two aspects of cleaner energy use. One is energy efficiency, which is a win-win situation, and the Government of India has a very serious plans to promote the energy efficiency. And second thing, the way we use it. For example, diesel. If the diesel is used in USA, Japan, and India, and the kind of emissions we have is a completely different story. So all these things will come. I would like to go to Dr. Nand Kumar, that how do you promote that at least the MSME emissions coming from the captive energy consumption can be resolved through promotion of, say, bioenergy?
I would say yes, because government is focusing that small and or even large part of the micro should move into a cluster program. Government of India also, as well as even state governments are also is focusing on having cluster, because having identified the issues which cannot be controlled isolated, they would like to have a cluster program to control which cannot be controlled otherwise. So I personally believe to some extent, yes, it is possible, but there is a challenge. On this aspect, I would like to talk to you in a different aspect. Last year, we have done exports of around 360 commodity as well as around 220 service exports. This year, we have done around approximately under $770 billion of exports. Why I am saying of these exports? I am not sure whether many of the people know. Exports means we have to give into global supply chain, much more. Germany has introduced a new law which has come into force from January 1st, known as Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. Right this year, it is applicable for companies employing 4,000 people in Germany. Next year, it will go down to 3,000 and over a period 2,000. I am sure if Germany has gone, United Europe, all the countries will go. And why I am saying this rule, SSDDA, one of the SSDDA condition is the meeting the ESG requirements, especially the environment side. So India cannot deviate from that requirement of the international requirements of energy. And this law, Supply Chain Act, is primarily, they say today is applicable only 4,000 people employed. But there are subcontractors, subcontractors, and across. Now, even if for a company in Germany, which is much larger, is having operation here, it is applicable. So, I personally believe across the world, these regulations will come into. And if we have to retain, we have to go into $1 trillion or $2 trillion to the export business. We have to be in the global platform, the compliances. There is no doubt on that. And in that, if you really look again, COP26, government has taken a lot of thinking to commit net zero by 2070. It was not an easy decision, it was a lot of challenges. And they are also looking at how that net zero by 2070 can be achieved. So work has already started across the value chain, right from. She said about NCAP, National Quality, National Clean Air Program. And I would say under National Clean Air Program, government has given around 4,000 air quality monitoring station funding. Now this year it has come down to something around 800. Because a lot of money is going for spending on compliances related areas, consumption related areas, as well as what can be produced with meeting the compliance rule. So in my opinion, yes, we have a challenge. 1.4 billion people today. By 2047, it is expected to be 1.65 billion people. And with $1,980 per capita income. How do we meet that? Yes, I agree. There is a challenge, no doubt. For any sustainable, at least minimum you need to have $4,000 per capita income for sustainable. So we have challenges on that. I don't deny that, but all governments, state governments, central governments are all focusing now because we cannot suddenly go. India has, I personally believe, with all industry associations as well as research institutes, there is a large role for the industry research institutes play. Because without the active participation of research industry institutes, we cannot achieve net zero even in 2050 or 2030. Because across the world, a lot of work. Unfortunately, India does not spend much money on the R&D. It's only 0.6%, whereas they're spending 3.94%. So we need to, I agree there are big challenges, but we all have to work together to get into that. That's my take on that, and I personally believe research institutes will do a great major role in getting all our processes, to, if not to net zero, but at least to nearby. And in that process, yes, quite a big challenges is there. That's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting the importance of research organization and industry collaboration. And in fact, the mandate of CSIR is itself in. A quick question to you, in fact, I was very happy, you are very optimistic about the air pollution control. But today, if you look at the sources of air pollution, so construction industry is blamed, that's one. And it is also said that in India, the 50% of the buildings are yet to be constructed. I mean, that's the kind of a construction we are looking at for next 30 years. If you see the IEA, International Energy Agency projections, they say in the short term you are going to use more fossil fuel. That's also there. We have a vehicle density of about 230 per 1,000 people as against 900 and 1,000 in many other countries. So we are going to increase that. So considering these scenarios, how do you feel that we need to have a balance of our development, industrial growth, and we can still talk about the air pollution control?
Two aspects on this. I go into construction slightly later. Vehicle-related pollutions. Certainly it is a controllable area because controlling the fossil fuels, certainly you can get into, and electrical energy will come into. That's, I'm 100% sure, absolutely not sure in the coming days. I fully agree with you on the construction side. Personally, I will tell you, during the COVID period, there was no construction, even in Bombay. Just after the COVID period, every next building is a construction, and everybody is having a cough. There's no doubt in that. I'm fully with you on that. It's a big challenge to control the dust emissions, particulates emissions. It's a big challenge. Even our own constructions are not suited to that. In rest of the world, Middle East, everywhere goes into steel building constructions. We still go into conventional constructions. And even process plants where we construct, or other equipments we construct, we still go into each one making at site, whereas people are going into modular constructions and making other things. So you need to go into long way. So dust area, I fully agree, and that's a big challenge area, and it's a really health area. And that's where focus, especially PM10, PM2.5, and to some extent PM1 also is, though they speak of PM1, but it's still PM2.5. Even PM2.5, which is a big challenge for In fact, since we have set up one air quality monitoring station in Mumbai, close to pollution control office, just after Diwali, they called me up, Nandakumar, why your system is not working? Suddenly, why? Third day or second day, the nitrous oxide has gone up. I also do not have much answer, but I found that was the third day of the Diwali where people move with everybody at Bow Beach, go into houses. So a lot of vehicles are probably, I cannot say, and control of the fireworks, etc. is there. But awareness has come, at least in the urban areas, that because that started affecting the health, both inside air, but outside also. So quite a lot of focus even at the individual level, people have Clean Air Act. So I think that will certainly help quite a lot. That's my take on this.
Thank you so much. Okay, the message is, I think the construction is also an industry, and industry always follows some SOPs. So if the construction industry follows strictly SOPs and the protocols, we will not have that much. So
lot of regulations for construction industries, and CPCP has given a really good booklet. So if everything is being followed, I think the emissions will reduce. So this is one take I think the ULB should take care, and the other construction activities.
So as we are running out of time, in fact we are running out of time, so I would like to thank all the panelists to bring out many innovative things. In fact, I have been clearly instructed that probably we can have question, answer and discussions during the lunch, or if you allow 1 or 2 questions, we can do that. So before I thank the panelists, please be brief, and then
yes,
we'll
sir.
try to answer.
Yeah, hello sir. This is Sanjay Mohite from Nettle Industries, Nettle Laboratories. Sir, my question is regarding CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism. In the morning, Agnihotri sir said that is coming, and accordingly European importers will have to buy the carbon these things certificates, and exporters from India, especially the steel and fertilizer industries, they will have to be they will have the burden of that. So since Indian exporters are going to pay to the European importers through that mechanism CBAM, can we have similar mechanism, since India is also importing a lot of things from the Europeans and other countries? And my second, one more question is that whatever revenue European Union is going to earn through that mechanism from 2026 onward, will they be sharing some revenue from that to countries, developing countries like India, to fund our clean energy programs?
Good question, because India is negotiating with FTA with Europe, UK, Canada and all those. The most challenging negotiation which is going is with Europe, and it is not going to happen immediately. But with UK also same issues coming up, but it's moving slightly better way. As you rightly said, whether we can get that funding, that is the biggest challenge is there. It is still a work in process, because so many agencies are working it parallelly. Our negotiators are having most struggle time on this, especially with Europe, with so many countries, and this carbon border mechanism is giving, and we are asking for our compensation. So that's, so India, Europe, FTA is gone into slightly backward, but other FTAs is moving. Canada is much easier, but UK also some challenges are coming, but it will get through. But with Europe, this problem is there, especially on the carbon, that is still not yet sorted out. And we have some challenges on that from our own side also, because it's not a developed country and high end of the population. So we have our own challenges. So we are, in fact, I would recommend if some issues are there, please address to CII, because we are getting questions from various ministries on this. So please forward the questions so that we can get discuss with them. It's not, it's a continuous working process. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take one more question, please. Oh, thank you so much. So we conclude here, and thanks a lot to Dr. Sangeeta and all the organizers on behalf of all the panelists. Dr. Amit, thank you so much. Any announcement?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, all the panelists. I request Director Sir, Vaidya Sir, to please come on dais and felicitate all the panelists. Dr. Nandakumar. Mrs. Padma Rao. Dr. K.V. George. Dr. Nitin Lapsetwar. Thank you, everyone. I declare this session as concluded. We'll have a 30 minutes lunch break after this, and we'll meet here at 2:40.
पहिले कोणाचा
नहीं नहीं
Yeah, come. Just checking the lab. हाँ स्लाइड चेंज होता है हाँ है ना इकडे अच्छा अच्छा ओके
मला वाटतं मला बेल वाजवायला लागेल
बिल वाजवायला लागेल.
कारण लोक आलेच नाहीत ना अजून. हे इथे आहे स्लॉट. एक ती बेल अजून वाजवून बघ. हो. पण तेजश्री जोशींचं कधीतरी बिनवाले सरांचं इथे घे. अच्छा एक असं करून त्यांना थोडंसं ट्रायंगल वाटलं म्हणजे तिकडे पण दिसेल. हां तेच तेच सांगितलं. हां हां Welcome again for this third and last session of today's function. This session is on waste management, and that is solid and hazardous waste with respect to industries. The first presentation will be given by Dr. M.P. Patil. He is working as a chief scientist and head Chemical and Hazardous Waste Management Division. He is PhD in Chemical Engineering and ME in Chemical Engineering. He has more than 30 years of research experience in solid and hazardous waste domain. He has several SCI publications and copyrights to his credit. He has completed more than 50 projects, including R&D and consultancy projects in waste management area. His topic of today's presentation is NEERI's capabilities in waste management sector. I invite Patil sir for his presentation.
नहीं केला है केला का ये आएगा पॉइंटर हाँ पॉइंटर है समोर जाकर दे या तो नको दाखव ठीक.
So, good afternoon everyone. We have seen in the pre-lunch session, there were presentations on wastewater and air. So, third component of the pollution, that is waste management. So, I will be covering the capabilities of CSIR-NEERI, what we have been doing and what we can do for the industry in this sector, waste management. So, as you know, for any industrial activity where we provide some raw materials, we provide some utility and energy, and when we get some product, in the process we have we generate air emissions, we generate wastewater, and we also generate solid and hazardous waste. So, issues related to air emission, air pollution control, issues related to wastewater management, they have already been discussed in previous sessions. So, in this session, I will be exclusively covering on NEERI's capabilities on solid and hazardous waste management. So, what kind of solid and hazardous waste could be generated by the industries? First one is industrial waste, where we can generate hazardous waste as well as non-hazardous industrial waste. These are typically generated from process plants during various housekeeping activities, routine or annual operation and maintenance. Many industries, they have pollution control facilities such as ETP, air pollution control equipments. So the sludges generated from wastewater treatment plant ETP, or the dust captured from air pollution control equipment, that can come under solid and hazardous waste generated by industry. Many industries, especially the large scale industries, they have their own townships. They also have the canteens for their staff. So from such sources like canteens and township, the industries can also generate municipal solid waste. Many industries also have clinics, hospitals, so they can generate biomedical waste also. Similarly, there are many out-of-life, unserviceable electrical, electronic goods periodically discarded by the industry once its life is over. So the e-waste is also generated. Similarly, plastic waste, battery waste, construction demolition waste, all kind of waste can be generated by industry, especially if it is a large-scale industry. So, in order to have environmentally sound management of whatever waste industries are generated, we need to take a holistic waste management approach. Holistic in the sense, we need to see what we have, we need to review what we have been doing in the past for waste management. We have to see what are the current waste management practices, what are the current rules and regulations, and based on the review of the historical waste management practices, based on the review of the present rules and regulations and present waste management practices, we can develop appropriate strategy for management of different kinds of waste generated by the industries. Some of the pictures we can see how the historically waste were managed by the industries. We all know the industrial revolution started in India sometimes in 1960s. So that time we started developing many large-scale steel plants, refineries, pesticide and fertilizer industries. So in this process, obviously the waste was generated. But at that time, there was no rules, there was no regulation on hazardous waste management. So first regulation on hazardous waste management was enacted in 1989. So before that, the industry simply used to, whatever waste they used to generate, they used to dispose it off either in their backyard or in some low-lying areas, or maybe outside their industries. So this continued almost till 2003, because even after having regulation in 1989, there was no infrastructure available for disposal of such waste. So it continued till 2003. So after 2003, then we started having our hazardous waste, common hazardous waste treatment disposal facilities. And 2003 onwards, now we are having safe disposal. But prior to that, whatever waste were disposed of in open land, in the backyard, that has resulted into a number of hazardous waste contaminated sites. So it is estimated that there are more than 300 such sites still existing in India, which are still releasing harmful substances into different components of environment like groundwater, surface water. They are also contaminating air. You can see this is one industry, they are storing hexavalent chromium containing waste. They have disposed of almost 2 lakh metric tons of hazardous waste containing hexavalent chromium. Some industries, see, they have disposed of their waste containing organic spent solvents. Here you can see again this is a site where hexavalent chromium bearing waste was disposed of. Local authorities, they constructed a road here, but after a few years it started leaching hexavalent chromium. You can see the yellow patches. It is because of leaching of hexavalent chromium from this dump. So there are more than 300 such contaminated sites still existing. So what happens when we dispose of our waste unscientifically? It can lead to air pollution, because if we put the waste, dump the waste on open land, if it is having say some volatile substances, it can get vaporized. If it is, it can carry a lot of dust containing harmful substances from the site. It can get transported to nearby locality and it can affect nearby residents. Similarly, during monsoon season, the waste can get leached out. It can generate surface runoff and it can contaminate nearby streams. Again, during monsoon, the harmful hazardous constituents can get leached out. They can reach subsurface strata. They can percolate subsurface strata and contaminate the groundwater. So, unscientific disposal of waste, hazardous waste, or for that matter, any waste, can result into air pollution, surface water contamination, groundwater contamination, and soil contamination. See, these are the some of the pictures from some site. Unscientific storage and disposal of hazardous waste resulted in a huge fire explosion. This was at one of the site in Gujarat. You can see here surface water contamination. You can see the yellow color. See the color of the sample. The waste, the water at this site is containing more than 200 milligram per liter of hexavalent chromium. All of you know, hexavalent chromium is a known carcinogenic substance. You can see here the color of groundwater here. It is just looking like Coca-Cola. All these sites are still existing. They are still releasing harmful hazardous substances into the environment. This picture, you can see soil contamination. You can see the entire vegetation has spoiled the entire vegetation because of unscientific disposal of hazardous waste. So, unscientific disposal causes air pollution, surface water contamination, groundwater contamination, and soil contamination. Now, just look at the present practice of waste management. Currently, as per the data compiled by CPCB, we generate 9.2 million metric tons of hazardous waste, out of which 50 to 55% is either reused, recycled, 4 to 8% or maybe up to 10% is incinerated, and rest 40 to 45% is disposed of in TSDF. So, since it is disposed of in TSDF, there are almost more than 44 hazardous waste treatment disposal facilities. There are many industries, they also have their own waste disposal systems. We call it captive landfills. So, for disposal of this waste, a lot of land is required. It is estimated that per year we need about 45 hectares of land for disposal of hazardous waste. All of us know land is a scarce resource. We don't have enough land available, and if we go on dumping this waste in at the hazardous waste disposal site, at some point of time will not have any area available for disposal. Again, cost of disposal. Suppose the industry generates the waste and they want to dispose it off through TSDF. They are paying almost 5,000 to 15,000 rupees per ton, depending on the characteristics of waste. And the current focus of waste management is mostly end of the pipe treatment. Like, we are not making any effort to minimize the waste generated from the industry. Industry will simply, okay, जो भी waste आ रहा है ठीक है TSDF में भेज दो. They are spending 5,000 to 15,000 rupees, but they are not making any effort to minimize the waste. Okay. So, as per in order to manage the waste in an environmentally sound manner, we need to follow the rules and regulations. Government of India has notified different rules and regulations for different waste. Like for industrial waste, we have hazardous and other waste management rules notified in 2016. For municipal waste, we have solid waste management rule, biomedical waste, biomedical management. So, all the waste, depending on their characteristics, depending on their source, they have different rules and regulations, different mechanism for handling, different mechanism for reuse, recycle, treatment and disposal. So, what NEERI can do in how NEERI can help industry in managing this waste? Like the areas, as I mentioned, we work on municipal solid waste, hazardous waste, biomedical waste, plastic waste, industrial waste, electronic waste, and we are also working on persistent organic pollutants. NEERI is a Stockholm Convention, regional Stockholm Convention Center, where we are dealing with persistent organic pollutants also. We are getting many projects from UNEP, UNDP on this. So, in this, working in this area, we do basic and applied R&D. Like each industry, they have typical problem. Like we don't have ready-made solution for each industry. So, we have to study the waste generated by each industry. They may have some peculiar characteristics. So, we have to do basic R&D. Whatever knowledge is available, that we apply in solving the problem. Waste management, mostly we need we need expertise in chemical engineering, environmental engineering, and also other engineering principles like civil engineering, mechanical engineering. So we have a dedicated team of the expertise. Many waste may require biological treatment, bioremediation. So we also apply biosciences process. We have different scientific tools and softwares to deal with the subject. For example, if we want to study a contaminated site, so for studying contaminated site, we need to have a detailed hydrogeological investigation. So we have a dedicated team of hydrogeological for hydrogeological investigation. We have all the tools available like resistivity meter, GPS, ground penetrating radar. All kinds of sophisticated tools and softwares are available for doing all these kinds of studies. Then we also have a sophisticated analytical facility which comprises of GCA, GCMH, ICP. So you name any parameter which is required for characterizing any of the waste, and we have the facility available with us. We also have a highly skilled manpower available with us, and we have been doing the waste management projects for almost for more than 3 decades. So far we have completed 100 projects, and once we take up the study for the industry, first we do a detailed inventory. The industry may be generating say 10 streams. So we visit each and every process unit, unit operation. We ourselves identify the each and every waste stream. We do characteristics of the stream and see whether it falls under hazardous category or non-hazardous category or any other category. We do a complete audit of the waste generated by the industry. We also do audit and performance evaluation of the hazardous waste treatment disposal facilities. Then based on the treatability studies, feasibility studies, we develop treatment processes for waste treatment, waste stabilization, and for stabilization and disposal. We also explore wherever possible whether the waste can be minimized through some green chemistry approach, by making suitable changes in the products, by making suitable changes in the raw metals. So all the options for waste minimizations we can explore. And once the waste is generated, we see whether this can be either reused, recycled. Like we can go for co-processing. The waste generated from one industry could be a raw material for other industry. Normally, cement industry, they take all kind of suppose the waste has a calorific value, it can go to cement industry as an alternate fuel. If it is having calcium content, again it can be used by cement industry as a alternate raw material. So we explore all waste minimization, reuse, recycle options, and then based on the detailed feasibility study, we suggest environmentally sound management. As I told you, we also have a capability of dealing with contaminated sites. In the first slide, I told you there are almost 300 such sites. Main industries, they may be having some contaminated site. So if you can refer it to us, we can do a complete study. We can provide detailed assessment and environmental sustainable solution for remediation. We also provide training and capacity building to various industries. We are conducting regular training programs in our institute. You can go through our website. All the programs are listed there. So any of the industry who is interested in attending these programs, they can contact our skill development unit and they can participate. So NEERI and industry can jointly explore various opportunities are available. Like I told you, we can go for waste minimization. Industries are simply whatever waste they are generating, they are paying it to TSDF operator. They are not making any effort. So NEERI can help the industry to minimize the waste. There are different options available. We can go for green chemistry based cleaner technologies. In the existing process also, we can suggest by some product modification, process, equipment modification, raw material modification, we should try to minimize the waste. Okay, once the waste is generated, then lot of emphasis is being made these days on circular economy. Government wants to promote the circular economy in a big way, so that there should not be any waste which will go for disposal in the landfill. So as far as possible, we should try to reuse, recycle the waste and avoid land disposal. We can also explore mining and utilization of historical waste, like if some industry, if they have their own captive systems and they have stored some waste, and maybe that time there was no technology, there was no solution available, but we can explore, we can study and see whether the waste stored in the industry premises, or for that matter even the waste stored at hazardous waste disposal facilities, that can be again utilized instead of letting it there for another 50 years or 100 years. We can explore and see whether it can be used as a raw material. So recently we got one project from Gujarat where one hazardous waste treatment disposal facility, they contacted a cement industry and the waste stored at one of the facility, cement industry found that it can be utilized. So they have asked NEERI to do a complete study, and we are doing this study. So if it is feasible, the waste from this hazardous waste disposal facility will be taken up by the cement industry. So we can do all such studies for any of the industries if you are having any such waste available in your premises. We can suggest environmentally sound management based on the detailed characterization, detailed treatability studies, and remediation of contaminated site. I already told you. These are some of the projects which we have done on a full scale. First project is full scale treatment and disposal of arsenic waste. This industry was storing arsenic waste for almost 30-40 years because they didn't have any solution available for that. So they had contacted us. We did basic R&D, we did treatability studies, we did pilot scale studies, and full scale disposal was carried out for this arsenic waste. The concentration of arsenic in this waste was almost 10% arsenic. So it has been successfully disposed of. Almost we have disposed of 600 meter cube of this arsenic waste. Right now we are doing a full scale remediation of mercury contaminated site at Kodaikanal. The site is owned by HUL. They were manufacturing mercury based thermometers. In the process, lot of mercury was spilled and it was spilled on the land. That resulted in mercury contamination. So we have been doing this study for past 10-15 years, and right now full scale remediation is going on. Similarly, there was one industry, Hindalco in Cochin. They were storing their waste. The waste was stored in the landfill which was not designed as per the latest CBCB guidelines. So we did a study and found that there could be some contamination. So we suggested that entire waste from this facility should be excavated and disposed of in a scientifically designed hazardous waste disposal facility. So this has been completed recently. And we are providing our services in other waste sectors also. Yeah, okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patil sir, for showcasing NEERI's work in this solid and hazardous waste management domain. Our next speaker is Ms. Tejashri Joshi, co-convener CII Maharashtra Panel on Energy, Environmental Sustainability, and General Manager and Head EE Services. Before I invite her for her presentation, I will read her biodata. Tejashri Joshi heads environmental sustainability at Godrej and Boys Manufacturing Company Limited. With 20 years of experience, she has facilitated strategy development, target setting, and achievement under Godrej and Boys' sustainability initiative of Good and Green Vision, which includes achieving zero waste to landfill, carbon neutrality, positive water balance, reducing energy and water consumption, improving energy productivity, and increasing renewable energy use, also charting out a low carbon pathway for businesses. MAM leads programs like environmental studies and planning for new establishments and projects, design, development, and implementation of environmental management systems,
and is also responsible for managing environmental legal compliance performance across all businesses of Godrej and Boyce. She is ensuring extended producer's responsibility, conformance of e-waste and plastic waste. Ms. Joshi holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Environmental Stream and a Master's Diploma in Business Management. I invite ma'am for her presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me first thank CII and NEERI for giving me this opportunity to speak in this August event. I know this is a very difficult time for especially people who are listening, because I think all those rasgullas start setting in, their effect of rasgulla starts setting in. Nonetheless, I hope this presentation is of interest to you, because this is basically not theory but practice. What corporates can do in the space of waste management, and I am speaking on the experience my organization has had in this, and I'm sure it will resonate with most of the industry people, and they would find some insights in terms of what could be done, if at all, relevant to your space. When I say corporates, of course, it's not only large corporates. Waste is an issue which is across the industry, across all sizes of organizations. In one way or the other, our manufacturing processes do generate byproducts, what we call as waste. And what I'm here to speak about is what could be the alternative way of looking at this outputs. Do we view it as a waste, or do we view it as a resource? And I think that's a mindset change that we will have to bring in as a group, as industry, because most of the transitions have been led by industry, and I think this is one space where we can play a very big role. And the mere fact that India is most stressed country in terms of resource use, because our per unit area of resource extraction is probably the highest in the world. And I think there is a huge improvement that we can bring in this by changing our outlook from a linear economy to a circular economy, what we have been speaking about. And I think waste is one of that aspect where we start looking at it as a resource. So I represent a company or a brand, which is, I don't need to introduce the brand, of course, most of the Indians know Godrej, but this year we are celebrating our 125th year of existence. And I think the mere fact that an organization can exist this long is because it has been true to its values and have been adapting ethical business practices all throughout its journey, which has helped it tide over all the challenges that we have seen as an independent nation, right from independence to now. Through all the economic challenges, it has tided over it. So, and this is an experience of the learning that we have had over so many decades of existence. Godrej and Boyce was a holding company for the Godrej Group, having presence across 10 diverse industry sectors and a large employee base and a large turnover. What is challenging is the the heterogeneity of the kind of products that gets basketed under one organization, and that there lies the real challenge in terms of end of pipe treatment, as we call in terms of environmental or pollution management, and that leads us to another trigger in terms of should we be only looking at the end of pipe, or should we be looking at the genesis of the problem. And that's the mindset, again, that I'm talking about, that we need to change. These are the various businesses we have under Godrej and Boyce, starting right from locks. You all know, Godrej Locks is one of the most known brands. It was one of the first products that the company came out with. Extending up to today, the company produces components for India's defense and space programs, along with other consumer durables like the known appliances of Godrej Appliances, Godrej Interior, which is in furniture business, construction, electrical services, so on and so forth. So you can see the diversity of activities, the diversity of operations, and therefore the diversity of pollution that gets generated through various processes, but yet need to be managed singularly by the organization. 125th year, there's a lot of change we have brought to. We have also looked at how do our purpose, vision, and values change with the changing times. One thing which has remained constant is this. Environment stewardship has always been a value with the organization, not today since its inception, and it continues to be a value henceforth, probably for the next 100 years or whatever time the organization is there. The journey is not today's. It has always been part of the Godrej Group's DNA in terms of adapting environmentally sustainable practices in our businesses. However, formally in 2007, a framework for sustainability was worked on, which was adapted in 2010, what we call as Good and Green, which addresses each and every indicator of environment and social aspects with respect to which is material to the organization's activities. And there are many, so we were one of the first company to sign CII's Mission on Sustainable Growth, Code of Ecologically Sustainable Business Growth Pledge. So this actually talked about target-based approach for each and every indicator of environment, which then went on to become an industry practice for many large corporates to adapt this. From this was genesis, our vision of Godrej Good and Green, which talks about ensuring skill development, which serves our products in the market. So this is a shared value approach, which talks about greening of our processes and operations, and which talks about not only limiting it to the greening of our operations and processes, it also takes the next step to greening of our products and services. This is taking the philosophy of sustainability to our consumers through our products. And that's where the whole product stewardship comes in picture, that the company adopts the responsibility of the product end to end, from life to, from design to disposal or recycling. Looking at the focus areas, very common, I think most of the corporates have these focus areas on environmental sustainability. We also have them in terms of water efficiency, energy efficiency, use of switching more and more to renewable energy use to decarbonize our operations. Look at material use efficiency and waste reduction. And I think this is what I would be taking ahead out of all the areas that I'm talking about today. So not only waste reduction and recycling, you'll see the first terminology is material use efficiency. And that is where the transition will begin. That is where we'll have to make responsible choices in the types of material that we are using in our processes. So at the end of our process, the kind of waste which is generated is not of that nature which is difficult to handle. Of course, carbon neutrality, and last but not the least, we don't lose focus on the biodiversity conservation, because everything that we do ultimately impacts the ecology and biodiversity. And without biodiversity, all the resources, basic resources which we use in our processes cannot be generated, right from water to production of raw materials. And so extending the whole philosophy up to biodiversity conservation has been the focus area. Now let us look at what do we do in terms of when the product manufacturing happens. We have products, but the focus is to make those products green. And how does that happen? Every product design has to essentially adopt a life cycle approach. Unless at the design you look at the life cycle impact of the product from cradle to cradle, meaningful substitutions in terms of material use, in terms of process chemistry, in terms of resource use utilization, and in terms of how do you handle the waste or byproducts generated at the end of process cannot be done. And the cost incurred to incorporate this at the design stage is much lesser than the cost you incur at the end of the product life, and with what you do for handling the impact of these products if they are not treated at the design stage. And that's where the design thinking comes into picture. Design thinking with the lens of innovation for sustainability is something which has been practiced, what we call as design for environment. All of our products, you will see most of the products are certified green products through various certification standards which are appropriate for those products. Here we are actually, what we are doing is reducing the impact generation of the product right at the conceptualization stage. And you'll see all our sub businesses like Godrej Construction we are talking about, and I'll talk about this case study a little bit more because Dr. Patil was mentioning about construction and demolition waste as being one of the major waste generating areas or impacts of industry, and there are ways to handle that. So I would like to share our experience in this. And most of our products incorporate sustainability or efficient use in terms of resource use reduction even in their operation stage. Okay, so now I think Dr. Patil already mentioned in terms of what are the plethora of ways that an industry looks at. And we are no different, and most of the industries will have waste generated from their industrial and commercial activities, very typically categorized as hazardous and non-hazardous waste, and I'm only talking about solid waste here, apart from the air emissions and the liquid waste generation. But even under the hazardous and non-hazardous, there are many other waste which are also getting generated because of the activities and our operations. Hazardous waste, based on the industry, it will change. Of course, non-hazardous, we all know the usual metal scrap, paper, cardboard, all the packaging material waste, all other raw materials which, or discarded raw materials which are of non-hazardous type, so on and so forth. Hazardous waste, again, different categories based on the industry, it would change. But that's not all. Industry also has to look at biomedical waste, which comes out from its dispensary or a hospital if it is supporting on the campus. Look at e-waste, plastic waste, battery waste, which is mentioned, which is output of our operations in the industry. Construction debris, the redevelopment, development, the construction industry goes through a huge problem of handling this. And today's cities all across the world see this as a problem, especially in India, because the transportation costs for construction waste are huge. They cannot be disposed within the city, but at the same time, there is a lot of illegal practices that happens in terms of disposal of construction or demolition waste. And of course, biodegradable waste, which can be, either the canteen waste generated or the STP sludge, or even the process may have biodegradable waste. Now, large corporates also have auxiliary systems associated with industrial setups. Like we have in Mumbai, we have a large township which is surrounding our industry, which hosts our own employees and therefore the activities they need in their domestic use, like a school, a hospital, a community center, so on and so forth. And therefore, that is the extended footprint of an organization or a corporate which it needs to take ownership of, because this whole ecosystem is existing because of the presence of the industry in that particular place. And therefore, domestic waste for residential areas, again, biodegradable, non-biodegradable through the domestic waste. Horticulture waste, it's mandatory that all organizations have certain amount of green cover, and that green cover needs to be maintained. We need to extend its life and take care of it. It also requires regular pruning, regular trimming, regular landscape management activity. This also generates a lot of waste, which needs to be responsibly handled. So when we look at this whole plethora of different ways, the right approach, what Dr. Patil was talking, and I'm very happy to say, more or less we have followed that. And here's something that, it's not only a textbook matter, but could be practiced in the industry. So when we're talking about waste management, what we are saying is waste minimization and then waste recycling. So what do we look at? Of course, the target has always been a zero waste to landfill. That means we look at each and every material that we are using. What is the pathway that material is following by way that it is ending up as a waste, and then what happens to that waste, and what is the best method which has the least environmental impact in terms of its handling or disposal. So it begins with elimination of material of problems. And therefore what we are talking about is elimination of toxic or hazardous materials, because the aim is to reduce the amount of hazardous waste which is generating. And we've seen a lot of issues in the environment is because of this hazardous waste getting generated and being dumped in unscientific manner. But the problem lies in the generation, and therefore we need to first do this. How do we do this? We look at, this is done by eliminating or substituting the use of material with a greener material or a better material. We look at minimizing through this, as well as minimizing through process optimization of pollution control systems or the systems which are handling the use of this material. So reduction of wastage, looking at where it can be optimized, looking at responsible handling is leading to minimization of waste generation. We look at every stream of material which is used for material use, recovery and reuse. This is another way of reducing what goes out as a waste from a process. Promoting, of course, upcycling and recycling, and I'll give you a few examples of our research on upcycling options. Obviously, today industry also has to, by law, has to take ownership of certain amount, quantity, types of waste it is generating for e-waste, plastic waste, batteries or tires as an extended producer's responsibility. But in corporate parlance, we call it as product stewardship. which looks at ownership of a product by a company from up to the end of its life. And even before the rules came into picture, we've been practicing product stewardship, and we continue to do it, and the impact I will share. I spoke about product stewardship and thereby adapting principles of circularity, where we are talking about waste as a raw material or waste as a material. So what are those examples? One of the study we commissioned somewhere in 2015 was to look at the different materials that our industry is using. So across our 39 manufacturing facilities, a database of around 800 materials was created by a very detailed study in terms of looking at all those different small materials that we are using in our processes. Now, of course, we commissioned this under our Design and Innovation Center, and this database actually helped us look at all those materials, its journey from its entry into our premises up to the end where it is leading. And there are some beautiful case options that came out of how these materials today, when they were going for recycling, how it could be upcycled. Now, the difference between recycling and upcycling is you are probably increasing the value of the material. Something going as scrap and something going as a raw material has a different value. And here's where it directly affects the industry's bottom line in terms of generating that kind of value while you are actually disposing the waste. And let's look at a few examples what could be created. So this is very typically copper wire waste. It will go for recycling to a copper recycler. What can be done? It could be created into a product which is a lifestyle product. A place like Mumbai has a lot of value for this kind of products, where it could go for a very high-end kind of a sale in particular societies. So these are only thinking, there is limitless. You can go on thinking in terms of creativity of what a material can do. Another example, the same copper wire, it goes into a chair. We have graphite dust generated from one of the processes. Instead of disposing it to a landfill, it could be created into building blocks. So goes for the varnish waste. It will go for disposal, it will have its cost, but can be created into facade tiles or something which is of aesthetics, which can be used by the construction industry. You all know, industry knows this. These are those tying ropes or plastic ropes. And it's a very, very, something of a packaging waste which you do not know what to do with, but goes for disposal. So this is what was created from this kind of waste. Again, it's a lifestyle product. It can be a low-cost product as well, which can be done through a self-help group or a societal kind of an activity by corporates. Another option of the same material which can be used for creating a different product. You all know this. I said Godrej locks was one of our first business. These are those blank rejects from the locks when a key is made of the locks. There are so many options. Otherwise, it will go as a scrap to a scrap vendor who will then smelt it, have more energy on processing it, and use a lot of resources to recycle it. But it can be created into beautiful products, which again become useful products for this material. Paint sludge, synthetic graphite waste, we all know again, these are the kind of waste which are generally part of the industry processes. So many options in terms of converting these wastes into materials or products. This is a very common thing that is used. Cotton gloves, most of the industry will use for safety purposes, and we discard if it is oil soaked, it becomes hazardous waste. Otherwise, also it goes into garbage. So many products. There is a designer who works on waste as a raw material for designing lifestyle garments. And these are some of the byproducts of what can be done. Now comes an example of circularity. Construction industry we know as one of the most blamed industry for pollution in large cities. Mumbai air pollution, lot of blame going on to the construction industry. This building is a green building. It has the largest terrace garden in Mumbai. This green building and a terrace garden ensures reduction in energy use because it brings in insulation properties. At the same time, it creates a biodiversity area for its local fauna, microfauna. And all these landscapes you see is done using the local and adapted species and no invasive or exotic species. And this is very essential for designing a landscape by industry. That is called as sustainable landscaping. But I'm not talking about it. What will happen when this building gets demolished? At the end of its life, being a Godrej building, it will live for 100 years probably, but at the end of it, somewhere, at some point of time, it comes to a demolition stage. So what generally happens? This demolition waste either gets dumped along the roadsides or on the mangrove areas or green areas, or it will either be dumped anywhere in a water stream or somewhere illegally. Is there a way which can be recycled? We have in 2017 installed a plant in Mumbai where this concrete rubble from the demolition waste gets crushed into a recycled aggregate material, which again goes back as a building block, in either a building block or a concrete paver or a walling solution, which goes back into a building project. This is what we call as circularity. That a material which is part of a product goes back into the same product, either in the same form or in a different form. And this can be very well practiced. This is the plant we have in Vikhroli, suburb of Mumbai. If anybody ever wants to come and visit, you're welcome. This is a Green Pro certified product. It's a green product because it uses more than 80% of material which is recycled material. And by IGBC it has been certified. What has the impact been? We have recycled so far over 28,000 metric tons of concrete waste by this initiative, which is equivalent to, just imagine 9,000 SUVs, the load of those 9,000 SUVs. That's the equivalence of the material which otherwise would have been waste and got dumped, has been recycled as raw material. We are also now working on using this recycled aggregate in other precast products, just like, in Mumbai. Mumbai is under overall, people from Mumbai will know, and there is a coastal road and many other projects which is going on. There are many non-structural members in these constructions where this kind of material can very easily fit into, and it also meets all the quality and safety and strength norms and can be reused. Now, taking a step ahead, we are working with a startup on 3D concrete printing technology, or creating modular structures using 3D concrete printing. Now, the beauty of this is it's not a normal 3D concrete printed structure. It uses 100% recycled concrete aggregate as part of the mix which is used in 3D concrete printing. And this is an innovation, and this is a tie-up with a startup from IIT Madras, where they bring in the technology of 3D concrete printing, and we bring in the strength in terms of knowing the market and bringing in the angle of sustainability or environmental friendliness in the whole product. So talking about waste management cycle, I very explicitly mentioned about extended producer's responsibility. Today it is one of the legal aspects that the industry has to manage for certain kinds of waste. And this is the cycle generally which is followed in the extended producer's responsibility management cycle. And it's an ecosystem which needs to be created by the parent or the corporate along with its ecosystem partners of recyclers. So just taking an example of plastic waste, our philosophy has been, again, always adapt a hierarchical approach and not an ad hoc kind of an approach for any waste that gets generated. We're talking about 5R. We're looking at redesign, which is minimizing of use of plastic, reduction, that is reusing the plastic either within your processes or some applications, and reuse, recycling, that is switching more and more to biodegradable materials or switching more and more to recyclable materials. Totally phase out of non-recyclable plastics, because this is the problem area in the entire plastic ecosystem, and we are maximizing recycled content in the packaging options. That is promoting use of recycled material. So that's the way we approach this problem. But how is it done? It is done to treat all types of plastic. It requires inventorization of the entire plastic ecosystem that is being used in the organization. We need to support the whole ecosystem to develop. This is a new development area which is happening, and large corporates need to support the ecosystem in terms of developing the supply chain, in terms of developing the management chain for these waste. And we've been doing it across India. And most importantly, the waste management should be in terms of equitability. That means it should be to the extent of which the waste is generated in a particular location. So it cannot be that the waste, because of a sale of product, is happening all across the country. However, the management is happening only in one pocket of the country. That cannot be, although the law allows that. What we do is we recycle the same quantity of waste from each and every location across 31 states in the country for all different kinds of plastics with our 4 partners which work in all these geographies. And this is what we call as going beyond compliance. How this helps? Law catches up very quickly with whatever you do. So you are already ready to meet those upcoming obligations under the regulatory regime. And that's how it has helped us and has been our experience over so many years. Many substitutions, and I would not read out all the list, but how do you reduce the use of plastic in packaging? And I think this is a huge problem for all of us. So, it can be very easily adopted by most of the small scale industry, large scale industries. Sustainable materials, recycled material used in packaging is catching up very fast. You also can collaborate in industry associations or collaborations where there's a lot of learning, cross-learning from different industries and the ecosystem players so that solutions can be better. You do not repeat the same mistakes which probably somebody else has done, and there's a lot of cross-learning which happens, and this benefits when these kind of problems are discussed in an industry association or a uniform platform where different stakeholders come together. One more important area of waste is on municipal solid waste, and as larger a footprint an industry, the bigger the waste. And we have similar problem. I said we have a 3,000 acres campus in Mumbai, every day having a footfall of around 50,000 people just in the campus. So you can imagine it's kind of a small city within a city. So the problem of waste also is huge. First, what we did was did an inventorization of this waste and from where is this waste getting generated. You can see the plethora of users just residing in this one campus. The residential colonies, industrial premise, areas which are leased out to IT, ITS companies, hospital, we have commercial real estate spaces, and all other associated aspects in a township. All of this constitute the waste that is generated, municipal solid waste. And when we did an inventorization, we found out that every day the whole campus was generating around 10 metric tons of municipal solid waste, which was every day going to the landfills in Mumbai, which were already overflowing. And we all know the status of Devnar dumping, if you would have heard about it. It's very famous for all the wrong reasons. So, yeah. So we were also contributing to it. And that's where, you take the philosophy of sustainability beyond your campus of your manufacturing activities. We took it to our existence, all our colonies. The first step is basically segregation. Source segregation is the best practice because it actually improves the value of the material if it is source segregated. The moment it gets mixed with other waste, the value comes down. Same goes with water. When we talk about rainwater, the capturing rainwater before it touches the ground is the best way of reusing because it is not yet contaminated. The moment it falls on the ground, the contamination set in and you require more cost to treat that water. So the same thing is happening. Source segregation, different kinds of identification of different kinds of waste. Biodegradable waste, obviously there are methods of treating it, either food waste, garden waste, and then non-biodegradable waste. All these waste get generated from a municipal solid waste. Now in our case, 80% of this municipal solid waste is biodegradable waste. That means already a lot of source segregation is happening. Only 20% constitutes recyclables. However, we further do segregation of that recyclable waste into all these components. When this is done, there is still a residual component of around 2 or 2.5%, which cannot be recycled. So if somebody is claiming that they are also recycling that portion, it's wrong. So when we identified that, we have now tied up through the agency with a cement plant for co-processing of that non-recyclable waste, which goes as a RDF, refuse derived fuel. However, there's a cost to it, but nonetheless, if somebody is claiming to be a zero waste to landfill, it truly has to be zero waste to landfill. So this is our campus in Vikhroli. It's a large campus and a facility. Just to give you a sense of how large is this operations. There are 70 collection points across 1,200 acres, residential, industrial and commercial area. 10 ton per day capacity, serving 4,750 tenements, 10 manufacturing plants, around 20 lakh square feet of commercial area, 2 schools, hospitals, so on and so forth. I mentioned around 55,000 footfall every day. And we've adopted an integrated waste management approach for this. So like I mentioned, around 5% of waste gets diverted to either the waste to energy plant or a co-processing plant, and compost and recyclables are generated. Now we are generating compost because we need that compost across our 82 acres of green spaces in the campus. The other option is obviously biomethanation. So based on the use, you need to choose the treatment methodology. So one solution doesn't fit all. It has to be a choice which should be done with a lot of thought process in terms of what is the use that you have for it. So this is the integrated facility we have. You can see the activities. We are now mechanizing the entire activity. But still there is so much of segregation that can happen from a discarded waste in a municipal solid waste. And all these have different routes of recycling. Every plastic cannot go to the same recycler. There is a different method of recycling each and every type of plastic. Composting, I mentioned we need this compost across our premise. So what's been the impact of all these activities that the organization does? When you look at a social term, over the last decade, we have recycled around nearly 5 lakh metric tons of waste from going to landfill. So we've diverted so much of waste, which otherwise would have landed into a landfill. And in terms of water, recycled and harvested, we have harvested and recycled over 12.9 million cubic meter of water through, again, treating the waste which is in the liquid form. So what does it mean? The waste generated, if you imagine 40-foot containers which are used in shipping, over 18,500 container loads of waste has been diverted to landfill. And the water we have recycled and harvested could serve around 261.8 million people for a time frame of a year. So what industry also needs to do is, whenever you are taking interventions, you are not only solving your own problem, you are also serving the community. And you can translate it into a community benefit, which is resulting out of these interventions, which are a responsible corporate practice. So I think with that, I will end my talk on the whole different aspects of waste, those critical areas which we should look out for, which are on the fringes, not the main waste areas for an industry, which normally needs to be taken care because of the regulatory compulsions, but the extended footprints are also the responsibility of the industry. So I think probably we can lead by practice and demonstrate that industry is not always a villain. We can also play a very constructive role in transforming societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tejashri ma'am, for such an interesting presentation on Godrej and Boyce's good and green concept. She has also informed us about their integrated waste management practices. And it was very nice to see the upscaling of just a simple copper wire to pottery and chairs and all that. Thank you very much. Now we'll move towards our next panel discussion and question answer session. So I invite our panelists, Dr. Rajesh Beniwale, Dr. MP Patil, Dr. Sandeep Bodkhe, and Tejashri ma'am. I will briefly introduce our panelist. Dr. Rajesh Beniwale is an experienced scientist with entrepreneurship skills and thorough academic rigor. He is acting as a chief scientist and head of Cleaner Technology and Management Division. He is also professor of Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. He is BSc Technology from LIT Nagpur, ME Chemical Engineering, PhD from Hokkaido University, Japan, DSc Hokkaido University, Japan, and postdoctoral from the same university. He has over 25 years of research experience and project lead to 60 plus research and scientific consultancy projects. He has internationally worked in several bilateral and multi-country projects. He is also consultant to Asian Development Bank and World Bank projects. He has various patents to his credit, and he is also acting as a member of National Technical Advisory Committee, Swachh Bharat Mission, Circular Economy in Solid and Liquid Waste, Niti Aayog, and Mahua formal member, Hydrogen Roadmap Committee, MNRE. Now, second panelist is Dr. Bodkhe. He has more than 23 years of experience in wastewater technology and solid waste management. He is presently working as a senior principal scientist in Solid and Hazardous Waste Division. He is BTech in Civil Engineering, MTech in Environmental Engineering, and PhD in Environmental Engineering. He has completed several R&D and consultancy projects.
He is fellow of CSIR DAD Research Fellowship, and he has guided various PhD students also. Thank you very much. Dr. Rajesh Beniwale is the moderator of this session, so I hand over proceedings to him.
Yeah, the first two sessions in the morning were like, one is on the compressible fluid, another was a non-compressible fluid. And both of these waste, liquid and the gaseous waste, can be flown. They can be taken away from you very easily. You can leave it somewhere. For air, it is very easy for a dispersion. And for water, still there are some ways and means of getting it away. Solid waste will stay. It won't easily go. And therefore difficult to manage kind of waste. And when it comes to hazardous characteristics of a solid waste, it is more difficult to manage because it somehow finds its way to the environment to contaminate it the way Patil has explained, Dr. Patil has explained. And after having, I was sitting over here and then I was given this responsibility of moderating this particular session, and looking at the two presentations made just before this session, one by Dr. Patil and one by Ms. Tajashri. It is very difficult because they have covered almost all aspects of the solid waste. Patil has particularly taken care of all possible solid waste generation, their methodologies, what NEERI can do for the treatment, all those possibilities, and then the kind of a field experience NEERI has done into. And industry experience was very well given by the Tajashri ji, and that's wonderful. Again, it was covering a lot of things, including extended responsibility of the extended producer's responsibility as well as circular economy kind of aspects which are being touched over there. So it's very difficult to have this kind of a session and ask the right questions. That was my difficult job which I was trying to imagine. I am trying to set a paper which is difficult for an evaluator and paper setter itself, probably not for the people to whom I am going to ask the questions. Since Sandeep has not spoken before, let me start with the Sandeep. And Sandeep, the first thing when it comes to the solid waste, first thing first comes in the mind is always a municipal solid waste, which is touching to everybody. Although it's an industry session today we are having, but all these industrialists are also the citizens of some of the town or some of the cities. And therefore the municipal solid waste becomes one of the first thing which is everyday affairs generation by everybody, possibly everybody. So going to the more pertaining questions than the presentations made. One is municipal solid waste. Whenever we talk a lot about treatment and other thing, but the basic problem in the country we know lies with the segregation and the characterization of the solid waste. What are your views on this and what are the experiences NEERI can share?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rajesh, for setting the ball rolling the very first. So this meet is really a wonderful meet, because wonderful in the sense that this contains all the stakeholders, as Dr. Vaidya has already said many times actually, everybody, all of us are stakeholders of the environment. Here in this particular conclave or meet, it is very good to see that MSMEs are there, that means industries are there who are supposed to be polluters along with the production. So they are also present. Organization like NEERI is there who gives with their R&D solutions, and implementers like TSDF facility operators are also there. So this is a very good conclave or a get together here. As far as the solid waste management is concerned, the first thing which is very important, which I generally say in all the meetings or so, that if segregation of the waste is done, this business of solid waste management can be a most profitable business in the world, because the raw material which is required to run the industry is the waste, which is available free of charge. And therefore, if segregation at least up to 90% is done, then this business of solid waste management, rather municipal solid waste management, can be a profit-making business. Now, as far as segregation is concerned, or if the wastes are segregated, then the refuse-derived material, which has a good calorific value, can be used for energy generation, number one. Number two, the waste like food waste or biodegradable waste, what we generally call as a wet waste, can be used for biomethanation. And that energy in the form of biogas can be used in for different uses. Number three is horticulture waste or garden biomass or such type of waste which can go for composting, and this compost can be used as a soil conditioner. So as far as, and the recyclables can go to respective recyclers. So as far as municipal solid waste is concerned, only, as Dr. Patil has also mentioned, only inerts can go to the landfills. All other parts of the solid waste all can be consumed or utilized by employing, deploying different types of processes for making the best use of the solid waste. And this solid waste can really be not wealth, but at the same time can be put to the right use. Thank you, Rajesh.
Sandeep, just another question to you again. Although you said that it could be a profitable business, which many of us might have a question that how can the economics work out over there. But next question which I would like to have is another segregation difficulties which Tajeshri has shown, plastics which are of various category of the plastics which can be segregated, recycled. But there is one type of plastic which is very difficult to recycle. It's a mixed layer plastic or multi-layer plastic, and where it's quite rampantly used in the country. And it has also got the problem of lightweightness. So what we can do for this, and whether it is really can be segregated?
Yes, very recently there was a news item in some of the newspapers that although government is implementing different types of bans, although we are telling people not to use, still every day we are getting lakhs of tons of plastic stored in various godowns. And all those plastics are substandard, which are not reusable. So first of all, the thickness of the plastic, which was 50 microns, has gone now to 75 microns. And it should be increased maybe up to 100 microns. And government should straight away blanket ban on such plastic until and unless, because NEERI in this matter, as far as my opinion goes, NEERI as such cannot do anything on this aspect. Government can only bring in that ban on such type of plastic, and thickness should be minimum 100 microns, number one, to increase the weight so that collection will be easier. Number one. Number two, I would like to tell you that when Chief Minister Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was there before Corona period, there was a very strict implementation that was going on in the markets, and they were snatching the plastic bags, and the users also. If we go to the market, giving person and the user person was also afraid of the people. I mean, police will come in the civil dress and they will catch hold of. Such type of strict implementation on this, until and unless this happens, this cannot be. And I think, as far as my opinion goes, I think NEERI's role is minimum in this matter. Thank you.
Moving to Tajeshri, your presentation was wonderful. It has given a quite right perspective about the waste management by the Godrej and boys. I just two questions popped up in my mind to understand more about what your industry is contributing to. Did you have any opportunity of a reuse or reproposition of a waste within your own industrial sector from one subsector to another subsector? Was there some opportunity existing? How did you utilize that?
Yeah, I think the one benefit of having business conglomerate is, there are a lot of internal synergies which are there. I'll give you one example. We have one product which is a material handling trucks. And when you see a material handling truck, it needs a counterweight. While one side actually lifts weight, the other side needs to balance that weight. And therefore, there is a counterweight which is there behind the driver's seat, which requires a heavy material to be part of it. Now, earlier what was happening was there was steel or MS blocks which were put in that counterweight, which was giving that kind of a weight. Now this costed, of course. This was one, it was a cost. Other, it had to be sourced from external suppliers, although they were sourcing back from the industry in terms of rejects or steel rejects, but nonetheless it was a cost. What we could do as a synergy is, one of our business which is on construction materials, and I talked about recycle aggregate as upcycling of construction concrete debris. At the same time, a large part of our industry is using metal or steel as a raw material for all our products, like it may be furniture or storage, almirah, which you know as Godrej Storewell, so on and so forth. Even locks, or most of our products use steel metal as material, and there's a lot of scrap which gets generated. So using the two in terms of the scrap steel and the scrap or the waste concrete which is recycled, these counterweights were produced, which was just precasted in as blocks and made suitable for these products, where the material was getting internally processed, two waste getting addressed and processed in a third product, which reduced a lot of cost also. So the point I'm saying, this is just one example, and I can cite n number of such examples, because we do keep looking at these synergies, and the first approach in R is to, while first you reduce, the next R is about reuse before it goes beyond your campus. So this is one way that we have addressed two kinds of waste with a very low value or a cost to it, to make it as a raw material for a product and reducing the cost of the product itself.
So one curiosity comes in my mind now. That was within the Godrej.
Yes.
Have you purchased any waste from other industry as a raw material?
We do. A lot of, obviously, fly ash is one waste, GGBS is another waste which goes in our concrete. Other products, now one example, we were talking about multi-layered plastic. One of the producers of multi-layered are Tetra Paks. So, Tetra Paks are also not recyclable. So we work with the Tetra Pak company. Some of our products used to use EPS or thermocol as packaging material, or insulation, or as a sandwich material for product for insulation. The Tetra Pak, tying up with the Tetra Pak company to produce those panels, which are earlier EPS panels from the Tetra Pak, was done, where we substituted the use of EPS or thermocol with the recycled material from another industry, which was a problem area as a disposal. Now, of course, Tetra Pak also is, there are certain ways of using it, recycling it. The whole ecosystem of plastic recycling is also evolving with more solutions. But what this has done is extended the use life of that material, which otherwise would have gone for dumping ground. That's one way I can say. There is many other, within our company itself, foam, which is generated as insulation material, was used as the waste foam.
Within the, we have understood that you
yeah,
have
no.
lot of
So
within
I'm
it.
saying from outside, the waste foam was used for creating mattresses. Now, mattress is otherwise a virgin foaming method. When you use reused foam, what happens is the mattress becomes a little hard, but it has its own value in market as medical mattresses, which require certain strength. So here, instead of using virgin material, the substitution was with waste foam, which was also coming from outside. So there are many such examples again, which are there.
I'll come back to you with another question, but before that, let me go to Patil on this particular aspect which we are discussing. Dr. Patil, the circular economy has been talked a lot, and we all have contributed some or other way in the policy making in circular economy. It's a real challenge. It's easy to say and difficult to do that a waste of one industry can go as a raw material to the other, because there is the quality of the raw material which is required by an industry could be a different thing, and the waste generation could have a different, even the trace kind of contaminations can also create havoc. So how difficult it is, and what can we do as engineers from the NEERI?
No, I don't think it's very difficult. Actually, we have been dealing with such waste for many of the industries. For example, the best example is phosphogypsum. Previously, phosphogypsum was discarded as waste. If you visited that time, maybe 10-15 years back, most of the phosphoric fertilizer industries, they were having mountains of phosphogypsum. But slowly, then it was explored, and it was found that it is a raw material for cement industry. So entire mountains of these phosphogypsums have vanished now. This is one example. Second example, I can quote zinc industry. Zinc industry, they generate a huge quantity of waste called xarosite. It is getting converted to xarofix by some stabilization. Again, this waste was stored in their premises, and there were huge mountains. So they approached NEERI, we did the study, we explored all the possible uses, and we found that this can be used as a road construction material. A test patch of a few kilometers was constructed, its performance evaluation in terms of environment was demonstrated. Then based on this study, the industry approached Indian Road Congress, they got permission, and now they got the permission to dispose of this waste in road making. This Delhi-Mumbai expressway work is going on, so they got permission to dispose of their waste. So there are many such examples. Only thing is we need to do a scientific study. We need to see whether it is going to have any adverse environmental impact. And once we demonstrate that, then I think it's easy to use any such material.
There are some cases where you need a policy intervention basically. For example, in mines, the OB dump which is generated, they cannot send it out very easily because they are supposed to send out only the kind of ore or the coal, whatever they are going to mine, the permission for which the mine has been opened. So in that case, they generally keep on storing at their place. So there's some policy interventions would also be required?
Yes, some policy interventions are required. Normally, especially since you are talking about mines, when you apply for permit, you need to, once the active content of the mine is over, you need to close the mine. So during operational phase, whatever ore burdens are generated, they are stored. And once the active life is over, entire ore burden needs to be backfilled. And as far as possible, the mine needs to be restored to its original shape. So obviously it is governed by different agencies like IPM. Even that NEERI is also doing some studies. We did one study in Sesagova. That was in 2010. There was a complaint against the industry that they are not storing their overburden properly. It has led to some flooding. So NEERI did a study that was based on direction of High Court. We did a study and then we demonstrated how this overburden can be used for backfilling. And both the parties, the complainant and the respondent industries, both of them were agreeing to what NEERI had suggested. So definitely it's possible.
Great. So again, coming back to you, Tajri. So I just wanted to understand the design level interventions which actually makes it possible to dismantle and segregate very easily some kind of products when particularly in automotive industries, this is quite a concept now. And which actually can be called as also extended producer's responsibility because you make it easy for recycle and reuse. So any such experience of Godrej?
Yes, we do. In fact, our next 10 years focus area on the green products, one of the component is dismantleability or recyclability of a product. Not only the recycled material use, but how much is the product dismantleable and how much percentage of it is recyclable. And we only term a product which has more than 95% of recyclability as a green product, not otherwise. So this has also evolved, obviously. You know what I'm talking about, the LCA approach, or what we call as design for environment, is the framework under which this aspect is looked at. A lot of focus is on using of simple materials, mono materials, which are easier for recycling. Composites tend a lot of challenge in terms of when it goes for as a waste stream for recycling. So more and more focus at the design level in terms of looking at material bomb list and looking at those particular problem areas or problem materials which are going to ultimately cause the recyclability of the product is becoming a focus in the whole life cycle approach. We've done that in our furniture business, in our appliances business. We have more products which have more than 97% of recyclability. We've done about with materials which are toxic. One example I can cite in this is our locks. One of our cash cow kind of a locks, the Navtal brand, if you have heard about it, was a chrome plated, and unless that kind of finish and shine and that color is there, consumers were not ready to accept that this is the same quality of lock, you know. And this happened when we transitioned from a hexavalent based chromium plating to a trivalent based plating line, where totally elimination of hexavalent chrome use was done. But it posed this challenge. But what it also requires is educating your customers that why this has been done while the quality is maintained. The added benefit is in terms of the entire life cycle approach on environment. So we do it for most of our products now. Look at design level thinking for dismantleability and recyclability.
Yeah, before opening up the session for the questions from the audience, one question to Patil. This is again regarding the waste which all of us generates, and also possibly we are going to increase the generation rate of this waste, that is e-waste, and which all we are having the kind of devices which is electrically or electronically operated right at our home, right in our pocket, as well as on our rooftops, such as solar systems which are going to be there. So this kind of waste, whether solar can be effectively called as a e-waste first, and then in all the e-waste containing total together. We don't have good facilities as of now in the country for the e-waste. What is that you would suggest to the industry, or whether there are any opportunities for e-waste e-waste treatment or recycling or scavenging?
Yeah. Your first question related to solar panel, definitely it was not there in previous rules, but now it has been included in the latest rules of e-waste management. Since as of now we don't have much issue related to solar panel, but since they have definite life, maybe after few years, 5 years or 10 years, we are going to have a huge generation of this solar panel. Out of life solar panel generation, there's going to be a huge quantity. But anticipating that, NEERI has already started working on this. We have recently formulated a proposal and submitted to our CSIR headquarters in association with other CSR labs. So definitely before instead of working on the waste after it is generated, it is better to start working on it right now in anticipation. Regarding other e-waste, yes, there are very few facilities available. Mostly, lot of recycling is done, but that is mostly in unorganized sector. Like the people, they'll recover the value-added material and simply throw the waste generated in the process on open land. So definitely a lot of work is still required in e-waste management. And yeah.
I think what Madam has said, Dr. Rajesh, that use of recyclable materials in the new production cycle or putting recyclable material will solve a lot of problem in future as far as waste generation is concerned.
Yeah, correct. It has to come from the design.
Yes.
It has come. Yeah.
Extended producer responsibility will be very easily implemented.
Yeah. Now let me open up this session for the questions from the audience, if any question. Yeah, there are already 3-4 hands.
City development today is more moving towards the large developments in terms of the townships, 100 acres, 1000 acres of that size. And in all these townships, the authorities, they expect that the liquid or solid waste to be managed within the township itself. Now when it comes to the developers, there is a last priority in terms of the space allocation to these particular facilities. You will find the liquid waste treatment plant somewhere at the podium, below the podium. Solid waste treatment plant, maybe there is no space or something at the corner. Now, the challenge here is when it comes to solid waste, the biodegradable portion, what are the technologies available which requires the minimum retention time, say 24 hours or less? Because space is the constraint and time is the constraint, there is no storage.
I decided to answer your question because I was a member of State Expert Appraisal Committee for 7 years, and particularly giving the clearances to the residential complexes. So it's like having is priority. Clubhouse is always a priority in residential area and not the STP or the solid waste management facility. So you have to have a priority that you cannot generate the waste and put it for others to take care of it. It cannot happen. And therefore the rule says that you have to have a spaces allocated for it. And till I was in the committee, I used to insist on open to sky STP, not under podium, not into the basements. Okay, not to forgot. It has to be operated and seen. Okay, so it is a priority setting, and once the priority is set, there is definitely a space available within the premises.
May I add to that? NMRDA has now made it compulsory and mandatory to provide that much space which is required for that much population, accommodating that compounded colonies.
That's already there in EIA 2006.
So today also, in the very recently we did an environmental clearance. The SCAC absolutely insists that it has to be open to sky, not allowed in the basements.
It was Maharashtra SCAC, SCAC 3?
SCAC 2. Yeah.
Now coming to your second question about compact treatment systems, NEERI has those. As far as wastewater sewage treatment is concerned, as well as composting is concerned. Both the waste, liquid waste and solid waste, NEERI has got the technologies which are useful for decentralized and which are very compact, less space consuming.
So you can discuss with him definitely. Next question.
Yes, I'm Ravi here. I'm from Infosys Technology. We have spoken a lot about the solid and liquid waste coming out of MSMEs. My question is on electronic waste, which includes your old computers and peripherals devices, right? So I have two questions. One is on the corporate side. I mean, a lot of companies take initiatives to recycle these equipments in collaboration with manufacturer. But what are the NEERI's recommendation and best practices which you can suggest? Number one. Number two, in our country, there are a lot of usage of mobiles, headsets, electronic devices. So when it goes to the municipal wastage, how it's getting treated to recycle it for better use?
Can I take it?
Yeah.
So as far as my knowledge is concerned on e-waste, I think the first EPR in the country came for e-waste, extended producer's responsibility, and all the types of material that you're talking. The first schedule 1, which was a part of e-waste rules, covered all this: the computers, mobiles, consumer electronics, and so on and so forth. There is a target-based approach that a manufacturer or a brand owner has to own in terms of recycling equivalent weight of the product they have sold, considering the lifetime of the product. Say, for example, if it is a refrigerator and the life defined by CPCB is 10 years, then 10 years back, the quantum of sale you have done for refrigerators equivalent, or there is a progressive percentage target which has run over last 4 or 5 years, which was 70% as last I know, which is now again because of the new rules come back to 60%. 60% of that material has to be recycled in the target year. Now how does that happen? At least I can tell from the example of Godrej, our refrigerators don't go out of life within 10 years. As per the life defined by CPCB, it works for 25 years also at times. But that doesn't mean the responsibility is not on the brand owner. The brand owner still has to fulfill that EPR responsibility. What does it do is source orphaned waste, e-waste, which is there in open market through unorganized sector, through a waste management agency or a PRO, the term producer responsibility organization, which is there through a PRO, and the equivalent weight of waste is recycled as part of the compliance to EPR. That's how companies have been doing. When you're saying, corporates are working with these manufacturers, it's mandatory for the manufacturer to basically recycle that, and therefore all your computers would be on lease, if I am rightly guessing. After lease of 3 years, the manufacturer takes it back. That is because they are fulfilling their EPR responsibility in a way. But that's how it works basically. And when you're saying, so there are a lot of material which is also imported. But in case of imports, the brand which is importing is liable for that import and liable for the material which is getting imported in the country, because no recycler or manufacturer in China is going to take an EPR responsibility. The moment it lands in the country, the rule of the nation applies. So that's how, if I can, address.
Next question. So we will have 2 more questions only.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Sanjay Meshri from Hyderabad. My question is regarding the MSW. At present, the volume of the MSW throughout the pan-India, it is almost 65-70%. And the segregation of the 65-70% is the legacy waste of the MSW, sorry. So segregation of the legacy waste is very difficult in a micro level. And this legacy waste can be used in the cement plant very well. But they are not using this because they are not finding this as a usable. So what is the solution you can provide for that?
Yeah. See, as per the rules, Solid Waste Management Rule 2016, the legacy waste, all the dumps are required to be cleared. So there are many agencies working on clearing these dumps, and the legacy waste is segregated into different fractions. So one fraction like RDF, which is separated from such dumps, usually it will not have a good calorific value. That's why the cement industries or the industries which require RDF, they are not coming forward to take this waste. Other fraction like compost, again it is not of very good quality because it may have all contaminants like heavy metals and all. So definitely legacy waste, lot of work is required. As far as other like municipal, what was your second question? Achha, it was on legacy waste. Okay.
Sir, my question is also quite related to that only. It's part of the soil part. So in some of the presentation, they have shown it biosoil or something. But if we cannot call it biosoil, it has lot of
it
contamination.
needs to meet certain standards, standards prescribed in the rule.
Yes.
Like this fertilizer control organization, they have prescribed certain standards.
Yes.
So this fraction, they need to meet those standards. Then only it can be.
Yes. And in SBM urban guideline, they have mentioned 550 rupees, just lump sum amount they have given for processing, and transportation could be extra cost. And if you see in India, the rates are different in different places. Somebody charging 1,000 rupees, somebody charging 1,200 rupees per ton. Somebody is doing it for 400 rupees. Contamination level might be different. So actually, a lot of biomining or dump site remediation projects are going on in India. But and some part of RDF might be taken by the cement plants and all. But the soil part, which is having contamination, because we all know the tube light or bulbs or battery cells and everything goes in waste management, municipal solid waste. And definitely there are heavy metals, and nobody is taking care of. Is there any solution, and is there any kind of mechanism that this soil is getting traced, where it is going actually from the dump and remediation sites?
It can be used for maybe some horticulture purpose, not for any growing any food crop. That can be done, I think.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think, chalo, let's allow one more question here.
Yeah, all the sessions were good. But I myself, Dr. Manoj Brahme, I represent Academy. I'm working as a head St. Vincent Pallotti College of Engineering and a part of CII Vidarbha Council. Our college is also working on that, and we got 35th rank for Clean and Green Campus organized by ICT.
Your question.
But now how NEERI can support the academic institution for making a sustainability thing? Since both of the organizations, not only from my college, I'm asking for all the academic institutions.
So NEERI conducts a lot of training programs in various areas, and you can definitely participate. That's the first connect which NEERI can definitely make. NEERI has such kind of functions, such kind of workshops and other things which has been done, where academia can definitely come and learn and also can teach. Both there is a give and take policy which NEERI adopts. Although we are specifically concentrating on environmental engineering aspects, but we do still believe that there are certain things which we can learn from the field, and we are open to that. So the interactions can definitely go further. Thank you very much for my panelists to have given their opinions. And see, this is one of the very difficult waste. I have been working on various areas in the NEERI by virtue of being in NEERI for quite some time now. Solid waste is always difficult to understand because there are too many things. One Pandora box, that battery word which has been used. Now, there could be a session on batteries itself, and there could be several things. Each and every component can be gone into very much details. So solid waste management is definitely, and then therefore is always a management. It also includes the treatment, but then it's more towards the management aspects of it. So thank you very much for such a wonderful lectures by both of you first, and then contribution by all of you, all three of you, and good interactive questions. Thank you very much. And sorry I could not take more questions because we are already delayed by more than 1.5 hours, the entire program. So thank you very much. Over to Sangeeta.
Thank you, Rajesh sir, and thank you all the panelists for such an active discussion on this difficult topic. I now request our director sir to please come on the dais and felicitate our panelists. Dr. Tejashri Joshi. Dr. Sandeep Bodke. Dr. Rajesh Beniwale. And Dr. M.P. Patel. I request Vaidya sir to please give concluding remarks on this industry MSME meet.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me congratulate my own team and CII for having a wonderful interaction. Although it's tiring since morning 10 o'clock, listening to different views and listening to different controversial views, you can say, where all of us may not agree. But anyway, it was a very useful and very interesting interaction. Concluding remarks is better. It's the most difficult job that has been given to. Of course, I sit in the chair of director. So most difficult and unsolvable things are attributed to me and given to me. So anyway, I'll try to be. What I think is that environment is all about is like a citizen charter and everything. If all of us abide by the rules, there is no need of police. But none of us, most of us, some of us. And then there is a need for regulatory agencies. When most of us don't follow, it leads to corruption. And beyond this, we get intellectual class like us who try to defend the basics or wrong things with good terminologies and good coined words, the intellectual class, which have different mottos. I am very frankly and bluntly putting forward my views. Basically, let us understand what we do. Let us come down to first. I'll take not more than 5 to 6 minutes. When you say water management, have you ever thought what is being done to that water, clean water, which is we are getting from top? You are adding something to that water irreversibly in terms of science and engineering, irreversibly. And then you expect free of cost return of the water. Had it been so easy and energy free, water crisis would not have been there on this earth, because 70% of earth is full of water, which is of no use. Can you make saline water without putting in energy and efforts of potable water? No. Had it been so simple, so problem free and so magical, 70% of earth is full of water which is of no use. We could have easily converted that into back to potable water, for which you need solar energy, and you don't realize that it is coming free of cost. It gets evaporated, gets into simple, which we learn in school colleges, it gets into water cycle. So evaporation of water is free energy which we get from solar, and then it falls on earth. Part of that, most of it goes back to sea, which is again useless. As far as human consumption is, I am not saying useless from life point of view, from human consumption point of view. What you do to the water which comes on earth, you add pollutants, you make it flow, you keep on adding, dissolving the things, and then at the end of the day you expect scientists or technologists to come with magical stick who will move it around and make it very clean water, as good as that. This is not possible. Don't expect shortcuts, don't expect free solutions. It is against the basic laws of nature. Whatever you do, I keep challenge. आप मुझे 5 पैसे में आरओ करके दिखाइए, I'll quit directorship next day. Not possible. But you expect that. Now, the question about the wastewater treatment and space, there is a rule, there is strict compliance agency like where Rajesh is sitting. How far it is implemented, nobody knows. Who is responsible? All of us. How many of us have got license, driving license, without agents? And then we criticize the system. No, this is, I am not getting into the philosophical or lecture or bhashanbaji nahi kar raha hu. This is precisely what happens to the environment. We tend to break the regulatory norms and then we blame systems. We want free solutions. We spoil very easily, but we don't get a system. The whole story of the water management is this. But yes, it doesn't mean, so what for regulatory agencies, what for science and technology is that when you are born, death is inevitable. Everybody knows that. Does it mean that you should have an indisciplined life so that your life is 40 years, 30 years? No. We try to extend our death. Environment is like that. By having good practices, good science and technology, and abiding by the rules, you are extending the life of all your resources. And that precisely we have to follow it, and there should not be any exception to that. And no complaints about that. If you are generating, if you are producing something, you are bound to generate some waste. This I should understand, regulatory agencies should understand, and you should also understand that waste generation is inevitable, but throwing waste is not good practice. So there has to be that's why this kind of meeting is required, a reconciliation between the regulatory agencies, research academia. I should not claim the things which, now I will just come back to our last question to her. How much is the energy requirement for recycling of the construction demolition waste, and where from that energy is coming? I am not questioning your recyclability. This is the question to be asked. How many of the recycled waste is being used in the same industry for the same production? This will answer your question of circular economy. How much of the waste is put back to the same application? If the copper wire taken out of the winding is getting back to the copper winding, I understand it's a circular economy. But I am sorry, it is upscaling as far as Bombay is concerned. Sometimes you may not get a value for that. If copper wire is used for some other purpose, copper wire which has already put in energy and you have extruded that wire, put it into winding, and you are using fresh, keep on using fresh copper for new windings and putting it into some other circle. This is not a in true sense real sense, but then our intellectual capabilities, we can make it circular. But at the end of the day, somewhere you will find something coming out. So we have to look for this. Same thing is with solid waste. Now, somebody asked the question about biomining. Is it a right word? Let us think about this. Is it a right word coined for that biomining? What you are mining out of that? Dirt. And you are keeping that waste there for 40, 60 years, and now you expect biosoil out of that, which is free of contamination. Who has broken the tube lights onto that? Who has thrown bulbs into that? Who has thrown metals into that? And you expect a biosoil which is free of all contamination. No, it is not possible. Sorry, mister. It is not possible. It is only, and I will again reiterate, it is only size-based segregation which is being done, nothing more than that. No chemical processing, nothing is there, and you call it biomining. And RDF nobody measures, it is 100 plus is RDF, 100 minus is compost. This is the definitions we follow and defend. And then we expect a solution. We have to improve a lot on this. Including R&D, including academia, including NEERI, including industry, including regulatory agencies. Because if I want to look at the future in a clean way, I need this. Or else publishing papers, going into these terminologies, that terminology, reuse, recycle, 4R ke baad we run to circular economy. What has happened to that? Plastic recycle. Have you reduced any? A simple test. Let us put for plastic recycle is this. Have you reduced the production rate of virgin plastic? No. We are getting, NEERI is getting request for EI of new additions or new additional capacities of plastic production, virgin plastic. What kind of circular economy we are talking about? This is to be looked into. But it doesn't mean that picture is so gloomy, I can't do anything. We need to put proper applications. Like somebody was asking for what is space constraint. There is no space constraint. Any space, any small space you give me, we can design a system for wastewater and solid waste. You have to put in more energy. Don't complain that it is energy intensive. You want less space free of cost. That is not possible. You give me this much space, whole आपका 15 मंजिला सोसाइटी को हम ट्रीट कर देते हैं. I will use advanced oxidation processes. I will use POFRI or board gas, those systems. It will be costly. Don't ask for cost then. You will have to spend 5 rupees per liter or 5 rupees per cubic meter. Space is enough. This much space is enough, more than enough. Composting, इससे थोड़ा ज़्यादा composting के लिए हो सकता है. You add steam to that. Excel has a system 24 hours compost. Steam blast करो, but you need steam energy. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि मैं छोटा भी करूँ, आप क्या बोलते हैं उसको, रंग भी चौका हिंग लगे ना फिट करी. I don't think that is not environment. Nature will not allow you this. Against the nature है. So what best, I would say in conclusion that let us know the limitations of science and technology. Let us know the limitations of environment. Let us know the limitations of resources we have, and be practical and be realistic into that. If I say I give my waste to you and you are using it for some other purpose, it is not circular economy. I am sorry, but engineer inside me doesn't allow that. As an environmentalist, I do say a circular economy. As a director NEERI, I keep on saying, ah, बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है. Unless the waste material is used back in the same process and I get the same quality of the product, that is a circular economy. Nobody does that. I challenge. My circular economy is dependent on your low quality preferences. Because I don't want to, if I want to treat waste to that level, it is energy intensive, it is it's money consuming. And therefore, at the end of the day, I tend to throw it. At the end of the day, I tend to dispose it. So, and this is true with, that is why the reason which is the basic thing which was discussed in the morning for wastewater. Air pollution, I was not present, but anyway, air pollution, there are certain good things, and for solid waste also. Unless you look into the processes, waste minimization is the first step which all of us should adopt. You look into the processes, you look into your raw material requirements, you look into your practices. probably 20-30% of, or even 10% of your saving is going to save the resource, is going to save the waste. But I don't want to change that, and I want somebody else to do some research on the waste which I am producing. That will be low cost, that will be value addition, that will be upcycling. This is something utopic, may not work. And then your question remains same, that biomining से क्या मिलता है? यही मिलेगा. Nothing more you will get from biomining. So let us improve our practices, look at the problem,